Chapter 1365 Killing D. You want to leave? Boom. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the void, and the space within 1,000 miles exploded. However, the space-breaking shuttle had disappeared. It's another Emperor spiritual weapon, and it's the escape type. Lu Ming frowned and felt that it was a pity. The other party was too rich and had all kinds of Emperor spiritual weapons. First, there were offensive types, then there were defensive types, and now there were even escape types. Under the control of the Esilavira-haired old man, the space-breaking shuttle was so fast that it disappeared in an instant. It was much faster than tearing the void. Di Xian had escaped. Lu Ming turned his gaze to other directions. Di, where are you going? Lu Ming transformed back into his human form, a cold smile on his lips. At this time, Di was desperately fleeing. Di's face was full of fear and disbelief. It was only a difference of a few months, but Lu Ming's combat strength had once again increased by a large margin. Without the help of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he was able to kill a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert. How is that possible? How is that possible? Di roared in his heart, extremely unwilling, and fled for his life at the same time. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming. Di's pupils contracted sharply. It was Lu Ming's clone that appeared in front of Di. Di, you can't burn your spirit body this time. Do you think you can still escape? Lu Ming's voice came from behind Di. Behind him was the main body. Kill. Di was very decisive and attacked directly. However, his cultivation had regressed to the peak of the Level 1 Martial Royal Realm, and his myriad spiritual meridian's body had been destroyed. His combat strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's. He waved his hand and the all-array diagram appeared, trapping Di in it. I'll kill you later. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and charged toward the battlefield where Xiao Wan and the others were. The 5-peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm experts were almost scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape, but Xiao Wan and the others kept them busy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming held the dragon vein sword and slashed 5 times, one at a time. 5-peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm experts were killed in the air. Everyone in the Imperial Dragon City was stunned as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. The 5-peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm experts killed 5 people with 5 slashes. This visual effect and impact were too strong. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a peak 2nd level Martial Royal Realm expert would be one of the strongest. But in Lu Ming's hands, he was as weak as a chicken. The Alliance Master is invincible. Alliance Master is unparalleled. All of a sudden, a deafening roar burst out in the Imperial Dragon City. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red and they roared madly. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure was irreplaceable in their hearts. He was indomitable and unrivaled. The whistling sound came wave after wave. Lu Ming's prestige had reached its peak. Lu Ming raised his hand and pressed down on the air. The Imperial Dragon City quieted down at once. Buzz! Lu Ming moved his body and appeared in front of Di. Lu Ming, do you know what kind of people we are? Do you know who Di Xian Gongzi is? I'm telling you, we are from the Yuan continent, the Di family, one of the major clans of the Yuan continent. If you dare to kill a member of the Di family, you are dead meat. Young Master Di Xian will not let you off. The entire Divine Wilderness continent will be buried with you. Di roared. A big sect in the Yuanlu continent? The Di family? Lu Ming frowned. He had long guessed that Di Xian and the others had extraordinary origins. He did not expect them to be a big force in the Yuan continent. The pupils of Xiao Wan, the old general, and the others contracted, and they gasped. A big sect in Yuanlu. Di actually came from Yuanlu. That was the Yuan continent. It was not something the Divine Wilderness continent or the Divine Ruins could compare to. Legend had it that in the Yuan continent, experts were as common as clouds and as common as rain. There were countless existences that had surpassed the martial emperor realm. An expert of that level could destroy the divine wilderness continent with a snap of his fingers. Everyone who had heard of the rumors in the Yuan continent was worried. Seeing this, Di sneered and said, "Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. Maybe I can help you." Haha, what a joke. Before Di could finish his sentence, Lu Ming laughed and interrupted him. "Di, you used to be a lord of a region. Now, in order to survive, you are using this to scare me. It's really pitiful and sad." Lu Ming sneered. "Lu Ming." Di was furious. "Di, I'm telling you, you must die today. And that Di Xian, if he stops here, it's fine. But if he is stubborn, the emperor family of Yuanlu will be destroyed together." Lu Ming shouted, his voice rumbling throughout the Imperial Dragon City. At most, the Yuanlu emperor family would be wiped out. What kind of heroic spirit was this? How confident was he? Di was stunned and then laughed wildly. "Lu Ming, you're the one who wants to destroy the Di family. You're so short-sighted, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well." "Lu Ming, do you know how many experts there are in the Yuan continent? Do you know how powerful the Di family is? How dare you claim that you've annihilated the Di family? If your words were to spread to Yuan continent, I don't know how many people would laugh their teeth off." Di laughed as if he did not care about life and death. "So what if I'm strong? Back then, I came from a small country in the mysterious region of the Eastern Barren Territory. At that time, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was also a giant, and you were also high and mighty. But how are you now?" Lu Ming said calmly, his eyes full of confidence. "Di, shut up." Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged above Lu Ming's head. "Di, haven't you always wanted the 9 dragon blood essence? Today, I'll let you die under the bloodline of the 9 dragons." With that, the 9 dragon bloodline opened its mouth, and the devouring power enveloped Di. Ever since his 9 dragon bloodline had fused with the 9 drops of 9 dragon blood essence, his devouring power had been enhanced many times. It was shockingly powerful. Enveloped by the devouring power, Di's life essence, heart blood, and essence blood were quickly lost and devoured by the 9 dragons. Di, even though he was the overlord of a generation and had a tough mind, he was ready to be killed. But in the face of such a situation, he still screamed in horror and struggled with all his might. However, in the million formation illustration, it was futile to struggle. A moment later, Di's life essence was completely devoured and he turned into a dry corpse. In the Imperial Dragon City, countless people were looking at the sky with complicated expressions. Di was also considered an overlord of his generation. He had planned for 10,000 years and had almost unified the divine wilderness continent. If not for the appearance of an unprecedented genius like Lu Ming, it would have succeeded and unified the divine wilderness. Di was known as a hero of his generation. However, in the end he died at the hands of Lu Ming. He had completely fallen. Let the alliance establishment ceremony continue. Lu Ming turned around, stepped down, and flew down the Imperial Dragon City. His voice spread throughout the city. "The Alliance Master is invincible." Their shouts reverberated through the clouds. After this battle, Lu Ming's prestige had reached its peak. As for Yuanlu, only a small number of people knew about it. Most people did not even have the concept of Yuanlu. Chapter 1366, Heading to Western Desert. Following that, the alliance establishment ceremony proceeded smoothly. The experts took an oath to form an alliance and then divided the territories. After everything was over, it was time for the grand banquet. The banquet went on for a full day and night before the crowd slowly dispersed. In the northern part of the divine wilderness continent, above a boundless sea, space cracked open and a space-piercing shuttle appeared. Buzz! The space-breaking shuttle trembled and shrank, revealing 2 figures. They were Di Xian and the Esilavir-haired old man. The moment the Esilavir-haired old man appeared, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The battle with Lu Ming and the overnight journey had caused the Esilavir-haired elder to be severely injured. But Di Xian didn't even look at the Esilavir-haired old man. His eyes were cold and his face was ferocious. He looked to the south and roared, "That damned bastard. I'm going to tear that Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces." It was fine if he was in the Yuan continent, but in the Divine Wilderness continent, on this savage island, he actually suffered such a huge loss. Not only did he lose several Emperor's spiritual weapons, he even fled in defeat. This was a huge humiliation. He hated Lu Ming to the core. As for his dead subordinates, Di Xian didn't care at all. In his eyes, those people were just dispensable ants. In the Di family, such ants were too many to count. The Esilavir-haired old man's eyes revealed a trace of sadness, but it disappeared in a flash. "Young master, what should we do now?" the Esilavir-haired old man asked. "What else can we do? Of course, we're going back to the Yuan continent." Di Xian gritted his teeth. "Go back to the Yuan continent and find experts to take revenge?" the Esilavir-haired old man asked carefully. "Idiot, do you know how much it costs to transport some people from the Yuan continent to this remote and desolate island? The clan has already made an exception for me to teleport once. When I return this time, the clan will definitely not let me teleport again in a short period of time. However, it won't be long. When I return and break through to the Martial Emperor realm, I will gain a certain status in the clan and come back again. 10 years, at most 10 years. I will destroy the entire Divine Wilderness continent with that kid." "You're courting death." Di Xian roared ferociously. After a long while, he finally calmed down and flew toward White Feather Continent with the Esilavir-haired elder. Lu Ming's life had completely calmed down. Every day, other than his own cultivation, he would be teaching his 2 disciples. At times, he would also teach his parents, Hua Qi, and the others. As for his second body, other than cultivating, he would occasionally open a forum and preach. He had refined his second body, obtained a saint's inheritance, and broken through to the emperor level. His knowledge of the Tao of refinement was the best in the Divine Wilderness. Therefore, every time the second clone of inscription opened a forum to preach, people who cultivated the Tao of inscription would swarm over. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others did not fall behind even once. There were even emperors who went to listen. Lu Ming did not keep anything to himself. He shared his cultivation experience with her. At the same time, Dragon Emperor City was also growing more and more prosperous. The entire Divine Wilderness continent, the entire Dragon Alliance, was full of life. They were developing and growing. Although, it could be said that the Divine Wilderness continent had the least emperors in history. Other than Western Desert, there were also a few people from Xie clan. The emperor of the entire Dragon Alliance was not even 20. However, given the current situation, it wouldn't take too long for the number of emperors to slowly increase. Now that the Dragon Alliance had unified the world, they had access to all kinds of resources and opened all kinds of cultivation holy lands to the public. The treatment that the top talents could enjoy was many times better than before. In the past, the various overlord forces had their own territories and their resources were extremely limited. But now, he could choose any resources he wanted. The cultivation speed of the young Heaven's Pride experts had increased greatly. The various emperors also shared their cultivation experiences with each other. He believed that this would increase his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future. A month after the establishment of the alliance, Yan Kuangtu successfully broke through and became an emperor. The Dragon Alliance now had another emperor. 2 months after the establishment of the alliance, Xie Luan had finally taken a step forward with Lu Ming's help. His origin had been greatly restored, and his cultivation had finally recovered to the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. He had become the most powerful person in the Dragon Alliance after Lu Ming. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the founding ceremony. In the past 3 months, Lu Ming's cultivation level had steadily increased. The early stage of the domain was growing day by day. All sorts of martial arts techniques were also constantly improving. What was worth mentioning was that Lu Ming had fused 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence and absorbed the cultivation experience of the 9 dragons. He had finally cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 9th step and achieved perfection. As for the pure spirit body, he had also cultivated it to 70%. Xian Yanqing was also cultivating hard. He was improving quickly and was only 1 step away from the Supreme Being level. However, Dandan and Bubbles were still in a deep sleep and had yet to wake up. At this time, there was less than a year left before the 2-year agreement to head to Dragon God Valley. What happened to Long Chen and the others back then? Why did Long Chen disappear and only Dark Child, the Heartless Monk, and the other 2 returned? Now that Dark Child is dead, only the Heartless Monk and Moonless know. It seems that it's time to make a trip to the Western Desert. In the Alliance Master's residence in the Imperial Dragon City, Lu Ming was drinking tea in a pavilion in the courtyard, his thoughts flying. He decided to find out where Long Chen was. Long Chen was a good person and could be considered a friend of Lu Ming's. Back in the Divine Ruins continent, Lu Ming was also the one who implicated him. If Long Chen were to be harmed because of Lu Ming would not be at ease. At the thought of this, Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared. The Western Desert had always been the domain of the Buddhist sect. Almost everyone in Western Desert believed in Buddha. Furthermore, the Western Desert had always been mysterious. It had never participated in the Divine Wilderness continent's conflicts and stayed out of it. But no one dared to underestimate Western Desert. There was once an emperor of an overlord force that led an army to attack Western Desert, but in the end he never returned, not causing any commotion. Even this time, when the Divine Wilderness continent entered a rare state of chaos, Western Desert remained uninvolved. Buzz! At the Western Desert border, Lu Ming's figure appeared. Looking into the distance, Lu Ming's figure was like a rainbow as he flew towards the depths of the Western Desert. In the vast territory of Western Desert, there were countless temples and ancient temples. Lu Ming's target this time was the most ancient and oldest temple in the Western Desert, the Bodhi Temple. It was said that the unscrupulous monk and the moonless female bodhisattva were both from the Bodhi Temple and were cultivating in seclusion in the temple. Lu Ming's speed was so fast that it did not take long for him to cross more than half of the Western Desert. So many experts! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Along the way, Lu Ming discovered many powerful auras. Lu Ming discovered no less than 20 Supreme Being auras. He even discovered 2 Emperor auras. Lu Ming was flying in a straight line and he had already discovered so many experts. It was unbelievable. Sometimes, there would be a supreme martial artist in a small, dilapidated temple. It was truly astonishing. It was said that Western Desert was second only to Central Continent in the 5 territories. It seemed that the rumors were true. Not long after, a temple on a majestic mountain appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. They had arrived at the Bodhi Temple. Long Chen's whereabouts. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a Buddhist light appeared in front of him. A burly monk who was 3 meters tall appeared in front of him. Halt! This is the holy land of Buddhism. The burly monk was like a Buddhist Vajra. He stretched out his hand and blocked Lu Ming. Master, I'm Lu Ming. I would like to pay a visit to your sect's heartless master and the moonless female bodhisattva. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said politely, Lu Ming? You're the leader of the Dragon Alliance? The burly monk's pupils shrank and a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. I'm currently under you, Lu Ming said. So it's Alliance Master Lu, but recently, Wu Liang and Wu Yu are both in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid it's not convenient to meet them. The tall and sturdy monk said. Still in seclusion? Lu Ming frowned. Master, can you pass on the message? Lu Ming only wants to ask a few questions. I'll leave after I'm done. Alliance Master Lu, I've said that Wu Liang and Wu Yu are in seclusion. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to meet. The burly monk was very domineering. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. It was just a meeting. Furthermore, with Lu Ming's current status, he could be said to be the overlord of the Divine Wilderness. However, the other party still wanted to stop him. There must be something fishy behind this. Lu Ming was considering whether he should force his way in. Although the burly monk was at the first-level martial emperor realm, he could not stop Lu Ming. Kong Jian, let Alliance Master Lu in. At this moment, an old voice came from Bodhi Temple. Then, Buddhist light filled the air and a kind-looking old monk appeared beside the burly monk. A halo of Buddhist light appeared above the old monk's head. The powerful aura made Lu Ming's pupils contract. Third-level martial emperor realm. This old monk's cultivation was at the third level of the martial royal realm. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. In the divine wilderness continent, there were still third-level martial royal realm experts other than Xiao Wan. The western desert really shocked Lu Ming. If such an expert were to participate in the fight for hegemony in the divine wilderness continent, what would DE have to do? Kong Jian greets Abbot Kong Hai. The tall and sturdy monk greeted the old monk. It turned out that this person was the abbot of Bodhi Temple. Amit Ba. I am Kong Hai. Greetings, Alliance Master Lu. Master Kong Hai said, paying his respects to Buddha. You're welcome, Master. Lu Ming greets you. Lu Ming returned the greeting. Alliance Master Lu, please come in. I already knew that Alliance Master Lu would come this morning. I have already informed Wu Yang and Wu Yu to come out and see you. Master Kong Hai said. Oh. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Without saying anything, he, Kong Hai, and Kong Jian entered Bodhi Temple. They sat down in an elegant courtyard and waited. I have no hair. Lu Ming, long time no see. I knew you wouldn't die. Not long after, he heard a nondescript Buddhist chant. The monk and the moonless female bodhisattva walked over. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this moment, Kong Hai and Kong Jian had left, leaving Lu Ming and the rest to chat. Heartless, what happened in the Divine Ruins continent back then? The people from the South God Palace came to the Divine Wilderness continent and said that I was killed by a Heaven's Pride expert of the deity sect because I offended him. Why didn't any of you say anything? Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked the question in his heart. Hey, Lu Ming, you can't blame me. The unscrupulous monk cried out in injustice. Back then, the ones who sent us back were experts from the great family, the Wang family of the South God Palace. When the Wang family experts arrived in the Divine Wilderness continent, they ordered us not to speak nonsense. As you know, the South God Palace is extremely powerful. They even have a level 4 martial royal realm expert. I don't dare to disobey them. Moreover, that old monk Kong Hai is also a timid person. So, he asked us to cultivate in seclusion and not pay attention to the outside world. The unscrupulous monk had an exaggerated expression on his face. This guy called Abbot Kong Hai as Old Monk Kong Hai. What a weirdo. Amit Ba. On the side, the moonless female bodhisattva chanted the name of Buddha and pretended not to hear it. Also, Lu Ming, were you being hunted down in the South God Palace? At that time, I really thought you were dead. The monk continued. Oh, I can't be bothered to pursue this matter, but what about Long Chen? Didn't he come back with you? Where is he? Lu Ming asked. Sai, Long Chen is probably dead too. He was taken away by the Wang family. The monk sighed. The Wang clan. Do you know why they took Long Chen away? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. I don't know. The monk shook his head. Lu Ming's brows were tightly knitted together. Could it be that he had offended the Wang family's prodigy, Wang Zhen, and that was why the Wang family had taken their anger out on Long Chen? All right, Lu Ming. That's all I know. You came at the right time. If you were a few days later, you wouldn't have seen us. The monk said. Oh, you're leaving? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. In a few days, Moonless and I will go to the Yuan continent and join a Buddhist sect there. Ha, I'm indeed the darling of the heavens, the reincarnation of a Buddhist emperor. Lu Ming, I'll catch up with you soon. The unscrupulous monk laughed triumphantly. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It seemed that the waters of the western desert ran deep. They could actually contact the Buddhist sects in the Yuanlu. Then we'll meet in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming took his leave. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Over the past few days, Lu Ming had received news that an unknown expert had appeared on the shores of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming frowned and ordered the guards to be on high alert. On the shore of the Divine Wilderness continent's eastern wilderness, a figure suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, like the aura of an emperor. We've finally arrived at the Divine Wilderness continent. That Lu Ming should be there. This figure was wearing a green robe and had narrow and sharp eyes. At this moment, there was a hint of greed in his eyes. With a shake of his body, he flew into the depths of the East continent. Soon, he arrived outside Nine Dragons. What a majestic city! There's an emperor here. I can ask around about Lu Ming's whereabouts. The green-robed man sneered and rushed into Nine Dragons. He appeared in the depths of Nine Dragons, exuding a vast aura that pressed down on Nine Dragons. What's going on? It's so strong. Emperor, that's the emperor. Which emperor from the Dragon Alliance has descended? In Nine Dragons, many people were suppressed by this aura and almost knelt down. Some of the weaker ones even vomited blood. Who is it? A loud shout came from the depths of Nine Dragons, and a burly man rushed out. This burly man was Chu Luo, who had been ordered to guard Nine Dragons. When Chu Luo saw the green-robed man, his eyes narrowed. Because he didn't know the other party. Now, the Divine Wilderness continent's emperors, with the exception of those from the Western Desert, had all joined the Dragon Alliance. Chu Luo was familiar with every one of them, but he did not know this person. Clearly, he was not the Divine Wilderness continent's emperor and had come from overseas. You're finally out. Let me ask you a question. You'd better answer honestly. Otherwise, you'll suffer. The green-robed man chuckled. What do you want to ask? Chu Luo said. Have you ever heard of Lu Ming? The green-robed man said. The Emperor of the Outer Continent descends. Alliance Master? What business do you have with the Alliance Master? Chu Luo was stunned and asked. Alliance Master? It seems that Lu Ming's status here is not low. Tell me, where is Lu Ming now? The green-robed man said. Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Chu Luo said cautiously. Nonsense, I told you to speak and you just said it. You really have a lot of nonsense. The green-robed man shouted impatiently. A powerful aura rose from his body and pressed down on Chu Luo. Chu Luo's body trembled and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face changed dramatically and he exclaimed, Second-level Martial Emperor Realm. This green-robed man was actually a Level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Otherwise, don't expect me to tell you. Chu Luo roared. Still not speaking, you're really looking for death. The green-robed man's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm. Chu Luo's figure retreated rapidly, and he put up layers of defense in front of him. Bang bang bang. However, Chu Luo's defense was shattered by the green-robed man's palm. Chu Luo spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body flew out like a cannonball. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Chu Luo turned around and ran. Do you think that I won't know if you run away? The green-robed man shouted coldly and did not pursue. He appeared under Nine Dragons and grabbed the head of a spiritual god realm master. Green mist then shrouded the man. The spiritual god realm master let out a shrill scream, and the people nearby trembled in fear. Speak. Where is Lu Ming? The green-robed man asked coldly. Alliance head, it's in Dragon Emperor City, Dragon Emperor City. That person shouted. Dragon Emperor City? Give me the map. The green-robed man shouted coldly. The man did not dare to disobey. He took out a map from his storage ring and handed it to the green-robed man. The green-robed man flung the spiritual god realm master away and opened the map. He sneered, Lu Ming, I've finally found you. It's no wonder that I rushed over from the green-rich continent. A cold light flashed in the green-robed man's eyes. He took a step forward and walked towards the Imperial Dragon City. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely know that the Lufeng continent was a continent in the southern part of the Divine Ruins continent cluster. It was adjacent to the Divine Wilderness continent. As soon as the green-robed man left, the spiritual god realm master caught by the green-robed man gasped for breath and broke out in a cold sweat. Just when he thought he had escaped, a cloud of green mist suddenly emerged from his body and enveloped him. A shrill scream sounded again. After a while, when the mist dispersed, the spiritual god realm master was only left with a skeleton. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The people nearby all gasped. A similar scene appeared in southern Nether and northern plains. The emperors of both places were attacked. In the Imperial Dragon City, Lu Ming had also received the news. An expert who fought to a draw with the continent has appeared in the southern underworld. Lu Ming frowned. All sides were attacked. The ones who appeared were all emperors with profound cultivation. Even the weakest one was a Level 2 martial royal realm expert. Only Nanming was able to confirm that he was the emperor who had fought evenly with the continent. A draw with the continent? Then, based on the information, it's highly possible that they came from several different continents. Strange. Lu Ming frowned. They came from different continents and suddenly came to the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, all of them had the same goal, to find him, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was filled with doubts. Why did these experts from different continents come to the Divine Wilderness continent to find him at the same time? What? At this moment, Lu Ming received another message. Someone is attacking Northern Plains, Demon God Valley. The Demon God Valley was the place where Xiel Wan was in charge. Xiel Wan showed his power and severely injured his opponent. Then, he took that man to the Imperial Dragon City through the interterritory teleportation formation. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was a good time to interrogate him. Lu Ming took a step forward and tore open the space. The next moment, he appeared at the border teleportation formation and saw Xiel Wan. There was also a skinny old man. His aura was weak and his face was pale. He lay on the ground with a face full of shock. I'm from the White Feather Continent. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, you'll all die without a burial place. The skinny old man roared, threatening Xielun. The old man was at the second level of the martial royal realm, but he was no match for Xielun. Bang! Lu Ming arrived and landed a footprint on the old man's face, causing the old man's face to come into close contact with the ground. Nonsense. Speak, why did you come to the Divine Wilderness continent to find me? Lu Ming asked coldly. You are Lu Ming. The skinny old man's eyes lit up and he stared at Lu Ming with a greedy look. Speak. Lu Ming exerted force on his feet. The old man struggled madly. However, his cultivation was sealed and it was useless to struggle. Lu Ming, you'd better hand over the primordial chaos token and let me go. Otherwise, not only will you die, the entire Divine Wilderness continent will be buried with you. The skinny old man roared. Mixed essence token? You're here for the mixed essence token? Tell me, what happened? Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming had not expected that these people would come for the primordial chaos token. He was even more curious. Quickly let me go. The skinny old man shouted. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the skinny old man's legs twice. The skinny old man's legs exploded and turned into dust. The skinny old man gasped, and his eyes almost popped out. He then let out a heart-wrenching scream. To an emperor, having his legs burst was nothing. With the exuberant vitality of a spirit body, he could recover very quickly. However, that heart-piercing pain was real. Tell me the truth. Tell me the ins and outs of the matter. Otherwise, the next kick will be your dantian. Lu Ming said coldly. The skinny old man's heart tightened. If Lu Ming stepped on his dantian, his spiritual god would be in danger. In the end, the skinny old man helplessly told him everything he knew. It turned out that a few months ago, a piece of shocking news had spread from the Divine Ruins continent. It was said that the South God Palace had captured a heaven's favorite who had a primordial chaos token. With a token, one could freely enter and exit the divine ruins and obtain the treasures inside. The news caused a huge commotion. Later on, there was more news that the paragon with the primordial chaos token came from the divine wilderness continent. And there was another person in the divine wilderness continent who also had a primordial chaos token. His name was Lu Ming. The entire news spread like a whirlwind across the divine ruins continent, even to other continents. The divine ruins were too mysterious. Inside, it contained boundless treasures. There were a few divine ruins in the divine ruins continent, but it was very dangerous inside, especially the core. Even emperors would die if they went in. But now, by using the mixed element token, one could actually enter the divine ruins freely and obtain the treasures inside. This caused the continent group of the divine ruins to go into a frenzy. Since one piece was in the hands of the South God Palace, the others could only go and snatch the other piece, the one in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming finally understood why the sovereigns of the various continents would travel such a long distance to the divine wilderness continent. Their goal was the mixed energy token he had. Chapter 1369 Come to get the primordial chaos token. Lu Ming speculated that the genius controlled by the South God Palace was Long Chen. First, Long Chen was already in the Wang family's hands, and he happened to have the primordial chaos token. Second, a mixed essence token was not that easy to obtain. Lu Ming estimated that in the entire continent group of the divine ruins, only he and Long Chen had the primordial chaos token. Previously, he had learned from 2E of the Primal Chaos Hall that the primordial chaos token was based on one's potential. In the Battle of Providence, some people's cultivation might far exceed Lu Ming's cultivation in the Battle of Providence. However, they might not be able to obtain the mixed energy token. Only those who were determined to have great potential could possibly obtain a mixed energy token. Based on these 2 points, Lu Ming speculated that the prodigy was 100% Long Chen. The Wang family, through some means such as soul-searching, had found out from Long Chen that Lu Ming also had a mixed essence token. However, there was one thing that Lu Ming could not figure out. For example, if the Wang family or the other experts of the South God Palace had secretly found out from Long Chen that Lu Ming also had a primordial chaos token, shouldn't they have secretly sent experts to capture Lu Ming? How did he spread the news and let all the continents in the continent group of the divine ruins know about it? This did not make sense. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came down from the sky. The Imperial Dragon City was enveloped by a powerful pressure. Boom! Boom! Soon after this stress rose up, more stress broke out and suffused the sky above Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, everyone in Dragon Emperor City felt being crushed by Mount Tai and facing a great catastrophe. Lu Ming, get out here. Lu Ming, come out. Several roars were as loud as thunderclaps. The sky above the Imperial Dragon City was rumbling, which shook many people's eardrums and almost made them vomit blood. Good. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and landed on the skinny elder's dantian. Boom! The violent power pierced through the skinny elder's dantian and shattered his spiritual soul. The old man's eyes popped out and he roared, "You didn't keep your word." Lu Ming sneered, "I didn't say that I won't kill you. Also, you came to the divine wilderness continent to take my primordial chaos token. Do you think I won't kill you? You're really naive." With a burst of power, the skinny old man was torn into pieces. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of air being torn rang out and 5 figures appeared beside Lu Ming. Besides Xiel Wan, there were 4 other emperors. Other than Lu Ming, the Imperial Dragon City was usually guarded by 4 other sovereigns. As soon as Lu Ming appeared in the sky, he saw a few figures standing around the Imperial Dragon City. "I am Lu Ming." Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, the figures around the Imperial Dragon City appeared around Lu Ming and the others, surrounding them in the middle. "Lu Ming, I'm the Divine Sky Emperor of the Zhuaning continent. hand over your mixed essence token. A burly man with golden hair glared at Lu Ming with an overbearing aura. The mixed energy token is mine. I am the Snow Moon Emperor of the fluttering snow continent. A beautiful woman in white was staring at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Both of them were at the peak of the second-level martial royal realm and were extremely powerful. Those who dared to cross the vast distance to the divine wilderness continent to participate in this contest were all top experts from their respective continents. Even the weakest of them was at the second level of the martial royal realm. Even the first-level martial royal realm experts did not dare to come. He knew that even if he obtained the token, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Fluttering snow continent, Juning continent, get lost. A burly man in battle armor shouted coldly. His aura was extremely shocking. He was actually a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. A draw with the continent. The Snow Moon Emperor and the Holy Sky Emperor both had grave expressions. This third-level martial royal realm expert was from Pingdong continent. Even with the continents, they were all in the top 10 of the Divine Ruins continent group and were very powerful. Other than these three, there were another 3 people who were at the Level 2 martial royal realm. One of them was the green-robed elder. He surrounded Lu Ming and the others, eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. Lu Ming, hand over your primordial chaos token and I'll spare your life. The emperor, who had fought evenly with the continent, looked at Lu Ming coldly. Hee, you're here to take the mixed essence token, but it seems you don't know anything about it. The mixed essence token was obtained in the Battle of Providence and has long been integrated with me. Even if you take it, you can't use it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You can't use it? That's simple. As long as I cripple you and bring you along, I can similarly enter the Divine Ruins and obtain the treasures inside. The Emperor of the continent laughed sinisterly. Oh really? You're so confident, but have you ever thought that you'll lose your lives here? Lu Ming remained calm, but behind his calmness, a cold, killing intent was slowly gathering. Throw your life here? In the Divine Wilderness continent, what experts can they have that can do anything to me? The experts who fought to a draw with the continent laughed loudly, looking down on everyone. Oh, since that's the case, then die. Lu Ming shouted loudly and suddenly launched an attack. With the chaotic will lingering around him, he wielded the dragon vein sword and slashed at the emperor who had fought evenly with the continent. The terrifying power caused the emperor, who was fighting evenly with the continent, to change his expression. Block it. After fighting evenly with the emperor of the continent, a halberd appeared in his hand. He let out a breath and slashed down with all his might. As a Level 3 martial royal realm expert, he could kill an ordinary Level 2 martial royal realm expert with a full force attack. However, when Lu Ming's dragon vein sword hit his halberd, it shook violently and exploded with a bang. The emperor's body trembled violently after fighting evenly with him. Blood spurted from his mouth as he retreated. How is that possible? The emperor of the continent roared in disbelief. He was a third-grade martial emperor, while Lu Ming was merely a supreme. Although it was indeed unbelievable that he could reach the supreme being realm at such a young age, a supreme being was still just a supreme being after all. How could his combat strength be so powerful that he could injure him so severely with one move? Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward. His combat sword cut through the void and slashed at the emperor who was evenly matched with the continent. The emperor of the continent wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that dozens of formations had appeared around him. They were all formations to trap the enemy and had him trapped. The dragon vein sword slashed and cut the emperor of the continent in half. This. On the side, the Holy Sky Emperor, the Fluttering Snow Emperor, and the others were dumbfounded. They were completely stunned, and their eyes were wide open. All of this happened too quickly. Lu Ming had just made his move, and within 2 moves, a third-level martial emperor expert, an expert that they were so afraid of, was killed. He thought he was dreaming. Kill! Lu Ming's sword swept across and a second-level martial royal realm expert was killed. Run, run. The others were terrified and frantically fled in all directions. Kill! Xielwan made his move. With a roar, he unsheathed his demonic blade and cut a Level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert into two. As for Lu Ming, he took a step forward and appeared behind the fluttering Snow Divine Warrior, slashing down with his combat sword. The drifting Snow Sovereign desperately tried to block, but it was of no use. The battle sword slashed down, breaking everything. The drifting Snow Emperor was dead. Chapter 1370. Almost everyone is here. The 5 sovereigns, including a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert, were all killed in an instant, leaving only the Holy Sky Sovereign. The Holy Sky Emperor felt a chill from head to toe. Originally, in his opinion, even if there were strong people in the Divine Wilderness, the second level of the Martial Royal Realm was the highest. With his cultivation at the peak of the second level of the Martial Royal Realm, it was enough to dominate the Divine Wilderness. But now, he realized that the Divine Wilderness continent was a dragon's pool and a tiger's denver. It was a hell. Spare me. The Holy Sky Emperor begged for mercy. I've said it before. Since you've come to take my primordial chaos token, you should be prepared to be killed. Do you really think that the Divine Wilderness continent is your back garden? Do you think that I, Lu Ming, can be toyed with by you as you please? Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He appeared behind the Holy Sky Emperor and slashed his dragon vein sword mercilessly. The Holy Sky Emperor remorsefully tried to resist, but the result was difficult to change. The Holy Sky Emperor was defeated and killed in the air. The 5 sovereigns who had come to attack had all died. Lu Ming, send out the order to gather all the sovereigns to guard the Imperial Dragon City. I'm afraid that there will be more powerful people coming. Xielwan suggested. No. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, if we defend passively, there will be no end to it. Now, we need to take the initiative and beat them until they are afraid. Spread the news to every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent. Do not put up any resistance against the experts from the other continents. Tell them directly that I, Lu Ming, am at Emperor Fall Mountain. You're going to be in Emperor Fall Mountain? Xielwan asked, raising an eyebrow. That's right, Emperor Fall Mountain, kill the emperors. Lu Ming said. Do you need our help? Xielwan said. He could not help but secretly admire Lu Ming's decisiveness. No need. Thank you, Senior, you're in charge of Dragon Emperor City. Lu Ming said. Then, he took a step forward and headed for the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Emperor Falling Mountain was only 600,000 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. It was a huge peak that reached into the sky. It was said that in the distant past, an emperor had fallen here, so it was called Emperor Fall Mountain. After a while, Lu Ming appeared at the peak of the Fallen Emperor Mountain. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. The Dragon Imperial City had also spread the news to every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent, saying that Lu Ming was at the Emperor Fall Mountain. As time passed, more and more powerful cultivators from other continents arrived in the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming is at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Let's go to Emperor Fall Mountain. I want to be one step ahead and get the primordial chaos token. One figure after another headed towards Emperor Fall Mountain. At the edge of northern plains, the sky rumbled. A huge ship crossing the sea appeared on the coastline. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 figures appeared in the ship, each of them exuding vast and powerful auras. 2 of the 3 figures were at the peak of the second-level Martial Royal Realm. The one in the middle was even more terrifying, having reached the peak of the third-level Martial Royal Realm. This person had long green hair and looked to be in his 40s. In the distance, a beam of light flashed and a middle-aged man appeared in front of the 3 of them. He bowed to the green-haired middle-aged man in the middle and said, "Second Master, I found out that Lu Ming is in seclusion at the Fallen Emperor Mountain." "Oh, I got it." The blue-haired middle-aged man nodded and sneered. This Lu Ming is really audacious. He even dares to kill the young master of the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion. This time, my big brother sent me here to kill Lu Ming first to avenge my two nephews and to take the mixed energy token. This subordinate will definitely do his best. The others on the side quickly said, "All right, let's go." The green-haired middle-aged man was the first to step forward. In the fallen Emperor Mountain, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, casually scanning his surroundings. 7 or 8 experts had already appeared around the fallen Emperor Mountain. They were all powerhouses from different continents, and each of them was a Level 2 Martial Royal Realm powerhouse. This power was extremely shocking. However, these people did not make a move. It was not because they were worried about Lu Ming, but because they were worried about each other and were in a stalemate. The mixed essence token is mine. I was the first to arrive. What a joke. You came first, so it's yours? That's bullshit. Could it be that you all want to fight me to a draw against the continent? One voice after another rang out as the auras of the powerful sovereigns burst forth. They stood in the air and faced each other, not giving in. 2 more experts had arrived after the draw with the continent. One of them was at the 3rd level Martial Royal Realm, while the other was at the peak of the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm. As expected of one of the top 10 continents in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, it was very powerful. All the experts were in a confrontation. They were all wary of each other, and no one made a move. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. He did not try to break the balance. Now was not the time to make a move. It would not be too late to make a move when there were more people. As time passed, more and more emperors came. Behind them, there were 16 more. Even the White Feather continent, which was ranked 4th in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, had sent a few. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, 4 figures flew over from the distance. The one in the lead was the green-haired middle-aged man. I'm working in the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion of the South God Palace of the Divine Ruins continent. All unrelated people, please leave. A person beside the green-haired middle-aged man shouted. The other people's expressions changed. What? Even the people from the South God Palace are here. Doesn't the South God Palace have a primordial chaos token? Why are they still involvered? The others spoke up one after another, their expressions grave. The Divine Ruins continent was too powerful, far stronger than the other continents. However, it was impossible for them to give up just like that. Sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion, don't try to oppress us with your power. We have so many people here, so we're not afraid of you. That's right. If it was the sea-suppressing commander-in-chief, we might be a bit afraid. But you want us to retreat? Impossible. The others chimed in. The people who had appeared here were all peak experts from the various continents. Although the green-haired middle-aged man had a strong cultivation, he was only at the peak of the Level 3 Martial Royal Realm. He could not scare these experts. Humph, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you want to go against the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion and the South God Palace? The azure-haired middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly rebuked. But the others sneered, and none of them retreated. Most of the experts from the southern continent of the Divine Ruins had gathered here. With so many experts gathered, why would they be afraid of the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion? At most, he could hide after getting the mixed essence token. What could the experts of the South God Palace do? The green-haired middle-aged man's face darkened. Everyone present was an expert. There were no less than 5 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm experts. Although none of them were at the peak of the 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm, he was still afraid of the joint attack of so many experts. We're finally almost there. At this moment, on the fallen Emperor Mountain, Lu Ming spoke indifferently. Many of the sovereigns looked at Lu Ming in unison. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the people of the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion? Hand over the mixed element token now and come with me to the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion to accept your punishment. The green-haired middle-aged man shouted. Hi Tion, hi you, those 2 pieces of trash. It's fine if you kill them. If you want revenge, then do it. Lu Ming said calmly. Chapter 1371 Thunderbolt Kill. You're looking for death. The green-haired middle-aged man shouted coldly, his face gloomy. Everyone, as you can see, Lu Ming has a grudge against the Sea Conqueror's mansion. My brother's 2 sons died in his hands. Lu Ming is the Sea Conqueror's mansion's enemy. The green-haired middle-aged man's gaze swept across the entire place. He was more concerned about the powerhouses from the other continents. As for Lu Ming, he did not take him to heart at all. I have no objections if you want Lu Ming. Just leave the primordial chaos token behind. That's right. Take him away, but leave the primordial chaos token. The other emperors spoke. Umph. The azure-haired man snorted. He had to kill Lu Ming, but his main goal was still the primordial chaos token. Are you done with your nonsense? Lu Ming stood up, a cold, knife-like killing intent slowly rising from his body. Do you know why this place is called the Fallen Emperor Mountain? Everyone cast their gaze on Lu Ming again. That's because an emperor has fallen here. That's why I chose this place to be your burial ground. Lu Ming's cold voice spread in all directions. What? You're so arrogant. You still want to kill us? What a joke. Don't make a move, let me kill him first. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the other sovereigns were furious. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly roared and launched an attack. He soared into the sky and charged at several second-level martial emperors. Roar, roar, roar. A dragon's roar was heard as 9 streams of dragon energy burst forth. At the same time, the third bloodline emerged. A surge of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, and then the chaos domain spread all over his body. Buzz! The dragon vein sword slashed out. At this moment, Lu Ming had almost used all his strength. No one had expected that Lu Ming would dare to attack when he was surrounded by more than 20 sovereigns. Moreover, these 20 sovereigns were all above the second level of the martial royal realm. What a terrifying force this was. Therefore, when Lu Ming made his move, they were stunned. The dragon vein sword swept across and the 3 second-level martial royal realm experts were cut in half at the waist. The sword chi burst forth and crushed their spiritual gods into pieces. 3 people were killed in an instant. As Lu Ming drew his sword, the space between his eyebrows glowed. He stepped forward and waved his hand. 5 phoenix-feathered flying swords shot out rapidly, and the cries of phoenixes shook the sky. 5 shrill screams were heard as the phoenix-feathered flying sword pierced through the dantian of 5 lever 2 martial royal realm experts, crushing their spiritual gods. Lu Ming launched an attack. The main body and the second body attacked at the same time, killing 8 experts in an instant. At this time, the others finally reacted. Damn it, you dare to launch a surprise attack. How can he be so strong? Attack and crush him. Angry roars were heard and some people felt chills all over their bodies. If Lu Ming had attacked them just now, what would have happened? Instantly, attacks were launched at the main body and the second body. Buzz! Lu Ming took the lead and moved slightly. Like a fleeting shadow, he disappeared from his original spot. Then, a second-level martial emperor was split in half by Lu Ming. The wind-frozen bead, combined with the wind elemental technique, is indeed extremely fast. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming controlled the air-frozen bead and a green energy appeared around his body. Then he cast the wind element spell. Lu Ming's speed was so fast that even an emperor would find it difficult to catch up with him. Then he took a step forward and the void was filled with formations. He used the formations to dodge the attacks. At the same time, he controlled the 5 phoenix-feathered flying swords and killed another lever 2 martial royal realm expert. With a wave of his hand, the million formation illustration appeared. Countless great formations emerged and attacked the emperors. The 10,000 formation illustration was most suitable for group battles. The countless formations, be it offensive, defensive, or trapping, threw the sovereigns into confusion. With his current strength, even a level 3 martial royal realm expert would be afraid of him if he used the all-formation picture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming's main body cast the wind elemental technique and his figure flashed rapidly. Blood splattered everywhere as experts were killed one after another. Second Master, save me. A level 2 martial royal realm expert from the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion shouted. However, the green-haired middle-aged man was being attacked by the second body. Countless great formations poured down on him. Of the 5 phoenix feather-flying swords, 3 of them were constantly stabbing toward him. He could only barely protect himself, so how could he have the energy to save others? The experts of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence were easily killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current combat strength and the cooperation between his main body and his secondary body, killing a second-level martial emperor was as easy as cutting vegetables. Furthermore, most of these people didn't have an emperor's spiritual weapon. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 martial emperors left out of the 20. 5 level 3 martial royal realm experts. The other second-level martial royal realm experts were all killed. Retreat, retreat. This person is a demon. He's a Shura, a demon. A few level 3 martial royal realm experts shouted. They were simply scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was unbelievably powerful. There were more than 20 of them. If they were to join forces, even a level 4 martial royal realm expert would have to retreat. However, they were almost completely massacred by Lu Ming. This did not mean that Lu Ming's strength was stronger than a 4th-level martial emperor. It was because the coordination between Lu Ming's main body and his secondary body was too seamless, especially for group battles. It was simply not suitable. The second body could activate the 10,000 formation picture, trapping, disturbing, and attacking enemies, all of which were large-scale attacks. No matter how many enemies there were, they could still be trapped. Moreover, the second body itself had a strong attack power. Coupled with the main body's cooperation in the attack, the opponent's advantage in numbers was not even fully displayed before they were beaten up by Lu Ming with a thunderous momentum. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming performed the blood fusion and turned into the prison-suppressing steel, suppressing a 3rd-level martial royal realm expert. Bang! The level 3 martial royal realm expert spat out a mouthful of blood and half of his body exploded. After that, the dragon vein sword slashed out and that person was killed. Then, the prison-suppressing steel pressed down again. The others wanted to escape, but what they were faced with was an endless grand formation. If they wanted to break the grand formation, they would have to spend some time, but this little time would be fatal. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel was like a death-pressing steel. It was covered with the early stage of the chaotic domain. An ordinary 3rd-level martial royal realm expert could not withstand it at all. If they were hit, they would either die or be injured. Damn it, I wanted to escape. Seeing that the other experts were killed by Lu Ming one after another, the green-haired middle-aged man panicked and attacked frantically. However, the second body was staring at him closely, so how could he escape? Whoosh! A formation appeared on the second body, and a beam of sword chi shot out from the tip of his finger. It almost pierced through the middle of the green-haired middle-aged man's brows, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Miserable screams rang out continuously before everything quieted down. The other 3rd-level martial royal realm experts were all killed by Lu Ming. The green-haired middle-aged man was the only one left at the scene. Lu Ming's plan. The green-haired middle-aged man's heart turned cold from head to toe. Never in his dreams would he have thought that such a situation would occur when he was only here to kill a young junior. Now it's your turn. Go down and accompany your 2 nephews. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard as the prison-suppressing steel flew towards the green-haired middle-aged man. Lu Ming, I am the second brother of the sea-suppressing marshal. If you dare to kill me, the entire divine wilderness continent will be buried with you. The azure-haired man roared threateningly. I've already killed Hai Tian and Hai Yu. You're not one of them. Lu Ming sneered. Let me tell you, I'm not only a member of the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion, I'm also an elder of the South God Palace. If you kill me, you'll be going against the South God Palace. The green-haired middle-aged man continued to shout. Seeing that the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion was not going well, he moved out of the South God Palace. South God Palace? I will make a trip there sooner or later. Lu Ming's voice was still as cold as a knife. You. The green-haired middle-aged man was already panicking. Lu Ming was not threatened at all. He was extremely bold. He had never met such a person. He was at a loss. Whoosh! In his panic, a phoenix feather flying sword flew past his neck, leaving a bloody mark and almost chopping his head off. The green-haired middle-aged man shivered. Lu Ming, I beg you to spare me. As long as you let me go, I'll definitely plead for you in front of Big Brother when I return. I'll beg him to let you off. The green-haired middle-aged man started to beg for mercy when he saw that threats didn't work. Laughable. Lu Ming sneered. Let me go, I beg you. As long as you let me go, I'll just be your slave. The green-haired middle-aged man became more and more afraid. In the end, he didn't care about his face anymore and begged bitterly. He didn't look like a high and mighty emperor at all. Emperors were also humans. They were just people who had great power. They also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they were also afraid of death. Emperors, in particular, were more afraid of death than ordinary people. They had great power and could destroy the world. They had long lifespans and could live freely in the world. What kind of enjoyment was that? Therefore, they were even more afraid of death. Clearly, the green-haired middle-aged man was such a person. When he was stronger than others, he was high and mighty, looking down on others as if they were ants. But once he faced the threat of death, he often acted worse than ordinary people. Kill. Lu Ming was unmoved. He said coldly and pressed the prison-suppressing steel down. At the same time, he attacked with his second body. The result was already without any suspense. Although the green-haired middle-aged man's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd-level martial royal realm, how could he be a match for Lu Ming's main body and second body when they joined forces? Not long after, the green-haired middle-aged man was killed by Lu Ming, unwilling to accept the outcome. At this point, more than 20 powerhouses at the 2nd-level martial royal realm and above were all killed by Lu Ming. These 20-odd experts, in addition to the 5 that Lu Ming had killed in the Imperial Dragon City, could be said to be the peak experts of all the continents in the southern part of the continent cluster of the Divine Ruins. In this battle, the peak experts of these continents had suffered heavy losses, and there would be a period of void. The situation of these continents would also change greatly, and there would probably be a shocking war between many forces. Of course, Lu Ming could not be bothered with all these. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 storage rings were put away by Lu Ming. Also, the bodies of more than 20 emperors had all been put into the mountain and river diagram. These were all emperors, and both their blood and essence were priceless treasures. Xiao Wan and the others would be able to put them to great use. After putting it away, Lu Ming headed towards the Imperial Dragon City. Outside the Imperial Dragon City, more than 10 figures were waiting anxiously. Xian Yanqing, Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyang, and the others. They were all the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance. Although they knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was powerful and he had created miracles time and time again, they could not help but worry when they were facing powerhouses from many other continents. Lu Ming. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up and he looked forward. A rainbow light flashed and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xian Yanqing quickly stepped forward, full of worry. During this period of time, Xian Yanqing had been in seclusion to break through to the Supreme Being realm. However, when he heard the news, he immediately came out of seclusion. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Alliance Master, how are the experts from the other continents? Xiao Wan asked. The others also looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, the dead bodies of the sovereigns, complete or incomplete, appeared in the air, emitting shocking fluctuations. Even after death, an emperor's body would still emit extremely shocking fluctuations. What is this? Xie Luan, Xia Zhiyang, and the other emperors were all petrified. These emperors had died not long ago, and they could clearly sense their cultivation base from their corpses. All of them were at the second-level martial royal realm and above. There were as many as 5 of them at the third-level martial royal realm. So many experts had died. It was obvious that he was killed by Lu Ming. Their hearts were twitching and they were gasping. At the same time, they could not see through Lu Ming anymore. You can keep these corpses. You can plan how to use them. Lu Ming instructed. Xie Luan and the others put away the emperor corpses in a storage ring. Also, I'll keep the storage rings of the emperors that are useful to me. As for the useless ones, I'll give them to you and store them in the treasury. I'll reward you according to your contributions in the future. Lu Ming said. Xie Luan and the others nodded. Then, they all bade farewell and left. Only Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were left in the sky. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Xian Yanqing suddenly asked. Little Qing, I still can't hide it from you. Lu Ming smiled. He held Xian Yanqing's hand and gazed into the depths of the Imperial Dragon City. After this battle, although the continents in the south of the Divine Ruins have suffered heavy losses, this matter will not end just because of this. Behind me are the experts from the 4 great divine palaces of the Divine Ruins continent, as well as the experts from the continents in the west, north, and east of the Divine Ruins continent. These experts will also rush over later. If I continue to stay in the Divine Wilderness continent, it will be a disaster for the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming said solemnly. The strongest person who appeared now was only at the peak of the 3rd-level Martial Emperor realm. If a 4th-level Martial Emperor appeared later, how would Lu Ming deal with it? The 4th-level Martial Emperor realm was much stronger than the 3rd level. Although it was not difficult for Lu Ming to kill an ordinary peak level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert with the help of his main body and secondary body, he was not a match for a level 4 Martial Royal Realm expert. If a 4th-level Martial Royal Realm expert came to the Divine Wilderness continent, the Dragon Alliance, the Imperial Dragon City, and even the entire Divine Wilderness continent would be in trouble. This was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Lu Ming, you're leaving the Divine Wilderness continent? Head to the continent of the Divine Ruins? Xian Yanqing asked. She seemed to have guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Chapter 1373 Returning to the Divine Ruins continent. That's right, as long as I head to the Divine Ruins continent and appear there, everyone will gather there. Lu Ming said. After all, those people's target was Lu Ming and the Primordial Chaos Token, not the Divine Wilderness continent. As long as Lu Ming appeared in the Divine Ruins continent, everyone who wanted the Primordial Chaos Token would naturally not come to the Divine Wilderness continent. This way, the Dragon Alliance and Lu Ming's family and friends would be safe. This was Lu Ming's plan. This plan could be said to be very bold and dangerous. Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Xian Yanqing held Lu Ming's hand tightly and stared into his eyes. All right. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming nodded. Xian Yanqing's smile was devastatingly beautiful. Without further ado, Lu Ming gathered the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance the next day and announced his idea. In the beginning, Xie Luan, Xia Zhiyang, and the rest were strongly against it. But since Lu Ming had already made up his mind, they could not do anything about it. After the meeting, Lu Ming and Xie Luan sat opposite each other in the backyard of the Dragon Alliance. Senior Xie, I don't know when Lu Ming will be back. I'll leave the Dragon Alliance to you for the time being. Lu Ming said. Why do you say that, Alliance Master? Xie Luan was taken aback. There's less than a year before the appointed date with the Yuanlu sect, Dragon God Valley. If we delay our trip to the continent of the Divine Ruins, I'm afraid it will take a year. When the messenger from Dragon God Valley arrives, he will probably have to leave for the Yuanlu. Lu Ming explained. Xie Luan fell silent. After a while, he said, "Alliance Master, don't worry. One day I, Xie Luan, will ensure the safety of the Dragon Alliance and your family." "Many thanks, Senior." Lu Ming smiled. "I will never forget what I promised you. When I have a firm foothold in the Yuanlu continent, I will definitely recommend you to join a big sect." "Many thanks." Xie Luan solemnly raised his glass to Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming went to have dinner with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The next day, Lu Ming brought Xian Yanqing and officially set off for the Divine Ruins. In the northern plains, in the boundless ocean, Lu Ming looked at the divine wilderness continent in the distance, a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't know how long it would take for him to return. Xian Yanqing stood quietly beside Lu Ming, not saying a word. "Little Qing, let's go." After a long while, Lu Ming smiled, held Xian Yanqing's hand, and turned to leave. This time, Lu Ming only brought Xian Yanqing and Tu Qian. Lu Ming left him at the Lu family to guard the Lu family. After flying for a while, Xian Yanqing entered the mountains and rivers to cultivate while Lu Ming began to travel at full speed. He had to get to the continent of the Divine Ruins as soon as possible, or else things would change. Lu Ming tore the space apart with all his might and his speed was shocking. Traveling at full speed would consume a lot of energy. Even with Lu Ming's current essential core strength, he would not be able to last long. However, Lu Ming had a secondary body. When the main body's essential core ran out, the main body would enter the mountain and river diagram to recover while the secondary body would continue on its journey. Lu Ming's current speed was slightly faster than an average Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert. He traveled day and night, and in just a few days, the continent of the Divine Ruins was in sight. Back then, it would have taken several months to travel on Lightning Rhino Supreme, but now that he was traveling at full speed, his speed was several dozen times faster than that of Lightning Rhino Supreme. Divine Ruins Continent, I'm back again. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he rushed towards the Divine Ruins Continent. When he arrived at the Divine Ruins Continent, Lu Ming found a place to devour the rough stone and restore his cultivation to its peak. "See suppressing Marshal's mansion, you will be the first one to be attacked." Lu Ming muttered, then tore open the space and left. It was very simple to let the continent group of the Divine Ruins know that Lu Ming had come to the continent of the Divine Ruins in a short time. He just had to make a big commotion. Lu Ming's first target was the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion. The sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion was located in a huge ancient city. It was located in the center of the ancient city and was a continuous stretch of palaces. Boom! Lu Ming appeared in the sky above the ancient city. He did not hide his aura at all. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire ancient city. What's going on? A provocation. This is a provocation. So powerful. Is this a paragon? How could an autarch have such a powerful aura? Instantly, the entire ancient city was in a clamor. Who's there? How dare you provoke the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion? You're courting death. Audacious. In the center of the ancient city, a terrifying aura rushed out of the endless palace. All of them had the aura of an emperor. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual senses and discovered no less than 20 emperors' auras. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The Divine Ruins continent was indeed powerful. This was just the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence under the South God Palace, yet there were already more than 20 emperors. It was truly shocking, and it was far from what the Divine Wilderness continent could compare to. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following that, many figures rushed to the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. There were a total of 9 figures, 9 sovereigns. Among them, 2 were at the second-level Martial Emperor realm and 7 were at the first-level Martial Emperor realm. Naturally, the sea-suppressing Marshal's mansion wouldn't send out all their powerhouses just because one person came to provoke them. Where's Hai Pingtian? Tell him to come out and face his death. Lu Ming shouted. Hai Pingtian was the name of the sea-suppressing Marshal. How dare you? You're looking for death. He dares to provoke the marshal, kill him. The sovereigns who surrounded Lu Ming roared. A few of them made their move and charged at Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming threw 3 punches in a row, followed by 3 shrieks. The 3 first-level martial royal realm experts were blown up in the air by Lu Ming. Phew. The other sovereigns were shocked and glared at Lu Ming. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold. He dared to make a move in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion. He was so ruthless that he killed 3 sovereigns at once. These were emperors. Even in the South God Palace, they were high and mighty figures who ruled over a region. Now 3 of them had died. Kill! Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique and moved toward the remaining 5 sovereigns. Lu Ming's fist force was destructive. Whether it was a second-level martial emperor or a first-level martial emperor, he could destroy them with 1 punch. After 5 punches, the remaining 5 emperors were all killed. In the ancient city, the martial artists who witnessed this all took in a deep breath and were extremely shocked. Where did this fiend come from? He was so young, but his battle prowess was unbelievably strong. He could kill emperors as if he was slaughtering dogs. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the entire ancient city began to shake, and several earth-shaking auras erupted from the center of the palace. Then, a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. Their cold, killing intent almost froze the world. The Great Commander has appeared. Someone exclaimed. The person in the lead had a head full of green hair. He looked similar to the green-haired middle-aged man who had charged into the divine wilderness continent. This was Hai Pengtian, the sea-suppressing marshal Hai Pengtian. Hai Pengtian's aura was earth-shattering, as if he was the ruler of the entire world. 4th-level martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He could feel a strong pressure from Hai Pengtian. Chapter 1374 Slaughtering the Marshal's Residence. Hai Pengtian's powerful aura that belonged to the 4th-level martial emperor realm bloomed, causing Lu Ming to feel immense pressure. Behind Hai Pengtian were 2 old men at level 3 martial royal realm. Buzz. Bush. At this moment, a group of figures rushed out from below and stood behind Hai Pengtian. There were more than 10 of them, and they were all emperors. Those below the emperor realm didn't even dare to come up. Just that aura alone was enough to suffocate even supreme martial artists. Who the hell are you? Who sent you to attack the sea-suppressing marshal? Hai Pengtian's gaze was cold as he stared at Lu Ming. He did not make a move immediately. On the Divine Ruins continent, not many forces dared to come here so brazenly. The sea-suppressing marshal's mansion belonged to the South God Palace. In the Divine Ruins continent, only the other 3 great divine palaces would dare to do so. Thus, Hai Pengtian was slightly apprehensive and decided to ask clearly first. Me? Didn't you send your second brother to catch me? I'm Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke. His clear voice spread throughout the entire ancient city and rang in everyone's ears. What? He's Lu Ming? The number 1 person among the younger generation? The Lu Ming who holds the primordial chaos token? He actually came to the Divine Ruins continent. The ancient city was in an uproar. You are Lu Ming. Hai Pengtian's eyes focused, and a cold, killing intent flickered in them. That's right. He's Lu Ming. I've seen him before when the major sects of the Yuanlu continent were selecting their disciples. A voice came from the ancient city. Obviously, someone had recognized Lu Ming. After receiving confirmation, Hai Pengtian's eyes shone brightly. That second brother of mine actually failed. Lu Ming, I really admire your guts. Coming to the Divine Ruins, you actually dare to come to my sea-suppressing marshal's manor to kill people. Today, don't you leave. The aura on Hai Pengtian's body became more and more vigorous. He was about to make his move. Marshal, you don't need to do anything to deal with a little kid. I'll take him down and avenge the 2 young masters. A level 3 martial emperor realm elder stepped out from behind Hai Pengtian and bowed. All right, cripple his cultivation first, But don't kill him. Hai Ping Tian instructed. Yes, don't worry, Marshal. Yes, the Lever 3 Martial Royal Realm Elder replied. He then walked toward Lu Ming and locked his aura onto him. This Lu Ming, second master, went to the Divine Wilderness continent to look for him, but he actually hid in the Divine Ruins continent. But he's also stupid to come to the Marshal's manor to vent his anger. He probably suffered a lot from second master. That's good, it should be my credit. The Lever 3 Martial Emperor Realm old man thought to himself as he revealed a ferocious look. Buzz! A metal rod appeared in his hand and he swung it at Lu Ming. Perfect, kill them one by one. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a cold light. If Hai Ping Tian had attacked him, it would have been troublesome. Now that this elder had volunteered, it had given Lu Ming a chance. Boom! Lu Ming stepped forward and threw a punch. The fist and the metal rod collided heavily. Lu Ming's entire body's strength suddenly exploded. The third-level Martial Emperor Realm Elder's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had not expected Lu Ming's strength to be so terrifying. Then his body staggered backward. Kill! Lu Ming cast the Wind Element technique and appeared in front of the Elder in an instant. He threw a punch. The old man gathered all his energy into the long staff and swung it at Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. He took a step forward and waved his hand. The martial arts phoenix feather flying sword whizzed out and attacked the old man. This time, it was too sudden and he was caught off guard. The elder's attention was on Lu Ming. He did not expect another Lu Ming to appear between Lu Ming's brows. It was too late for him to dodge. The 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the old man's 5 vital points and killed him. Kill! After killing the elder, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He controlled the air-frozen bead and a green energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Then, he cast the wind element art and his speed reached its maximum. Lu Ming charged at the other sovereigns. The dragon vein sword appeared and he slashed at them. 2 first-level martial emperors were killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. All of this had happened too quickly. Only now did the ROC king react. The main thing was that everything was too unexpected. Lu Ming's aura was clearly that of a supreme. A third-level martial royal realm expert was killed by a supreme in an instant. By the time he reacted, Lu Ming had already killed 2 more people. You're looking for death. Hai Ping Tian was furious. He roared and sent a palm towards Lu Ming. Hai Ping Tian furiously struck out with this palm, its might incomparably shocking. Voila! With a wave of his hand, the myriad array diagram appeared. In an instant, dozens of defensive arrays appeared to block Hai Ping Tian. But, bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out as these formations crumbled under the force of Hai Ping Tian's palm. The strength of a Lever 4 Martial Emperor was too strong. The All Formations diagram was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. The formations inside would become more powerful as the cultivation of the second body increased. With his current realm, activating these formations would be extremely useful against Lever 3 Martial Emperors. However, under Hai Ping Tian's palm, they all exploded. The second body's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to make any mistakes, but he wanted to avoid them. The mental energy fire between his brows lit up, and more formations appeared in the million formation illustration. They were all defensive and trapping type. His goal was to block Hai Ping Tian for a period of time. At the same time, Lu Ming took the lead and cast the wind element technique to attack the other sovereigns. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming was unrivaled as the dragon vein sword slashed across. Regardless of whether they were at the first or second level of the martial royal realm, they were all killed in one move. In the blink of an eye, a few more people died under Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. These people did not even have time to escape. Damn it! Hai Ping Tian roared in anger. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, like the wings of a great ROC. Of course, these weren't real wings. They were spiritual weapons, emperor-level spiritual weapons. Buzz. Buzz. A pair of golden wings, like two heavenly swords, swept across. The Great Formation activated by the Million Formation illustration was continuously being destroyed. Hai Pengtian rapidly attacked the second body. He took a few steps forward, and runes and arrays appeared in the air to coordinate with the all-array diagram. In the end, the second body even used the inscription scrolls. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of inscription scrolls flew out. All kinds of energy poured out towards Hai Pengtian. For a moment, Hai Pengtian was unable to break through the defense of his second body. The main body continued to kill. The dragon vein sword slashed out, and another 2 people were killed. In the blink of an eye, there was only one emperor left in the void. A third-level martial emperor. This Level 3 martial emperor realm old man had long been scared out of his wits. He did not dare to resist at all and hid behind Hai Pengtian, thus escaping this calamity. Lu Ming had almost killed all the martial emperors in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion. The scheme of the South God Palace. In the ancient city, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. The sea-suppressing marshal's mansion was a powerful force that had a reputation of being able to spread for hundreds of millions of miles. They were overbearing and powerful. When had they ever been in such a miserable state? There were more than 20 sovereigns and all of them were killed. Even a colossus like the South God Palace would feel pain in their hearts. Hai Pengtian's eyes had turned red. These were all his subordinates, and they were all killed just like that. He knew that he was finished. His position as the sea-suppressing marshal had come to an end. "Brat, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces." Hai Pengtian roared in anger. The pair of wings on his back emitted a sharp light. The light shone brightly and swept across, shattering the formations that he had set up. Buzz! He charged toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. "Haha, Hai Pengtian, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's stop here today." Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and entered the main body's glabella. Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and sped into the distance. "Stay here." Hai Pengtian glared at Lu Ming and pushed his cultivation to the limit. He flapped his wings madly, destroying the formation in the sky. Then, with a flap of his wings, he turned into a rainbow and chased after Lu Ming. "Ha, Hai Pengtian, I forgot to tell you something. I've already killed your second brother." Lu Ming laughed heartily. The energy of the air-frozen bead gushed into his body. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In a few moments, he had left Hai Pengtian behind. "What?" Hai Pengtian felt a suffocating feeling in his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he gritted his teeth and controlled his wings with all his might to pursue Lu Ming. However, with the help of the air-frozen bead, Lu Ming's speed was slightly faster than Hai Pengtian's. The more they flew, the further the distance between the two of them grew. In less than an hour, Hai Pengtian could no longer see Lu Ming's shadow. "Lu Ming, I will definitely catch you." Hai Pengtian let out an angry roar and stopped unwillingly. A few days later, the news that Lu Ming had come to the continent of Divine Ruins and killed more than 20 emperors of the sea-suppressing marshal's mansions spread to the entire continent of Divine Ruins at the speed of a whirlwind and even to other continents. For a time, thousands of waves were stirred up. Now, countless experts were looking for Lu Ming, but he was so bold that he came to the continent of the Divine Ruins of his own accord. Moreover, he was very high profile. As soon as he arrived in the Divine Ruins continent, he killed his way to the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion, killed more than 20 emperors, and then retreated calmly. This shocked many people. Many people began to re-evaluate Lu Ming's combat strength. Some of the weaker martial emperors decided to back out, but those who were stronger and had reached the martial emperor realm did not give up. All of a sudden, terrifying experts gathered in the southern region of the South God Palace in an attempt to capture Lu Ming. Most of these experts were from the eastern, northern, and western divine palaces. As long as Lu Ming appeared in a certain place, a large number of experts would rush over. Among them, Hai Pengtian was the most active. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the past month, Lu Ming would occasionally show himself and then escape in the dark. His goal was obvious. He wanted to tell the outside world that he, Lu Ming, was in the Divine Ruins continent. That way, those experts would not go to the Divine Wilderness continent to find him. In the South God Palace, 10 people were sitting in a meeting hall. These 10 people were the patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the South God Palace. They were also the 10 people with the highest status in the South God Palace. The 10 of them gathered to discuss Lu Ming's matter. Everyone, what should the South God Palace do about Lu Ming's matter? One of them asked. Of course we'll send experts to capture Lu Ming. He still has a primordial chaos token on him. One of the middle-aged men, who was rather handsome, said. This person was wearing a milky white long robe and had a rather refined aura. This person was one of the 10 great clans, the Wang clan's clan head, Wang Zhen's father, Wang Sheng. That's right. I agree with Brother Wang's suggestion. We should send out experts to take Lu Ming down. As long as we don't kill him, we can even cripple his cultivation. At Wang Sheng's side, a person coldly said. This person was the newly promoted master of the Mu family. The previous head of the Mu family had joined forces with young Master Lin of the deity sect to chase after Lu Ming. They had chased him into the core of the Divine Ruins and were killed by the headless true dragon rider. Therefore, this person was newly promoted. I don't think it's appropriate. At this moment, another voice was heard. Wang Sheng's eyes turned cold. Looking at that person, he said, Ji Feng, what do you mean by this? Why is it inappropriate? I know that your daughter, Ji Hongchen, has some friendship with Lu Ming. Are you trying to help him? Ji Feng, the clan head of the Ji clan, was Ji Hongchen's father. Laughable. Ji Feng gave Wang Sheng a contemptuous look and said, Now that Long Chen is in the hands of our South Deity Palace, the other 3 great divine palaces are already envious. What will the other 3 great divine palaces do if we capture Lu Ming? Will they join forces to attack our South God Palace? At that time, what will our South God Palace have to resist? His words silenced the hall. That's right, I think Brother Ji has a point. The South Deity Palace will not interfere in Lu Ming's matter for the time being. Someone else said after a long while. Lu Ming killed more than 20 emperors from the sea, suppressing Marshall's mansion. Are we going to just let it go? The Mu family's master was unwilling. We don't need to do anything to Lu Ming. If he falls into the hands of the other 3 celestial palaces, he'll definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Someone said. That's right, we just need to do our best to protect Longchen. Moreover, to enter the Divine Ruins, a mixed essence token is enough. Indeed, Lu Ming, let them fight for it. The others chimed in. Wang Sheng and the Mu family's head were helpless and could only compromise. In the southern part of the Divine Ruins continent, in a wild mountain. This place was extremely well hidden and filled with demonic qi. Unless one was an expert who cultivated the demonic path, very few people would come here. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing appeared there. Little Qing, you should cultivate here for the time being. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Don't even think about leaving me alone. Xian Yanqing smacked his lips. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Xiaoqing, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'll come and visit you after a while. Seeing that Xian Yanqing was still staring at him with wide eyes, Lu Ming said, And I have a main body and a secondary body. My main body and my secondary body will act separately. Nothing will happen to me. You want to go to the South God Palace and ask about Long Chen's whereabouts? Xian Yanqing was extremely intelligent. He guessed Lu Ming's thoughts right away. Lu Ming nodded. That's right. I'm planning to let my second body sneak into the South God Palace. My main body will be outside to attract the attention of others. This was Lu Ming's plan. He would use his main body outside to attract the attention of those experts, while his second body would sneak into the South God Palace and wait for an opportunity to rescue Long Chen. This operation would be dangerous. Although he had the mountain and river diagram and could bring Xian Yanqing along, Lu Ming could not guarantee that he would not be in danger. If anything happened to him, Xian Yanqing, who was in the mountain and river diagram, would definitely not be spared. That was why he left Xian Yanqing here and acted alone. Chapter 1376, Sneaking into South God Palace. Lu Ming. Tears welled up in Xian Yanqing's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. She knew that with her current combat strength, she would not be able to help Lu Ming even if she followed him. Instead, she would only distract him. At this moment, she hated that her cultivation was low and she could not share Lu Ming's burden. She gritted her teeth secretly. She must work hard in cultivation and try her best to keep up with Lu Ming's pace. In the future, she would be able to help Lu Ming. Alright, I'll cultivate here. You must be careful. Finally, Xian Yanqing spoke. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming touched Xian Yanqing's soft black hair, then he gave Xian Yanqing a light peck on his red lips and floated away. Looking in the direction that Lu Ming left, Xian Yanqing swore to himself that he would never be a burden to Lu Ming again. First, I'll break through to the Supreme Being realm. Then I'll become an emperor. Determination flashed in Xian Yanqing's eyes. He turned and walked into the mountain that was filled with demonic qi. After Lu Ming left Xian Yanqing, he traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Half a day later, he had flown an endless distance. At this moment, a figure stepped out from between his eyebrows and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Then, the clone's body began to change. Runes appeared on his body, and his aura also began to change. After a while, the clone changed into a new set of clothes and became a completely different person. After disguising himself, the second body tore open the void and headed toward the South God Palace. As for the main body, it found a place to cultivate in peace. His plan was simple. Just like what Xian Yanqing had told him, he would sneak into the South God Palace to find out more about the situation, while his main body would cultivate outside. He would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others. Currently, his main body was mainly cultivating 3 types. The first was, of course, the early stage domain. When a domain was first formed, it was very small. It needed to be nurtured continuously before it could slowly mature. When the domain reached its limit, one could then start to break through to the emperor realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not stop nurturing the embryonic stage of the domain. He had made great progress, but he was still a distance away from his limit. The second thing to cultivate was the pure spirit body. Now, the pure spirit body had reached the peak of 70%, and it would soon reach 80%. The third was to cultivate 5 martial techniques of creation. The 5 martial techniques were all at the 5th level, but they were close to the 6th level. Once he broke through the 6th level, he could practice the Chaos Will martial technique, Chaos Sky Turning Seal. Lu Ming's current cultivation should be called the Chaos Realm Martial Arts Technique. The Chaos Sky Turning Seal was very special. If it was cultivated when one was in the state of conception, it would be a martial technique of conception. Now that Lu Ming had comprehended the embryonic form of the domain, if he cultivated it now and complemented it with the domain, it would become a domain martial technique with extremely shocking power. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to it. The main body cultivated quietly while the second body rushed toward the South God Palace. Soon he arrived at the South God Palace. After a few months, Lu Ming came to the South God Palace again. The last time he came, he was here to participate in the selection of disciples. In the end, he was still chased and had to escape from the South God Palace. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl as he walked toward the South God Palace. The South God Palace is recruiting inscriber. Not long after he entered the South God Palace, Lu Ming heard this piece of news. Recruit an inscriber. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After asking around, he finally knew why. The South God Palace seemed to be guarding something. They recruited inscribers, inscribed arrays, and guarded the arrays. As for what it was, there were different opinions and all sorts of guesses. Could it be that the South God Palace is guarding Longchen? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. The mixed essence token could allow one to enter and leave the divine ruins safely. Everyone wanted it, and the other 3 great divine palaces were also eyeing it. Since the South God Palace controlled Longchen, it was equivalent to controlling a mixed essence token. Naturally, they had to guard it tightly in case it was stolen by the other 3 great god palaces. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to recruit inscribers and strengthen the guard. Regardless, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he headed to the recruitment site. When he arrived at the recruitment site, Lu Ming discovered that many people were inscription masters. The reward given by the South God Palace this time was extremely generous, which attracted many alchemists to sign up, but many of them looked depressed. After some inquiries, Lu Ming knew why these people were depressed. It was because the inscription masters recruited by the South God Palace had to be at least level 8. A level 8 alchemist was equivalent to a spiritual god realm warrior. To become an inscriber, one had to be very talented. Therefore, in this world, the number of people who practiced the path of inscriber was relatively small. Naturally, there were far fewer inscribers above the 8th rank than spiritual god realm warriors. Those who were dejected were those who had not reached the 8th rank. Lu Ming went forward and came to a counter. We're looking for an inscriber above the 8th rank. Are you an 8th rank inscriber? An old man in charge of recruitment looked at Lu Ming with a hint of contempt in his eyes. After Lu Ming had changed his appearance, he looked ordinary, but he was very young. How could he be a level 8 alchemist at such a young age? The old man didn't quite believe it. The path of inscription was more difficult to cultivate than martial arts. The elder was a supreme level inscriber. It took him hundreds of years to break through to become a level 8 inscriber. And how old was Lu Ming? I'm an 8th rank alchemist. Lu Ming smiled and did not take it to heart. Oh, you're an 8th rank alchemist. Don't lie to me. Show me your mental fire. The old man said. Lu Ming nodded. A silver light was emitted from between his eyebrows. His strong mental energy filled the entire area, attracting everyone's attention. Such pure mind power, such pure mind fire. The recruiting elder gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's mental energy fire was extremely pure. If the mental energy fire of ordinary people was like that of ordinary people, then Lu Ming's mental energy fire was like that of an emperor. Yes, the old man felt that his mental energy fire seemed to be under great pressure. It should be fine now. Lu Ming muttered and kept the mental energy fire. He had used a certain method to conceal the color of his mental energy fire, making it look like a silver mental energy fire. Moreover, Lu Ming tried his best to suppress it and only revealed a little bit. The color could be changed and the quantity could be suppressed, but the essence of his mental energy fire could not be changed. He was an emperor and had inherited the legacy of the profound sky saint. Every step he took was perfect, and his mind fire was naturally pure and condensed to the extreme. It was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Good. So little brother is a genius in the Tao of inscription. I was wrong just now. The old man smiled awkwardly and registered Lu Ming's information. After the registration, he passed Lu Ming a jade card. Lu Ming took the jade card and waited at the side. A few hours later, the recruitment was over. They had recruited 7 level 8 alchemists. Come with me to the place you're supposed to guard. As for the reward, it'll be paid every month. The South God Palace won't be short of a single raw stone. The recruitment elder led Lu Ming and the rest into the depths of the South God Palace. Chapter 1377 Great Realm Energy Chain Formation. In the depths of the South God Palace, there was a huge mountain. It had a grand aura and occupied a vast area. After recruiting the old man, he brought them to the outskirts of the mountain and stopped. So many inscription masters. What a huge array. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the area and discovered that there were at least 100 inscription masters at the periphery of the mountain. Every one of them was a level 8 inscription master. The entire mountain's periphery was covered by a huge formation. Alright, this is the place you will be guarding. There is a large array here. Each of you will be part of the large array. You will need to inject your mind power frequently to maintain the operation of the large array. How about it? It's simple, right? The old man who recruited them said. Everyone nodded. This was indeed very simple. They only needed to inject their spiritual power to maintain the operation of the formation. However, there is one thing I must warn you about. This is the forbidden area of the South God Palace. You'd better stay in the outer area and don't wander around, especially in the depths of this mountain. If you are discovered by the experts of the South God Palace, no one can save you. The recruitment elder changed his tone and warned everyone. The others felt a chill in their hearts and nodded repeatedly. However, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had a stronger feeling that Long Chen was most likely being held here. They were people recruited from outside and were only in charge of the outer circle. They couldn't let outsiders be in charge of the mountain's internal affairs. The old man who recruited them said a few more words and told them the areas each of them were responsible for before leaving. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a green rock. He carefully spread his mental energy out and observed. There were many experts near the mountain. Lu Ming did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, Lu Ming had lit up 2 spirit lamps and his control of his mental energy had reached the realm of perfection. When his mental energy was released, even an ordinary 3rd-level martial emperor would not be able to detect it. Unless it was a level 4 martial monarch. However, even in the Divine Ruins continent, a level 4 martial royal realm expert was considered a peak expert, and there were not many of them. His mental energy spread further and further. Very soon, the entire outer area of the mountain was covered by Lu Ming's mental energy. Outside the mountain, there was a huge formation. It had the functions of sensing, attacking, and defending. Once someone broke in, it would immediately alert everyone and attack at the same time. However, Lu Ming soon understood all the secrets of the array. The array was huge and required so many level 8 alchemists to control it at the same time. Its power was shocking, but it had more flaws. Lu Ming could easily find dozens of them. Of course, this was only for Lu Ming. To other level 8 alchemists, they would only feel that the array was mysterious, grand, and unbelievably complicated. Lu Ming did not use his mental energy to cover the depths of the mountain as he was afraid that there were experts guarding it. Soon night fell. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. A figure that looked exactly like Lu Ming appeared where he was standing. This was Lu Ming's formation. His figure, on the other hand, was heading towards the depths of the mountain. To Lu Ming, the large array outside was like a flat road. It did not pose any obstacle. After passing through the array, Lu Ming came to the depths of the mountain. At this point, Lu Ming stopped. He looked into the depths of the mountain, and there seemed to be a formation rotating in his eyes. What a wondrous formation! Very soon, everything deep in the mountain appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a cave. Clearly, there was another world inside the mountain. And on the path leading to this cave, a large formation was inscribed. This kind of formation was extremely profound. It's actually the Great Realm Energy Chain Formation. After watching for a while, Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He felt that it was a little tricky. The great array of connected realm energy was a pure sensing array. It did not have any offensive or defensive power. It only had the ability to sense. As long as someone walked into the great array of realm energy, the great array would sound an alarm. Of course, Lu Ming could easily break an ordinary sensing array. However, even he would find it difficult to break the linked realm energy array in front of him. Lu Ming could tell that there were a total of 10 major arrays in front of him. They were interconnected and each of the 10 major arrays had locked onto one type of aura. 10 formations meant 10 different auras, which were the auras of 10 people. If he wanted to break this kind of array, he could only use the aura of these 10 people to refine an array-breaking token. Only then would he be able to enter silently. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the formation was, it would still be able to sense him and send out an alarm. It was obvious that if Long Chen was locked up in this mountain, the others in the mountain would move him away as soon as the alarm was sounded. Even if they forced their way in, they wouldn't be able to save him. If he wanted to enter the mountain without a sound, he had to break the realm energy chain formation. But how to crack it? Most importantly, Lu Ming did not know whose aura it was. How was he going to get the auras of these 10 people? Lu Ming took a closer look and then backed out, returning to his original position. The South God Palace really values the mixed essence token. They're so heavily guarded. It's not that easy to save Long Chen. Lu Ming was pondering in his heart. In order to break this realm energy chain array and refine the array breaking token, I must have the auras of those 10 people, but which 10 people do they belong to? I've heard that the South God Palace is led by the top 10 families. Could it be that the aura of these 10 people are the patriarchs of the top 10 families? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. This possibility was the highest. However, there was no guarantee that Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to secretly investigate. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming was thinking of this strategy, but he came up with nothing. On the 8th night, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He saw a figure flickering in the mountains. It was so fast that there was no movement at all. Not even a shadow could be seen. The level 8 alchemists did not notice it at all. If not for Lu Ming's powerful cultivation, it would have been difficult for him to discover it. This figure seemed to be very familiar with the formation on the outside. He shuttled through the formation and headed towards the inner part of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He moved and followed the figure into the mountain. After passing through the formation, the figure stopped. The figure was wrapped in a black robe and her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, from the figure, it was clearly a woman. Long Chen, I know that the South God Palace has gone too far by treating you like this. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. The figure sighed slightly. The voice was very soft, but Lu Ming could still hear it. This is Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This voice was clearly Ji Hongchen's voice. Lu Ming would definitely not remember it wrong. Ji Hongchen did not stay for long before he turned and left. Lu Ming followed behind Ji Hongchen. Should we get Ji Hongchen's help? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Although Lu Ming was not very close to Ji Hongchen, he still acknowledged Ji Hongchen's character. And from the looks of it, Ji Hongchen seemed to have the intention to help Long Chen, but he was helpless. Lu Ming pondered and followed Ji Hongchen out of the mountain. They headed to the other areas of the South God Palace. However, not long after, Ji Hongchen's figure suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted as he berated, "Who is it? Are you following me?" Dragon God Valley has been destroyed. Ji Hongchen's gaze swept across the surroundings and he spread out his spiritual consciousness. He seemed to have discovered that someone was following him. What a strong spiritual sense. Is this the sixth sense of a woman? Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Ji Hongchen had not actually noticed him. Perhaps it was because of his innate spiritual perception that Ji Hongchen had sensed that he was being followed. That was why he had stopped and berated him. However, when Ji Hongchen's holy sense swept out, he did not discover anyone. Strange, did I sense it wrong? Ji Hongchen muttered to himself, thinking that he was hallucinating. Just as he was about to move forward, his pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This was because a young man had appeared in front of her without her knowing. He was looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. This shocked her greatly and she subconsciously retreated. "Who are you? Were you the one following me?" Ji Hongchen berated. Now that Lu Ming had changed his appearance, Ji Hongchen naturally could not recognize him. "Miss Ji, how have you been? Do you still remember this Lu?" Lu Ming said. At the same time, his figure began to transform into Lu Ming's original appearance. After thinking about it, Lu Ming decided to take a gamble and come out to meet Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming really needed help. He had previously learned that Ji Hongchen was the daughter of the head of the Ji family, one of the 10 great families of the Southern Deity Palace. If he had Ji Hongshan's help, it would be much more convenient for him. Lu Ming, it's you? After seeing Lu Ming's true face, Ji Hongshan let out a soft cry. She was in disbelief. Now, all the experts in the world were looking for Lu Ming to capture him. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would come to the South God Palace? I'm honored that Miss Ji still remembers me. Lu Ming smiled. Ji Hongshan took off the black veil on her head and revealed her beautiful face. She sized Lu Ming up and said, Lu Ming, how dare you come to the South God Palace and show up in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I'll get someone to take you down? I believe that Miss Ji is not such a person. Lu Ming smiled. Ji Hongshan's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. He then rolled his eyes and said, Lu Ming, there must be something for you to appear in front of me, right? That's right. Lu Ming has something to ask Miss Ji for help. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists. Oh, tell me, I might not be able to help you. Ji Hongshan said. Miss Ji, is Long Chen being held in that mountain? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Long Chen is locked up inside. Lu Ming, you're trying to save Long Chen, aren't you? I advise you to give up on that idea. There's no way you can save him. The security is too tight. Ji Hongshan sighed. Although the realm energy chain formation is profound, it's not impossible to break. Lu Ming said. You know about the realm energy chain formation. Ji Hongshan was taken aback. He then continued, since you know about the realm energy chain formation, you should know how difficult it is to enter. The auras of the 10 people in the realm energy chain formation are the auras of the 10 great clan patriarchs of the South God Palace, right? Lu Ming continued to ask. Not bad. Ji Hongshan didn't try to hide anything as he nodded his head. Therefore, Lu Ming has something that he would like to ask Miss Ji for help with. Lu Ming said. Don't tell me you want me to help you obtain the auras of the top 10 family patriarchs? Ji Hongshan's beautiful eyes widened as he spoke. That's right, with Miss Ji's status, it shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Ming nodded. Aura. Once a person touched something, an object, there would be a trace of aura. For example, the clothes that one had worn, the utensils that one had used, or the hair of a human body would all have a scent. As long as he could obtain these, it would be enough. The patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the South God Palace were all at the level 4 martial royal realm. It was impossible for ordinary people to detect their auras. However, Ji Hongshan was different. Her father was a clan patriarch. With her status, it was still possible for her to detect the auras of the 10 great clan patriarchs. Lu Ming, although I feel that it's unfair for the South God Palace to treat you and Long Chen like this, it's really not easy to save Long Chen. Even if you have the aura of the 10 great clan chiefs, can you refine the array-breaking token? The method of making the token is top secret. Even I can't get it. Ji Hongshan said. Don't worry about this, Miss Ji. As long as I have the aura of the 10 great clan chiefs, I can refine the array-breaking token. Lu Ming said with confidence. Really? Ji Hongshan found it hard to believe. Could it be that Lu Ming was not only talented in martial arts, but also a powerful inscriber? As far as she knew, even if one knew how to refine it, it was impossible to refine it without the cultivation of a 9th-level alchemist. Of course it's true. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden mental energy fire jumped between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It was dazzling. Ji Hongshan's beautiful big eyes suddenly widened. His small mouth was slightly agape as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Lu Ming was really a level 9 alchemist. In that case, when the major sects of the Yuanlu continent were selecting their disciples, Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. Just based on martial arts alone, he was able to suppress everyone, and his Tao of inscription had even reached the emperor level. What a freak! Ji Hongshan wailed in his heart. Miss Ji. Lu Ming put away the mental energy fire and called out to Ji Hongshan a few times. Ji Hongshan then came back to his senses from the shock. Her beautiful eyes blinked and stared at Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's hair to stand on end. What a freak. In the end, Ji Hongshan mumbled something that made Lu Ming roll his eyes. Alright, I promise you. I'll help you get the aura of the 10 great clan chiefs. After a moment of silence, Ji Hongshan nodded his head. Miss Ji, I still have a question. Would you like to ask? Lu Ming was overjoyed. By right, Long Chen and I have been selected by the Dragon God Valley as their disciples. How could the South Deity Palace and the other 3 great deity palaces have the guts to deal with us? It seems like you have no scruples at all. Lu Ming asked the biggest question in his heart. This question had been bothering Lu Ming. He and Long Chen were disciples of the Dragon God Valley. How dare these people from the Divine Ruins continent treat them like this? Weren't they afraid that the experts of the Dragon God Valley would come and kill them? If he had done it secretly, it would still be acceptable, but now he was clearly doing it openly. Lu Ming, you don't know yet, do you? A few months ago, the Tianshan sect sent news that the Dragon God Valley in the Yuan continent was destroyed. Ji Hongshan revealed a shocking piece of news. Destroyed? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Dragon God Valley, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, had been destroyed. In that case, everything made sense. If Dragon God Valley was destroyed, what would the experts on the continent have to worry about? Lu Ming was also speechless. He had joined a big sect in the Yuan continent after much difficulty. Now, he had not even entered the sect and was already destroyed. It seemed that the danger level of the Yuan continent was much higher than the continents of the Divine Ruins. A great sect had been destroyed just like that. It seemed that even if he went to the Yuan continent in the future, he would have to find a new sect to join. Chapter 1379 Unforeseen Event. Many thanks, Miss Ji. After a long while, Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down and thanked Ji Hongshan. Today, many doubts in Lu Ming's heart were wrestle-levered. You're welcome. I'll take my leave first. I'll come to you again when I find the aura of the clan leaders of the top 10 families. Ji Hongshan said. Before she left, she blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Do you really believe me? Aren't you afraid that I'll find some experts to take you down? If that's the case, the 2 primordial chaos tokens will be in our hands. Lu Ming smiled and said, Didn't I just say it? I believe in Miss Ji. Ji Hongshan smiled and flew away. After Ji Hongshan left, Lu Ming changed his appearance again and returned to the periphery of the mountain, the area that he was in charge of. Unexpectedly, Ji Hongshan came to look for Lu Ming the next night. Lu Ming, this is the teacup that my father once drank from. I believe it will be useful to you. Ji Hongshan passed Lu Ming a jade teacup. Thank you, Miss Ji. Lu Ming received it in joy. Ji Hongshan gave a faint smile and left without saying anything. Following that, the detailed diagram of the air vein chain formation appeared in Lu Ming's mind. During this period of time, he had thoroughly analyzed the mysteries of the realm energy interlocking formation and reflected them in his mind. Then, he took out a jade talisman and extracted the Ji family's aura from the teacup. He absorbed the aura into the jade talisman and began to carve inscriptions on it. 3 days later, the first token was successfully refined. As long as one held this token and entered the formation corresponding to the Ji family's head, the formation would not issue any alarm. Unfortunately, the realm energy linking formation required 10 tokens. One less token was useless. After a few more days, Ji Hongshan sent over the aura of the second clan head. Lu Ming, it's easy for me to get some family heads who are on good terms with my father. However, it'll be troublesome for some family heads who are on opposing sides with my father. I'll need some time. Ji Hongshan said to Lu Ming before he left. Lu Ming could understand. After all, this was a 4th-level martial royal realm expert. It was not easy to obtain the aura of the clan leaders of the 10 great clans of the South Deity Palace. Lu Ming could only refine the aura in his hands into a token. Other than guarding the array, Lu Ming spent the rest of his time cultivating alone to strengthen his mental energy fire. It did not take up much time. Time passed day by day. In the outside world, Lu Ming's main body would occasionally appear to attract people's attention besides cultivating. More and more experts took part in the pursuit of Lu Ming. In addition to the experts from the other 3 great divine palaces, the experts from the continent of the divine ruins and other continents also came to the continent of the divine ruins one after another. However, Lu Ming was proficient in the illusionary breath technique and could change his aura. Moreover, he had powerful combat strength. Every time he appeared, he would stir the air and escape easily. Just like that, more than 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. It was getting closer and closer to the 2-year agreement with the big sects of the Yuanlu continent. After more than 4 months, Lu Ming had already refined 7 array-breaking tokens. Now, Ji Hongqian's speed of obtaining aura was getting slower and slower. The time he needed was getting longer and longer. Because the rest of the people were enemies of the Ji family, it would be difficult to get their aura. Night fell. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a bluestone and closed his eyes to cultivate. Between heaven and earth, there were strands of invisible power of inscription that descended from the inscription law and was absorbed by Lu Ming. The mental energy fire in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness slowly grew stronger. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked ahead. "It's here again," Lu Ming muttered. 2 black shadows shuttled through the array silently. No one noticed them except Lu Ming. These 2 figures were not Ji Hongqian. They were someone else. 2 months ago, these 2 figures had been secretly observing the mountain's realm energy chain formation. Behind him, Lu Ming observed secretly and finally discovered something. The 2 people who were observing in the dark were actually experts from the Wang clan, one of the 10 great clans of the South God Palace. Lu Ming guessed that the Wang family also wanted to refine the token. Their goal was simple: to take Long Chen away and keep the primordial chaos token for themselves. After a while, the 2 figures retreated. After the 2 of them left, another figure came forward. It was Ji Hongqian. This time, Ji Hongqian had brought the 8th aura. Lu Ming, there are 2 other types. Ji Hongqian's face was slightly haggard. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort in this short period of time in order to obtain the aura of the 10 clan heads. Lu Ming was very touched. After Ji Hongqian left, Lu Ming continued to refine the array-breaking token. Time flew by and another month passed. Ji Hongqian had delivered the 9th aura. It had been 5 months since Lu Ming entered the South God Palace. After Lu Ming received the aura, he began to refine the array-breaking token. However, something happened that night. More than a dozen black shadows shuttled through the darkness, heading towards the depths of the mountain. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The dozen or so black shadows were all experts, all emperors. There was even one whose cultivation was unfathomable. He was a level 4 martial royal realm expert. There aren't many 4th-level martial emperors in the entire South God Palace. Could it be that the Wang clan's clan master has personally made a move? The Wang clan has sent so many experts this time. Could it be that they have already refined 10 formation-breaking tokens? Lu Ming made a guess. Runes appeared on his body and he restrained his aura to the extreme. His figure flashed and he followed behind the dozen figures silently. When he arrived in front of the realm energy chain formation, the strongest man waved his hand and took out 10 jade tokens. As expected, the other party had refined 10 array-breaking tokens, 1 step ahead of Lu Ming. The 10 array-breaking tokens emitted a layer of light that enveloped the dozens of black shadows. The dozens of black shadows rushed into the realm energy chain array without causing any waves. Not long after, a dozen black figures rushed into the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Now that the plan had changed and exceeded his expectations, he could only take 1 step at a time. Not long after, more than a dozen people reappeared at the entrance of the cave, but this time, there was one more person in the middle. Long Chen. Lu Ming immediately saw Long Chen among the group of people. Long Chen's face was pale as he was being carried by someone. It was obvious that Long Chen had suffered a lot during this period of time, but his eyes were still determined. More than a dozen people took Long Chen and quickly passed through the formation, arriving at the outermost formation. They were about to pass through the formation and escape. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, powerful auras suddenly burst out. There were over 100 of them. Then hundreds of figures descended and surrounded the dozen figures. Wang Sheng, you really want to keep the primordial chaos token for yourself. You found someone to privately refine the formation-breaking token. Do you think we don't know? A white-haired old man coldly shouted. Haha. The one with the strongest aura among the dozen or so people laughed heartily. He circulated his true essence, and the black robe wrapped around him shattered, revealing his true appearance. It was the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Sheng. As for the others, they were obviously experts from the other clans of the South God Palace. The chaotic battle between the North and South. Looking at this situation, the other families of the South God Palace seemed to have long known that Wang Sheng and the others wanted to take the mixed energy token for them Slaviers. They deliberately let Wang Sheng and the others in, and they were caught red-handed outside. Wang Sheng faced the sky and laughed loudly, his gaze sweeping across the entire place, saying, "What do you mean? Long Chen was captured by the Wang family, and he's also an expert of the Wang family. After searching Long Chen's soul, we found out the use of the token. It was you guys who joined forces to force me to hand over Long Chen and share the token with him. Now, I'm just taking back what I deserve." Ridiculous, Wang Sheng. If we didn't jointly control it, do you think that your Wang clan alone could protect the mixed energy token? It would have been taken away by the other 3 divine palaces. One of the patriarchs shouted coldly. I'd rather the mixed energy token fall into the hands of the other 3 divine palaces than share it with you. So what if you cowards get the mixed energy token? They can only seal it up, but they don't dare to take it out to use. What's the use of such a primordial chaos token to enter the divine ruins and obtain treasures? Wang Sheng sneered. Nonsense, it's just not the right time. Wang Sheng, hand over Long Chen. Otherwise, the Wang family will be eliminated from the top 10 families today. A white-haired old man shouted coldly. The aura on his body was extremely shocking as it pressed towards Wang Sheng. He was a peak lever 4 martial emperor realm expert. Boom, boom. At the same time, the experts of the other clans also burst out with powerful auras. The auras combined, and like a storm, they rushed towards Wang Sheng and the others. The dozen or so people of the Wang family were like a lonely boat in the ocean, ready to sink at any moment. The commotion here had naturally alarmed the surroundings. The inscription masters who were guarding the periphery retreated far away and watched everything in shock. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the northern sky. There, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure was approaching him rapidly. Sila! In the next moment, the space cracked open. Hundreds of figures stepped out from the crack. Each figure stood proudly in the sky and earth. Each one of them was a terrifying expert. Emperors, all of them were emperors. All of a sudden, over 100 emperors came. As soon as these sovereigns appeared, their auras burst out and pressed down on the cultivators of the South God Palace. Between heaven and earth, auras intersected, and a muffled thunder-like sound rang out. North God Palace. Wang Sheng, you are colluding with the North Deity Palace. Suddenly, several angry roars burst out in the South God Palace. The experts who arrived later were the experts of the North Divine Palace. What do you mean by colluding? This is cooperation. Wang Sheng laughed and brought Long Chen to break out of the encirclement and join the people of the North God Palace. Don't even think about it. Leave Long Chen behind. The Wang clan must be exterminated. The experts of the South God Palace were all furious. They attacked together, and a terrifying attack was blasted towards Wang Sheng. Kill! The experts from the North God Palace didn't waste any words. At this moment, they also made their move and attacked the experts from the South God Palace. On the side of the South God Palace, they could only send out their experts to block the North God Palace. At this moment, hundreds of powerhouses were in a chaotic battle. Boom! A wisp of energy hit the mountain below, causing it to explode and turn into ashes. Not good, run, quickly run. The inscription masters and the martial artists below the Emperor realm were all running for their lives. The scene of hundreds of emperors fighting together was too terrifying. Bright lights lit up all over the South God Palace. They were inscriptions that formed into inscription formations. Buzz. Bush. At the same time, people from all over the South God Palace were also rushing toward the battlefield. They were all Emperor-level experts. After all, this was the territory of the South God Palace. There were many experts who were constantly rushing over to gather. Slowly, the South God Palace gained the upper hand. Although the North Divine Palace was the strongest of the 4 great divine palaces, it was impossible for the North Divine Palace to come in full force. Facing the frenzied counterattacks of the South Divine Palace, they began to fall into a disadvantage. In the sky, there was a bloody rain and a foul wind. Corpses kept falling down. They were all the corpses of emperors. Boom! Boom! A terrifying fluctuation spread out. It was a battle between level 4 martial royal realm experts. It was extremely shocking. Wang Sheng, hand over Long Chen. A clan head was staring at Wang Sheng and fighting with him. Ji Feng, you think you can stop me? Get lost. Wang Sheng erupted, and his entire body was covered in Saint Light. A sword of Saint Light forced Ji Feng back, and he brought Long Chen with him as he continued to attack. He wanted to meet up with the people from the North Deity Palace, but Ji Feng and his men blocked Wang Sheng's path. The other patriarchs of the South Divine Palace led their men and fought against the experts of the North Divine Palace. You guys take Long Chen and rush out of the South God Palace. I'll hold them off. Wang Sheng ordered his subordinates. At the same time, holy light spread out from his body. It was extremely dazzling, turning into countless swords of holy light. In an instant, they enveloped Ji Feng and the other experts. He wanted to stall his opponent by himself and let his men break out with Long Chen. Among the 10 great clan leaders of the South God Palace, Wang Sheng's battle strength was enough to rank in the top 3. Ji Feng roared and exploded with all his strength. However, for the time being, he was unable to break through Wang Sheng's obstruction. Wang Sheng's subordinates were about to rush out with Long Chen. No one noticed that Long Chen's eyes were getting redder and redder, revealing a ferocious look. Roar! At this moment, Long Chen let out an angry roar. It didn't sound like a human's roar, but more like an ancient beast awakening. An Archean dragon-esque elephant the size of a mountain appeared above Long Chen's head, bursting with a terrifying aura. All of a sudden, Long Chen broke free from the man's grasp and transformed into an immemorial dragon elephant. How did he recover his cultivation? An emperor of the Wang family exclaimed. Long Chen's cultivation had been sealed, but how did it recover now? While they were stunned, the Archean dragon-esque elephant roared and stomped on a level 1 martial royal realm expert with its leg, which was like a heavenly pillar. The emperor was caught off guard and let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was torn apart by the stomp. His body and soul were both destroyed. He had killed a first-level martial emperor in one move. In the distance, Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Dragon Star seemed to be undergoing some kind of mutation. Lu Ming could see clearly that Long Chen's cultivation should be at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Although he had made great progress since the initial screening, it was impossible for Long Chen to kill a first-level martial emperor with one move given his combat strength. The reason might be that Dragon City's immemorial dragon elephant bloodline was in an abnormal state, and its combat power had been greatly improved. After killing a first-level martial royal realm expert with a single move, the Archean dragon-esque elephant charged forward and knocked back the other 2 martial royal realm experts. It then fled into the distance. If you want to leave, then stay. A third-level martial royal realm expert from the Wang family attacked the Archean dragon-esque elephant with a cold expression. Boom! The Archean dragon-esque elephant was forced back, and its body exploded. You still dare to resist? Then I'll cripple your cultivation. As long as you don't die, you can still use the primordial chaos token. The Level 3 martial royal realm expert from the Wang family had a cold expression as he charged toward Long Chen. The Almighty from the Yuan continent. The Level 3 martial royal realm expert of the Wang family formed a huge palm and aimed at Long Chen, trying to catch him. Leave Long Chen behind. At this moment, a third-level martial royal realm expert from the other clans of the South God Palace arrived. He also stretched out his palm to grab Long Chen. The two huge palms grabbed Long Chen at the same time, and their power exploded. Boom! The terrifying palm force landed on Long Chen's body. Although Long Chen's Archean dragon-esque elephant bloodline was abnormal and his combat strength had increased greatly, he was still far from being a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. The Archean dragon-esque elephant roared and then collapsed, revealing Long Chen's true body. At that moment, Long Chen was extremely weak, and his eyes were filled with intense unwillingness. He was a heaven's favorite of his generation, but he ended up being manipulated by others. How could he be willing? In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he pondered about the possibility of saving her. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and did not make a move. There were too many powerhouses here. There were more than a dozen Level 4 martial royal realm powerhouses. If he attacked, even if he could catch Long Chen by surprise and capture him, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of more than a dozen Level 4 martial royal realm experts. At that time, he would not be able to save anyone, but he would also be killed. Take Long Chen away. The other experts all pounced toward Long Chen. Most of them were from the Northern Divine Palace. As long as they could take Long Chen away, they could break out of the encirclement. Don't even think about it. The experts of the South God Palace would not give up so easily, and they also pounced toward Long Chen. Long Chen was in the center of the storm, as if he would be torn apart at any moment. Buzz! At this moment, a strange fluctuation spread out in the sky. This fluctuation wasn't very strong, but it enveloped the entire South God Palace as soon as it appeared. A shocking scene happened. All the people from the Southern and Northern Divine Palaces, including the experts in the 4th level martial royal realm, who were in the middle of a great battle, seemed to have been frozen in the air. Not only that, Lu Ming and the rest, as well as the entire South God Palace, seemed to have been frozen in place. They could not move at all. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. This is... Lu Ming was extremely shocked. He felt that the space around him had turned into a material substance and wrapped around him, making him unable to move at all. Even the mental energy fire in his sea of consciousness seemed to have frozen. The rest of the people were similar to Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Haha, I didn't expect to meet such a talent on this remote island. A loud laugh came from the sky. A burly old man as strong as an elephant leisurely stepped through the air and walked to Long Chen. His small eyes were sizing up Long Chen. He has actually awakened the Archean dragon-esque elephant bloodline. He's just right to be the successor of my divine elephant sect. It's really a waste of talent to stay on this wild island. The burly old man reached out his hand, and a surge of energy poured into Long Chen's body. All of a sudden, all of Long Chen's injuries were healed. Long Chen had also regained his freedom. Long Chen looked at all the powerhouses who were frozen in the air in shock. His eyes were full of horror. All of this was clearly the work of this burly old man. He didn't see how the old man made his move, but he was able to freeze so many experts in the air, and even countless people in the entire South God Palace. Such a method was simply unheard of and unimaginable. Kid, I'm the Grand Elder of the Divine Elephant Sect in the Yuan continent. How about you take me as your master? Your bloodline can only be fully displayed in my sect. The tall and sturdy old man said, Yuan continent's Divine Elephant Sect. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he knelt down and said, "Disciple Long Chen greets Master." This was obviously an unrivaled figure. If he didn't acknowledge him as his master now, when would he? As for Dragon God Valley, Long Chen had also heard that it seemed to have been destroyed. "Ha, good, get up." The burly old man was overjoyed and laughed towards the sky. His long beard fluttered in the wind. After a while, he said, "Disciple, let's go. Follow me back to the Yuanlu continent." Without waiting for Long Chen's reply, he waved his hand and disappeared with Long Chen. As soon as the old man left, the pressure disappeared, and everyone regained their ability to move. Buzz. Bush. As soon as everyone regained their mobility, the South and North God Palaces gathered together and looked at each other. It was obvious that the tall and sturdy old man was a supreme almighty from the Yuan continent. His strength was unbelievably powerful. Moreover, their target, Long Chen, had already been taken away by this old man. He had even taken him in as a disciple. It could be said that they had used a wicker basket to draw water. Since Long Chen was gone, there was no need for them to continue fighting. "Wang Sheng, get lost to the North Deity Palace." Someone coldly shouted. Wang Sheng's expression was unsightly. This time, the one who suffered the greatest loss was Wang Sheng, the Wang family. Now, the Wang family and the Southern Deity Palace had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, so they could only move to the Northern Deity Palace. Originally, if the North God Palace could seize Long Chen this time and enter the divine ruins with the mixed energy token, the Wang family would have a share of the treasures they obtained, and they could even make up for it. But now, Long Chen had not been captured. If they moved to the North God Palace, it would be a great loss. After all, the Wang family had been in the South God Palace for countless years and was one of the top 10 families. Moving to the North God Palace meant that they couldn't enter the center of power in the North God Palace. The losses they would suffer were unimaginable. Wang Sheng was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Lu Ming, you must take down that Lu Ming. Only then can I make up for my losses." Wang Sheng's eyes flashed with a sinister look. After that, the people of the North Divine Palace left, and the battle ended. In the crowd, Lu Ming retreated silently. What happened this time was beyond his expectations. However, it was a great fortune for Long Chen to be accepted as a disciple by a big sect in the Yuanlu continent. A day later, Lu Ming's second body met up with his main body. Soon, the news that Long Chen had been taken in as a disciple by a supreme almighty of a major sect in the Yuan continent and left the continent of the divine ruins spread like wildfire. After Long Chen left, the remaining people naturally targeted Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming was the only one left with the primordial chaos token. North, South, East, West, the 4 divine palaces, and experts from other continents joined in the search for Lu Ming. There were all kinds of means. Even if Lu Ming had the illusionary breath technique, he was almost discovered. Another time, Lu Ming appeared to attract the attention of others and was besieged by a group of experts. He only managed to break out of the encirclement after a big battle. Lu Ming appeared in an area filled with demonic qi and met up with Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming, in a few months, there will be strong cultivators from the major sects of the Yuanlu continent coming to pick us up. Although Dragon God Valley has been destroyed, you can come with me to the Tianyu demonic sect. I don't think the people from the continent of the divine ruins will dare to do anything to you. Xian Yanqing suggested. Lu Ming shook his head. Even so, I can protect myself. But I have not joined a major sect in the Yuan continent. I have no power to deter the people from the divine ruins. After I leave, some people might make a move on the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do? Xian Yanqing asked, frowning. Chapter 1382, Setting up the overall situation. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. I have to kill. Before I leave, I have to make everyone tremble in fear. It's best if I can kill all the sovereigns above the third level of the martial royal realm. Only then can I ensure that the divine wilderness continent is safe. Only then can I go to the Yuan continent in peace. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew colder and colder. In the end, there was a flash of madness. Lu Ming wanted to kill all the experts above the third-level martial emperor realm on the Divine Ruins continent. If others heard this, they would definitely think that he was crazy. The entire continent of the Divine Ruins was filled with experts. There were many level 4 martial royal realm experts. How could Lu Ming kill them with his cultivation? Even Xian Yanqing was shocked by Lu Ming's words. Right now, I'm no match for a level 4 martial royal realm expert. Therefore, I'll need to cultivate in seclusion during this period of time. Also, when the time comes, I'll set up a fatal formation in advance. There might be a chance. Lu Ming said. He decided to take a gamble. With his current combat strength, even if his main body and secondary body joined forces, he was not a match for a level 4 martial royal realm expert. He needed to increase his strength. After this period of cultivation, his pure spirit body had reached 90% completion and was only a step away from 100% completion. As long as the pure spirit body reached perfection, its power would increase even more. At the same time, Lu Ming's strongest killing move was the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. During this period of time, Lu Ming had already cultivated all 5 types of martial arts techniques to the 6th highest level. Now, Lu Ming had already begun to cultivate the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. As long as he could successfully cultivate the primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, its power would be extremely astonishing. At that time, he would be able to set up the killing formation in advance and kill the level 4 martial royal realm expert. Xian Yanqing knew that Lu Ming was a decisive person. Since he had already made up his mind, he would definitely do it. She did not say much but secretly decided to strengthen her cultivation and increase her strength so that she could help Lu Ming as soon as possible. Now, there were still 4 months left before the 2-year agreement with the major sects of the Yuanlu continent. After that, Lu Ming's main body entered the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing kept the mountain and river diagram and turned around to enter the place filled with demonic qi. As for Ming Lian's second body, he had left. In the days that followed, Ming Lian would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others, but he would always disappear as soon as he appeared. He would hide his identity and inscribe inscriptions in a secret place, inscribing a killing formation. As for the main body, it had always been cultivating arduously. Time passed day by day. In the 2nd month of his closed-door cultivation, Xian Yanqing's cultivation broke through to the Supreme Being level. Not long after Xian Yanqing's breakthrough, Dandan and Bubbles woke up one after another. Furthermore, the aura that Dandan and Bubbles revealed when they woke up was extremely shocking. They were both Emperor Realm auras. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Dandan and Bubbles were genuine top 10 battle beasts with extremely terrifying combat strength. Although they had just broken through to the Emperor Realm, their combat strength was hard to estimate. When Dandan heard that a level 4 martial royal realm expert was chasing after Lu Ming, she even declared that she would kill him with a single slap. She was extremely arrogant. Lu Ming did not believe it. After fighting with Dandan, he realized that he was not her match at all. Lu Ming, let's see how you can be so arrogant in front of me in the future. In the future, you'd better listen to me obediently. Dandan was very proud of herself, with a pair of front claws behind her back. Bang! The next moment, he was kicked over by Bubble and rolled dozens of times on the ground. You little guy, you dare to attack me? Dandan's arrogance did not last for more than 3 seconds. She got up from the ground and glared at Bubbles. Chirping. Bubbles stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and looked at Dandan with her dark eyes. The bubbles on the tip of her nose were one big and one small, as if she was telling Dandan, "Come at me if you have the ability." Dandan was fuming with anger, but Bubbles was a space-time spirit mouse that could control space-time. He was really helpless against Bubbles. Chirping. The bubble cried out, curled up its body, and rolled around on Lu Ming's shoulder. Sigh, it seems that I should give all the spiritual herbs to Papeo in the future. He's so obedient. Lu Ming muttered. Dandan immediately cowered, revealed a flattering smile and called out, Lu Ming, don't. No, I was just joking with you. Lu Ming ignored Dandan. He looked into the distance and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then this time, let's make it bigger. Dandan's battle strength was above his. She was definitely not weaker than the Lever 4 Martial Royal Realm, or even stronger. In addition to the bubbles, space-time concept, no, it should be the wonder of the space-time domain. Lu Ming planned to go all out. After that, he continued to cultivate. When there was still half a month before the arrival of the major sect emissaries, Lu Ming finally mastered the martial technique comprehended by the Chaos sky-turning seal. It's time to act. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. After that, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left the area and came to a huge lake. Previously, he had secretly carved a killing formation near the lake and spent several months to finally complete it. This was a killing formation that had been passed down from a profound sky saint, and its power was terrifying. With the cultivation of the inscription clone, it took several months to complete the inscription, which showed its power. It's time to spread the news. Lu Ming muttered. Then, Ming Lian stepped into the air and left. Not long after, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the Divine Ruins continent. Someone had discovered the place where Lu Ming had been secretly cultivating in seclusion. Once this piece of news was released, the Divine Ruins continent was in an uproar. Let's go and capture Lu Ming. This time, we can't let him escape. Seal that part of the world. The experts spoke one after another. The Southern Divine Palace, Northern Divine Palace, Eastern Divine Palace, Western Divine Palace, and the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked second and third, and so on. Countless experts gathered at the lake where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the lake. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. They're here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Sila. Hiss. The space around them cracked continuously, and one figure after another stepped out of the space. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. Powerhouses were all powerhouses, and even the worst of them were martial emperors. There were more than 500 people. This was a shocking number. There were more than 500 emperors. All 4 divine palaces had come, along with some experts from other continents. Lu Ming was surrounded by people. The space seemed to have frozen. Lu Ming did not have the slightest chance of escaping. Lu Ming, where can you run to? From the north, a person spoke, but it was Wang Sheng. Who said I'm running? Lu Ming got up and stood on the lake, looking around coldly. Most of the third-level Martial Royal Realm powerhouses in the Divine Ruins continent group had arrived, right? You're not running? Hee hee, it seems like he knows he can't escape. Wang Sheng sneered. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered and directly ignored Wang Sheng. His eyes swept across the room and his voice was heard. You guys coming here is nothing more than wanting the primordial chaos token to enter the Divine Ruins and obtain treasures, that's all. I can tell you all that the Divine Ruins core indeed has countless treasures. You're all trash. The Divine Ruins core is indeed filled with countless treasures. Lu Ming's words made everyone's eyes light up and they were tempted. Of all the people here, only Lu Ming had entered the core of the Divine Ruins, and only he had the right to speak. The reason why my cultivation advanced so quickly is because I obtained a supreme treasure in the Divine Ruins core. Lu Ming continued to speak, making everyone's hearts burn with passion. That's right, Lu Ming was originally just a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent, but he was able to suppress everyone and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the Divine Ruins continent. Now, he was even more amazing, killing martial sovereigns as if he was chopping vegetables. This was too inconceivable. Everyone attributed all of this to the Divine Ruins core. It was definitely so. Lu Ming must have obtained a treasure in the core of the divine ruins to have such results. Mixed essence token. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming, wishing they could eat him up. However, no one made a move for the time being. There were so many people here, and the 4 divine palaces had gathered. Everyone wanted the mixed essence token, so they were all apprehensive about each other. Who should I give the mixed essence token to? How about this? I surrender and join one of your sides, helping you all enter the divine ruins core. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke. The eyes of the people from the 4 great divine palaces lit up. However, everyone immediately became wary of each other. If Lu Ming really joined one of them, he would definitely be attacked by the other 3. Don't fall for this brat's ploy to sow discord. He's trying to incite us to make the first move. A loud shout rang out. Lu Ming looked over and realized that the one who spoke was the sea-suppressing marshal of the southern deity palace, Hai Pingan. Hai Pingan looked at Lu Ming with a face full of hatred. That's right, he wants us to fight so he can find a chance to escape. The others chimed in. These people were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. They were very sharp and could read Lu Ming's mind. I suggest that we take down Lu Ming first and cripple his cultivation. Then, the 4 great divine palaces will jointly manage it. Anyway, there are divine ruins near the 4 great divine palaces. We can take turns to use Lu Ming and enter the divine ruins to explore. Won't that do? Wang Sheng opened his mouth and gave a suggestion. I think we can. I agree. The others also spoke up and reached an agreement. Lu Ming, your little scheme is useless in front of us. You'd better surrender obediently. This is your fate. Hai Pengtian sneered. Is that so? Lu Ming's expression remained calm as his plan to sow discord had failed. He glanced at Hai Pingan and said, Then make your move, come and take me. You. Seeing Lu Ming's confident look, Hai Pengtian almost made a move. However, he held back at the crucial moment. This kid is full of tricks. Since he's so calm, maybe there's a trap here. He has a clone who's good at the Tao of inscription. Maybe he's set up a killing formation here. Hai Pengtian analyzed after calming down. That's right, we must guard against this. The other lever 4 martial royal realm expert said. What's wrong? You don't dare to make a move? What a useless piece of trash, as timid as a mouse. Lu Ming sneered. This caused Hai Pengtian and the other overlords of the 4 divine palaces to have ugly expressions. They were really afraid of the ultimate killing formation that Lu Ming had set up. Lu Ming's strength was so strong that he could kill a 3rd-level martial emperor. This was very strange in the first place. What they were afraid of was that Lu Ming might have obtained some treasure from the core of the divine ruins and set it up in the large array. Whoever made the first move would most likely be in danger. However, they could not attack together and kill Lu Ming. The primordial chaos token had already fused with Lu Ming. Even if they killed Lu Ming, they would not be able to obtain the primordial chaos token. The only way was to take down Lu Ming or cripple his cultivation. This way, they would have some scruples when they made a move. Still not attacking? What overlord? They're all trash. Lu Ming was extremely arrogant. He was not worried at all. This made everyone even more certain that Lu Ming had cast a big array at this moment. We'll know if there's a formation after we send someone to try. An overlord-level character spoke. In the Divine Ruins continent, only a 4th-level martial emperor could be called an overlord. That's right, send someone to try. Another hegemon-level figure spoke out. But who should they send? Everyone's eyes flickered, and no one was willing to step forward and try. If Lu Ming had really set up a fatal formation there, the people who went up to test him would most likely be in danger. This made the 4 great divine palaces unwilling to send people up first. Since these people from the small continent have followed us here, they should at least contribute a little. Someone said slowly. The powerhouses from the other continents were shocked. Buzz. Whoosh. In a flash, the overlords of the 4 divine palaces appeared beside the cultivators from the other continents. Their cold eyes sent chills down the spines of the cultivators from the other continents. "What are you guys doing?" Someone from the other continents shouted. "What are you doing? If you want to fish in troubled waters here, you have to put in some effort. Go up and take down that kid." A hegemon-level character coldly spoke. "You guys are too overbearing." Some people were unwilling. "Nonsense. Go up. If you don't, I'll destroy you all now, including your continent." The hegemon-level character berated, incomparably tyrannical. In the end, other than the second-ranked Blood Sun continent, all the experts from the other continents had no choice but to step forward. There were dozens of them. They were both at the 2nd or 3rd level martial royal realm. These people were forced to slowly approach Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, surrender." A level 3 martial emperor realm expert berated. "Nonsense. If you want to do it quickly. Don't waste time." Lu Ming retorted. "We'll attack together." "All right, let's attack together." In the end, dozens of 2nd and 3rd level martial emperors charged at Lu Ming together. "Kill!" That Lu Ming suddenly shouted. A dragon's roar resounded in his body, and his 3rd bloodline appeared. The dragon vein sword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed. Bang! Bang! The sword light destroyed the attacks and killed the 3 peak level 2 martial royal realm experts. Lu Ming swept his leg out and a 3rd level martial royal realm expert was sent flying by Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming wielded his combat sword and killed as if he had entered a no man's land. The 2nd level martial royal realm experts were unable to block the dragon vein sword's attack. They were all killed in one strike. Only those at the 3rd level could block a few attacks. Roar! All of a sudden, the 9 dragon bloodline emerged and Lu Ming transformed into the 9 dragons. The chaos domain covered him and the dragon claws of the 9 dragons kept slashing out, tearing a 3rd level martial royal realm expert apart. The others gasped and retreated in fear. Dozens of people attacked. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had killed more than 10 people. They were of no threat to Lu Ming at all. This kid's combat strength has increased again. Hai Pingtian thought to himself. Among the overlords here, he was the only one who had fought with Lu Ming before. Chapter 1384 Great Battle against Hai Pingtian. He realized that Lu Ming's combat strength had improved compared to before. In fact, that was indeed the case. Now, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had been cultivated to perfection. Furthermore, the embryonic form of the chaos domain was getting bigger and bigger. The combat strength of his main body had indeed improved greatly compared to before. Right now, the combat strength of Lu Ming's main body could be said to have reached a peak that was difficult to improve. The overlords of the 4 great divine palaces had ugly expressions on their faces. They could not probe Lu Ming's actual situation by sending these people to the battlefield. If they wanted to find out the truth, they had to send out a 4th level martial royal realm expert. However, who among the overlords at the level 4 martial royal realm was willing to take the risk? "I'll make my move." After a while, Hai Pingtian spoke. He had a deep hatred for Lu Ming, and he could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Bang! Bang! Hai Pingtian stepped forward. The powerful aura of the 4th level martial emperor realm was fully released. At the same time, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, and the sharp energy cut open the space. "Hai Pingtian, that's good. Today, I'll send you to accompany your 2 sons and your 2nd brother." Lu Ming's voice was heard from the 9 dragons. "Little bastard, I'll first cripple your cultivation and make you wish you were dead," said Hai Pingtian. The wings on his back flapped and his figure disappeared as he pounced towards Lu Ming. A pair of golden wings, like 2 extremely sharp blades, slashed at the 9 dragons. Buzz! Lu Ming used his spiritual consciousness to control the dragon vein sword and blocked one of the sharp edges. At the same time, He used 9 dragon steps to blast another sharp edge. Clang. Boom. With a few rumbles, the 9 dragons' bodies trembled violently. They stepped on the void and retreated. Kill! Hai Pengtian shouted coldly and continued to charge at Lu Ming. Beams of sharp light poured toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still at a disadvantage. He was completely outmatched. The 9 dragons' bodies were covered with cracks. The 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm was much stronger than the 3rd level. Lu Ming was no match for him. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the 9 dragons. 2nd body inscription. Ming Lian waved his hand, and 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the void, heading towards Hai Pengtian. At the same time, the myriad formation diagram flew out, and endless great formations enveloped Hai Pengtian. Clang! Clang! Hai Pengtian's golden wings flapped, knocking away the 5 phoenix feather flying swords and destroying a large area of the formation. The 9 dragons roared in anger, and together with Ming Lian's 2nd body, they charged towards Hai Pengtian. The 2 of them began a great battle. Although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, the main body and secondary body cooperated seamlessly and he could barely resist the attacks. This Lu Ming is really a genius. Even though they were enemies, a hegemon-level character couldn't help but sigh. That's right. I don't know what kind of secret technique this kid is cultivating. His clone is a pure inscriber and has reached the Emperor realm. Unbelievable. Could it be a powerful puppet technique? The various hegemons spoke. With their knowledge, it was naturally impossible for them to know about the secret skill of Twin, so they all made guesses. Since we've already offended him, we can't let him live. At the very least, we have to cripple his cultivation at any cost. Wang Xing opened his mouth. His heart was somewhat cold. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If they let him escape, he would be their nightmare when he grew up. The other overlords all nodded. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Hai Pengtian had exchanged dozens of moves. How Pengtian, is this all you've got? How can you avenge your son? Lu Ming mocked and ridiculed as he fought. Damn it. Hai Pengtian roared in his heart. He was shocked. He had already tried his best, but he still could not take down Lu Ming. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the Level 4 Martial Royal Realm and his combat strength was considered weak among the Level 4 Martial Royal Realm experts, it was not difficult for him to kill a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert. However, he could not take down a young junior even after a long time. He started to feel a little anxious. Now is the time. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The 9 dragons' bloodline suddenly collapsed, revealing Lu Ming's true form. Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Lu Ming's hands formed seals rapidly. Boom! In the sky, a huge seal formed. It looked like the Imperial Jade seal used by emperors in the mortal world, but it was as large as a mountain. On it, chaotic light permeated. This was the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. The Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal descended from the sky and pressed down on Hai Pengtian. Its terrifying power caused Hai Pengtian's expression to change. Block it! Hai Pengtian shouted. The pair of golden wings on his back flapped rapidly, forming an infinite sharp chi that blasted toward the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Boom! Finally, the Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal and Hai Pengtian's attack collided. At this moment, Hai Pengtian's expression changed. The attacks he had sent out were constantly exploding and disappearing. The Chaos Empyrean Seal was like a divine mountain from the primordial era, suppressing everything. Boom! In the end, Hai Pengtian's attack was defeated, and the Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal landed on Hai Pengtian's body. Hai Pengtian's body trembled violently as he screamed. His body fell to the ground as blood spurted out of his mouth. Hai Pengtian was no match for the Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal and suffered heavy injuries. Kill! At this moment, Ming Lian seized the opportunity and charged towards Hai Pengtian. The Million Formation illustration covered Hai Pengtian, and at the same time, 5 phoenix-feathered flying swords pierced through Hai Pengtian's 5 vital points. Hai Pengtian tried his best to resist, but he had just been struck by the chaos sky-turning seal. His breath had not calmed down, and his whole body was in pain as if it was being torn apart. He could not exert much combat power at all. He tried his best to resist, but his body was still pierced by the 2 phoenix feather flying swords, almost cutting his body apart. Break! In the end, a piercing golden light bloomed. One of Hai Pengtian's wings exploded, forming a terrifying storm that tore through the seal of the Ming Lian clone. He rushed out and flew into the group of people from the South God Palace. He continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face as pale as paper. The crowd gasped. A 4th-level martial royal realm overlord had almost been killed by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed to himself. His combat strength was still insufficient after all. He had suddenly used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal just now, but he had not been able to kill Hai Pengtian. If CROC World had been a little more careful, it would have been even harder to kill. His strength was still a little lacking compared to a Level 4 Martial Royal Realm expert. The consumption of true essence is truly terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. A huge pile of raw gemstones appeared. Lu Ming activated his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the raw gemstones and refine them. The primal chaos sky-turning seal had consumed nearly 50% of Lu Ming's quintessential essence. In other words, given Lu Ming's essential core, he could only use the chaos sky-turning seal twice before his essential core was exhausted. What do we do now? A hegemon-level figure spoke. Even Hai Pengtian could not find out if Lu Ming had set up a killing formation here. What would happen next? We'll be able to probe it out if we send a few more people. Someone suggested. Chapter 1385 Bathing in the Emperor's Blood. That's right. I suggest that each of the 4 divine palaces send a Level 4 Martial Royal Realm expert. The 4 of us will join forces to test this kid's strength. If he didn't set up a killing formation here, we can take him down in one fell swoop. A white-haired old man from the North God Palace said. This person was the palace master of the North God Palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Level 4 Martial Royal Realm, and he was extremely powerful. All right, let's do that. The others all nodded in agreement. Next, it was time to select the candidates. Soon, the 4 divine palaces each selected a Level 4 Martial Royal Realm expert. In the North Divine Palace, Wang Xing had just surrendered, so his status was the lowest. Without a doubt, the North Divine Palace wanted him to take action, which made his expressions somewhat unsightly. Boom, 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 boom. From 4 directions, the 4 overlords were like 4 gods, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, the outcome is already decided today. Wang Xing sneered. Step by step, his aura became stronger and stronger. His entire body was covered in a milky white holy light. He was the strongest among the 4. He used to be one of the patriarchs of the top 10 families in the South God Palace. He was ranked in the top 3 among the patriarchs of the top 10 families in the South God Palace. His cultivation had almost reached the peak of the Level 4 Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's main body and clone stood together. He covered his entire body with the embryonic form of the Chaos Domain to resist the external pressure. Boom! Under the pressure of the 4 experts, the lake water below churned. The lake water within 100,000 miles was instantly evaporated, revealing the dried-up bottom of the lake. Attack! Suddenly, Wang Xing shouted explosively and took the lead to attack. The other 3 experts also charged toward Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. Then, the bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It chirped and waved its small claws. On the bodies of Wang Xing and the other 3, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared, enveloping the 4 people inside. The 4 of them were frozen in the air, unable to move. The 4 of them were sealed in the bubble, their eyes revealing an expression of shock and despair. Kill! Lu Ming took the lead and charged at one of them with the dragon vein sword in his hand. The combat sword slashed and the man was cut in half. His spiritual god was also crushed into pieces by the sword chi. An overlord at the Lever 4 martial royal realm was killed just like that. Why would I? All around, everyone was stunned, not understanding what had happened. As for Lu Ming, he charged at the second person. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. The second overlord figure was killed by Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards the third person, Wang Sheng. What's going on? Break. Wang Sheng roared crazily, using all his strength, wanting to blast open the transparent bubble. Just as Lu Ming was about to approach him, he finally burst the transparent bubble. However, what made him despair was that just as he broke this transparent bubble, another transparent bubble appeared out of thin air and enveloped him. This transparent bubble had appeared without any warning. There were no fluctuations and it was impossible to dodge. No, don't. Wang Sheng's heart was madly roaring, frantically struggling. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Whoosh! The battle sword slashed down, splitting Wang Sheng into two, destroying his body and soul. After killing Wang Sheng, Lu Ming didn't even look and charged towards the fourth person. What's going on? That's the space-time domain. It's the space-time domain. It's that pet. This person is a monster. A monster. Let's attack together and kill him. We'd rather not get the mixed energy token. Lu Ming had killed 3 overlord figures in a row. The experts of the 4 divine palaces were completely terrified and went completely crazy. Lu Ming was too dangerous. If they did not kill him today, they would be the ones to die. Attack, all of you attack. Kill. Hundreds of experts from the divine palaces all attacked at the same time. Hundreds of attacks gathered together and headed toward Lu Ming. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Heaven and earth trembled. Lu Ming's pupils constricted rapidly. There was no doubt that if Lu Ming was hit, he would definitely turn into ashes. There was no possibility of him surviving. Chirping. The bubble's body glowed and its small claw clawed at the void. A space-time tunnel appeared and Lu Ming rushed into it without any hesitation. Boom! The attack landed on the ground the moment Lu Ming rushed into the space-time tunnel. Below him, the lake that was hundreds of thousands of miles in radius was instantly annihilated. Boom! 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 The ground within a radius of several 100,000 li was shaking violently, and countless huge cracks covered the entire land like a spider web. At the center of the attack, a huge hole with a radius of tens of thousands of miles appeared. Its depth was unfathomable. Boom! In the next moment, fiery red lava rushed out of the giant hole and rushed thousands of miles into the sky. Without a doubt, the ground had been pierced through. It was like the end of the world for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless creatures had died. Tens of thousands of miles away, the space fluctuated and Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming did not die. He's there. Kill him. Buzz. 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 The experts charged at Lu Ming the moment they saw him. Beams of dazzling rainbow light streaked across the sky and headed for Lu Ming. If you want to kill, then kill to your heart's content today. The energy of the air-frozen bead gushed into Lu Ming's body. He cast the wind elemental art and his body moved rapidly, avoiding the attacks and killing his way into the crowd. Chirping. The bubble cried out. A Lever 4 martial royal realm expert was the first to bear the brunt. He was enveloped by the transparent bubble and could not move at all. Lu Ming charged forward and killed the man. Then, Lu Ming charged forward and killed a few martial emperors. Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in emperor's blood. He was like an invincible god of death. Help each other. Whoever is trapped by those bubbles, help each other. Someone shouted. Then, some people were trapped by bubbles. The other strong people quickly came to their aid, leaving Lu Ming with no way to attack. This move of his is useless, kill. Lu Ming must die today. The crowd roared and charged at Lu Ming from all directions. It's my turn to make a move. He appeared and flew out. Suddenly, a huge turtle shell appeared in the air. Many attacks landed on the huge turtle shell, but they were all blocked by it. Buzz. Buzz. Bubbles opened her mouth and spat out a few sharp glints. These glints were like wind blades, but they were many times stronger than wind blades. They were the condensation of space and time. A level 4 martial royal realm expert was killed by the sword radiance. I'll do it. Dandan shouted as her body rapidly grew in size. She slapped a level 4 martial royal realm expert to death. After Dandan and Bubbles broke through to the martial emperor realm, they displayed terrifying combat strength and could even kill a level 4 martial emperor. This made the experts from all 4 sides feel a chill in their hearts. However, there were too many experts in the surroundings. Although Dandan and Bubbles had each killed one person, they were also blasted away by the many attacks. Chapter 1386 Fatal Blow. Nest, there are too many people. Dandan killed another 2/3 level martial royal realm experts and flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder. Chirping. Pow Pow appeared on Lu Ming's other shoulder silently. Let's go. Lu Ming cast the wind elemental technique, turned around, and left. Kill. Don't let him get away. The experts at the scene were already in a killing frenzy and charged toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of colorful red lights pierced through the void and headed toward Lu Ming. At the critical moment, Bubbles opened a void channel. Lu Ming rushed into the void channel and appeared thousands of miles away, avoiding the attack. Don't stop, continue to pursue him. No matter how heaven-defying his pet is, it can't use that kind of technique continuously. It'll exhaust its energy. He can't escape. One after another, the overlord figures called out to the crowd to attack Lu Ming. They had to kill Lu Ming today. Otherwise, if Lu Ming escaped, they would not be able to gather together every day. They had to split up. Once they split up, it would be more dangerous to face Lu Ming's attacks. Therefore, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots today. They chased after Lu Ming tightly. Lu Ming flew forward at high speed. After flying for 1,000,000 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the experts who were chasing after him. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Seeing that the experts were slowly approaching, Ming Lian appeared. The mental energy fire between his eyebrows jumped and he shouted, "Rise!" Buzz. Bush. In the void, countless inscriptions appeared, and a huge array appeared in the sky. This formation covered a radius of 30,000 miles, and everyone was trapped inside. This was Lu Ming's killing move. Lu Ming's ultimate killing formation was not inscribed at the lake, but here. The lake was just a bait, and so was he. He knew that the cultivators of the 4 divine palaces wouldn't be fooled easily. Everything he had done before was for this moment, to lure these people here. Not good, I've been tricked. There's a killing formation here. Hurry up and charge out. Someone shouted. It's too late. God-killing sword formation, kill. Ming Lian's second body roared. Countless sword lights appeared in the killing formation. Each sword light emitted a terrifying aura. This was a clone inscription formation that had taken several months to set up, and its power was terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi swept down. The sovereigns at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the martial royal realm were unable to block it at all. As the sword radiance slashed across, their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Only those at the 4th level martial royal realm could barely withstand it. In just a few minutes, there were only dozens of level 4 martial royal realm experts left in the void. These people were virtually the Divine Ruins Continent Group's peak powerhouses already. But these powerhouses were also struggling to hold on. Ah! With a shrill scream, Lu Ming saw Hai Pengtian's heart being pierced by 10,000 swords and he died on the spot. He was already injured, and now he was the first to die. After the fall of Hai Pengtian, some of the weaker overlord figures were also killed one by one. The number of people was decreasing. Lu Ming, let us go. I'm willing to join you. I'm also willing to do so. Please spare my life. Some people started to shout and beg for mercy. You guys should just die. I'd rather believe in the dead. Kill them, Lu Ming said coldly. The formation was activated, and countless sword lights were unleashed. People were killed one after another. These were the overlords of the Divine Ruins continent group, but at that moment, their lives were like grass, and they had fallen on this land. A few minutes later, there were only 5 or 6 people left in the air, barely holding on. These 5 or 6 people were the top experts of the Divine Ruins continent group. Each of them was only one step away from the 5th level of the martial royal realm. They tried their best to break through, but the formation covered a radius of 30,000 miles. The sword chi was endless, and they couldn't break out at all. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The last few people begged for mercy, but it didn't work, so they started to curse. However, in the end, they were all killed by the formation. There were more than 500 martial royal realm experts who came to kill Lu Ming this time, but they were all massacred by Lu Ming. Not a single one was left. Such a thing had never happened before in the Divine Ruins continent group. After killing the last person, Lu Ming's mind was completely at ease. He heaved a long sigh of relief and prepared to put away the storage ring. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of danger. This sense of danger made Lu Ming's hair stand on end, and he felt a chill in his heart. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying attack was launched at Lu Ming from behind. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming could not react. Almost subconsciously, it was a kind of instinct. With a thought, Ming Lian moved his secondary body and stood behind Lu Ming. It was a sword light that pierced through the Ming Lian clone's chest. The terrifying sword chi suddenly exploded, and half of the Ming Lian clone's body exploded. Even half of his head exploded. Bang! Ming Lian's body flew far away, his aura extremely weak. The second body was in mortal danger. The main body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this delay had also bought Lu Ming some time. The energy of the air-frozen bead gushed in. Lu Ming cast the wind element art and his figure was like a phantom, retreating backward rapidly. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the sharp blade that attacked him advanced and charged toward Lu Ming at top speed. It was a sword light with a world-shaking sharpness that could kill everything. Lu Ming had never seen such a sharp sword. At this moment, Dandan and Bubbles also reacted. A piece of tortoise shell blocked Lu Ming's path. The creak. The turtle shell blocked some of the sword light, but it was still pierced through. At this moment, the bubble opened a void channel. Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the void channel and he appeared tens of thousands of miles away. He had finally avoided the fatal blow. Buzz! A sword light flashed, and a middle-aged man appeared in the void. It's you? Lu Ming's pupils constricted when he saw this person. This middle-aged burly man was the middle-aged burly man from the deity sect. Back then, he had chased after Lu Ming together with the master of the Mu family and young Master Lin. Later on, in the core of the Divine Ruins, he was injured by the headless true dragon rider and had to retreat in embarrassment. Initially, Lu Ming thought that the other party had already returned to the Yuan continent. He did not expect that not only did the other party not return to the Yuan continent, but he had also been hiding at the side. When Lu Ming was at his most relaxed, he launched a fatal blow. If he had not blocked the attack, Lu Ming would have been dead. However, the other party's condition was not right. His entire body was filled with a black mist, which was like a poisonous snake. It wrapped around the burly man of the Heavenly God sect, making him look extremely ferocious. His breath was also unstable. It's equivalent to a level 6 martial royal realm expert. Lu Ming estimated in his heart. The other party's cultivation should have been above the 7th level of the martial royal realm, but because of the snake-like mist, His cultivation had dropped to the 6th level of the martial royal realm. However, the 6th level of the martial royal realm still far surpassed Lu Ming. Chapter 1387 Mastermind. Lu Ming, you're really lucky to be able to escape like this. But this place is extremely far from the divine ruins. Let's see how you're going to escape. The burly man from the heavenly god sect glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with malevolence and cold killing intent. You didn't return to the Yuan continent. Lu Ming frowned, his mind highly focused. The other party was right. This place was too far away from the divine ruins. Even if he borrowed the bubbles to open a space-time tunnel, he would most likely not be able to escape the other party's pursuit. Before he could even run into the divine ruins, he was already chased and killed by the other party. Lu Ming was in danger. It's all because of you. The burly man from the heavenly god sect seemed to have been stabbed in the heart by Lu Ming's question. He roared in anger and said ferociously, "It's all because of you that I've been cursed and my cultivation has dropped. If I take the teleportation array in this state, the void will shake and the curse will penetrate deep into my bones. It'll be difficult to get rid of it. How can I be satisfied if I don't kill you?" The burly man from the heavenly god sect became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and his killing intent grew colder. Lu Ming understood that the other party should have been injured by the headless true dragon knight in the core of the divine ruins and suffered from the power of the curse. A headless true dragon rider was not a living being, but was formed from the undying battle intent of a supreme expert. Every move contained the power of the curse, which would constantly corrode one's body and soul. The burly man of the Tianshan sect had been affected by the power of the curse, which was why he had not returned to Yuan continent. It seems like you were the one who spread the news of me having a mixed essence token in the Divine Ruins continent group. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he suddenly spoke. He had always felt that this matter was strange. If the people from the South God Palace had searched Long Chen's soul and found out that he had the mixed energy token, they would definitely have sent experts to capture him. Why would it be so popular? Now that he saw the burly man from the Divine God sect, Lu Ming's heart suddenly moved as he thought of a possibility. It was very likely that the burly man from the heavenly god sect had fanned the flames and spread the news, hoping to kill Lu Ming with the help of others. That's right, it's me. The burly man from the heaven god sect laughed. He took a step forward and covered 100 miles, approaching Lu Ming at an extreme speed. Lu Ming retreated quickly, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. The destruction of Dragon God Valley is also fake. Lu Ming continued. If the Tianshan sect wanted to borrow the hands of others to get rid of Lu Ming, the first thing they had to do was to make Lu Ming's identity no longer a deterrent. Ji Hongshan said that the Tianshan sect had sent the news that Dragon God Valley had been destroyed. It was very likely that this burly man from the Tianshan sect had also told them. He had spread false news with the purpose of getting rid of Lu Ming with the help of others. Not bad. The burly man from the heavenly god sect said coldly. What a good scheme. Lu Ming sighed. From the beginning to the end, it was all because of the scheme of the burly man from the divine god sect that Lu Ming had come to this point and was being hunted down by the entire continent of the divine ruins. Unfortunately, the burly man from the heavenly god sect had underestimated Lu Ming. In the end, he had no choice but to take action personally. Whoosh! The burly man from the divine heaven sect was getting faster and faster. He surpassed Lu Ming and approached him at an extreme speed. Lu Ming had no choice but to let Bubbles open a space-time tunnel and head north. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming appeared. Whoosh! However, the burly man from the heavenly god sect was extremely fast. With a flash of light, he quickly chased after Lu Ming. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. What do we do? Lu Ming's mind was racing. The other party was too powerful. There was too much of a difference between Lu Ming and the other party. Any means would be useless in the face of Lu Ming's absolute power. Moreover, now that his second body was seriously injured and on the verge of death, his strength had also dropped greatly. Lu Ming, run. Let's see how you're going to escape. And let me tell you, after I kill you, I'll still go to the Divine Wilderness Continent and destroy it. I'll kill everyone in the Divine Wilderness Continent. The burly man from the Heavenly God sect spoke coldly, causing Lu Ming's killing intent to surge. Human lives were like ants in the other party's eyes. Today, even if Lu Ming was lucky enough to escape, the other party would still attack the Divine Wilderness Continent. No one in the Divine Wilderness Continent would be spared. This was a lunatic. Dandan, is there any way? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Lu Ming, I knew it. You would have designs on me again. I'm really sinful. I'm always implicated by you. Dandan sighed. Is there any way? Lu Ming asked again. This person is cursed and his cultivation is only at level 6 Martial Emperor realm. If Xiao Budian cooperates with me with all his strength, we might have a chance to severely injure him. However, we will suffer heavy losses. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, you have to compensate us in the future. Dandan mumbled to herself and then to Bubbles. Chirping. At that moment, Bubbles suddenly flew out. A layer of blood-red light suffused Bubbles' milky white fur and burned like flames, greatly increasing Bubbles' aura. Space-time spirit mouse, I'll take you down first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the burly man from the Heaven God sect. He waved the long sword in his hand and dozens of sword lights burst out. Like a cage, they enveloped the bubble. Bubbles, 2 small claws grabbed at the air. Kacha! Kacha! The space trembled violently and split apart like pieces of crystal. In the end, it formed a spatial sword and slashed toward the man from the Divine God sect. The expression of the man from the Heaven God sect changed. He did not dare to be careless. He changed the momentum of his sword and slashed horizontally. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. A total of 9 space swords were cut open by the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. At this moment, Dandan also made her move. Like Bubbles, Dandan's body was suffused with a blood-red light, raising her aura by a notch. Lu Ming knew that Dandan and Bubbles were going all out. They had burned the power of their blood essence in their bodies to increase their strength in a short period of time. However, the repercussions were not small. Dandan's body became bigger than a mountain. Her 2 front claws slapped toward the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. In the process of slapping, Dandan's claws were covered with inscriptions, forming a terrifying killing array that suppressed the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. Buzz! 2 extremely sharp sword lights flew out from the hands of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect and slashed at Dandan's claws. The array on Dandan's claw trembled and then collapsed. Dandan's body flew out. However, at the same time, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the burly man from the Heavenly God sect and enveloped him. This is a good opportunity. Dandan let out a loud cry and opened her mouth. A ball of chaotic mist was blasted towards the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. Within the chaotic mist, it was like a world. Mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Dandan's attack was about to land, 10,000 sword lights burst out from the transparent bubble and destroyed it in one fell swoop. The sword lights slashed at the world projection that Dandan had spat out. The illusionary world that Dandan spat out shook crazily and finally dissipated. Nest kill! Dandan roared loudly. Her whole body was shining with a dazzling blood-red light. Between heaven and earth, 9 huge turtle shells appeared and pressed down on the burly man from the Tiantian sect. Chapter 1388 Going All Out. Dandan burned the power of her blood essence and her strength increased greatly. She continued to display terrifying techniques. Bubbles was in a similar state. The blood-red light around its body was blinding as it chirped. The space where it stood was like water ripples that constantly trembled. It was as if it was the master of this world, and it was using terrifying killing techniques. However, the burly man from the heavenly god sect was terrifyingly strong. He was engaged in a great battle with Dandan and Bubbles. What powerful combat strength! Something is wrong with this combat strength. Lu Ming's expression was extremely grave. The combat strength of the burly man from the deity sect was beyond his imagination. The cultivation of the burly man from the heavenly god sect was equivalent to the 6th level of the martial royal realm. However, his combat strength was completely out of Lu Ming's expectations. It was not the 6th level of the martial royal realm that Lu Ming had imagined. Instead, it was much higher. Lu Ming had killed more than 1/4 level martial emperor in the Divine Ruins continent group, so he was very clear about the combat strength of these 4th level martial emperors. Although the level 4 martial royal realm experts on the continent of the Divine Ruins had strong combat strength, there was still a gap. According to the combat strength of these level 4 martial royal realm experts, he could roughly estimate that they had the combat strength of a level 6 martial royal realm expert. However, the combat strength of the burly man from the heavenly god sect was much stronger than what Lu Ming had predicted. Could it be that the combat power of the Yuan continent's martial emperor is much stronger than that of the Divine Ruins continent? Or is the burly man from the Tianshan sect a combat genius? Or perhaps, it's because his original realm was higher? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Then, Lu Ming moved and appeared next to the second body. Lu Ming frowned after sensing it carefully. The secondary body was severely injured. Half of its body had exploded, leaving only the other half. Fortunately, the soul that Lu Ming had split in the secondary body was not severely injured. Otherwise, it would have been equivalent to the secondary body dying. However, the situation was not good. The clone would need a long time to recuperate before it could recover. During this period of time, the clone could not help Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, he put the clone into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he condensed his vital essence into a ribbon and collected all the storage rings of the emperors. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Dandan, Bubbles, and the burly man from the heavenly god sect had already turned white hot. Curse, this lord will fight it out with you. Dandan shouted in the air, jumping left and right, and attacked in an endless stream. She had the Tao of inscription, the Tao of martial arts, and everything else. As for the space-time spiritual mouse, it was much simpler. It used the space-time domain to fight against the enemy, but its power was extremely terrifying. The burly man from the heavenly god sect was extremely afraid of the Bubbles space-time domain because he would be fixed in place by the space-time domain if he was not careful. It had to be said that Dandan and Bubbles were indeed powerful. They had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, but when the two of them combined their strength and used all their skills, they were able to fight with the burly man from the heavenly god sect. One really did not know how terrifying they would be at their peak. Very quickly, the two sides had exchanged over 100 moves. Haha, it's finally done. At this moment, Dandan suddenly burst out laughing. His figure suddenly retreated, and dense inscriptions suddenly appeared around the burly man from the heavenly god sect. This was a large array. Previously, Dandan was shouting and jumping around. It turned out that she was secretly setting up an array. Now, the formation was finally complete. Buzz! The formation glowed. Between heaven and earth, 9 huge turtle shells appeared. The turtle shells glowed and suppressed the heaven and earth of the burly man from the Tianshan sect. Break! The burly man from the heaven god sect shouted and slashed out with his sword, hitting a piece of turtle shell. However, the turtle shell only shook and was not broken. Little guy, do it. Go all out. Dandan shouted and opened her mouth to spit out a ball of chaotic light. Within the chaos, a world was evil-levering. This time, the illusionary image of the world that Dandan spat out was extremely real. The inscriptions inside interweaved and actually formed all kinds of living creatures, which suppressed the burly man from the Tianshan sect. Chirping. The bubble cried out and waved its claws. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the burly man from the heavenly god sect and enveloped him. This bubble was clearly different from the transparent bubbles that had appeared before. This transparent bubble had the shadow of a space-time spirit mouse circling it, howling at the sky. Break, break, break. The burly man of the heaven god sect seemed to have sensed the danger. He roared madly and his sword chi burst out, trying to break the turtle shell shield. Kacha! Kacha! A crack appeared on one of the tortoise shells, and it exploded. Explode! 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 Dandan roared. Boom! Boom! The illusory world that Dandan had spat out suddenly exploded. At the same time, Bubbles' transparent bubble also exploded. The terrifying energy annihilated the entire territory, turning it into a pitch-black Massachusetts. A terrifying destructive storm erupted in all directions, turning that place into a black hole. Dandan and Bubbles' bodies were sent flying far away by the destructive storm. Lu Ming hurriedly rushed out and caught Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, Dandan and Bubbles' auras were extremely weak and their bodies were dim. Chirping. Bubbles cried out weakly, her body curled up and she actually fell unconscious. Bubble. Lu Ming's heart ached. Lu Ming, Xiao Budian and I have burned our blood essence source and suffered great losses. I'm afraid we'll have to sleep for a while. You have to prepare spiritual herbs when we wake up, a lot of spiritual herbs. Dandan said and fell unconscious. Don't worry. Lu Ming muttered and kept Dandan and Bubbles into the mountain and river diagram. Boom! In front of him, the explosion was still going on, and it took a long time before it calmed down. A figure appeared in the sky. The burly man from the heavenly god sect was actually still alive. However, at this moment he was extremely miserable. His entire body was in tatters, and wounds of various sizes covered his entire body as blood flowed out. His aura was extremely weak, and there was a layer of true yuan covering his body, allowing him to stand in the air. Ah, damn it, damn it. The burly man from the heavenly god sect roared in anger. This was too tragic, he was too miserable. He had already been struck by the headless true dragon rider's curse power, causing his cultivation base to regress and it was difficult for him to recover. Just now, he was also severely injured by Dandan and Bubble, adding on to his injuries. Even if he recovered in the future, his cultivation base would regress and it would be difficult for him to improve again. His anger seemed to be able to burn half the sky. Kill! Before he could react, a cold, killing intent enveloped him. Lu Ming charged over. The embryonic form of the chaos domain wrapped around the dragon-patterned sword and slashed at him. Clang! The burly man from the heaven god sect raised the long sword in his hand and blocked in front of him. The dragon vein sword struck his long sword, causing his body to shake violently. His body flew out like a cannonball, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Now, he was no match for Lu Ming at all. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged at the other party. Lu Ming, I'll spare your life today. The burly man from the heavenly god sect roared and turned to run. Where are you going? Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and chased after the burly man from the heavenly god sect. The burly man from the divine sky sect transformed into a beam of sword light. His speed was so fast that he seemed to be traveling through space. Lu Ming used the power of the air-frozen bead to help him and cast the wind element technique. However, he could not catch up with him. Chapter 1389 Whereabouts of the Prison-Suppressing Steel. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, disappeared from this place. However, it was impossible for the burly man from the heavenly god sect to shake off Lu Ming. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between Lu Ming and the burly man from the heavenly god sect was getting closer. After all, the burly man from the heaven god sect had suffered heavy injuries. At this time, he was running for his life. As his injuries worsened, his speed naturally became slower and slower. This won't do. If this continues, this brat will catch up to me sooner or later. Now that I'm seriously injured, I don't even have 1% of my strength left. I'm not his match at all. The burly man from the heavenly god sect was thinking of a way to escape. Behind him, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His body was shrouded in a green light as he chased after the burly man from the heavenly god sect at an extreme speed. He must kill the burly man of the heavenly god sect. The reason why he was chased by all the experts on the continent of the divine ruins was all because of the burly man from the divine god sect. First, there was news that Lu Ming had a mixed essence token and could enter the core of the divine ruins safely. Then, there was fake news that Dragon God Valley had been exterminated, so the experts of the continent group of the divine ruins did not have any scruples about Lu Ming and went all out to hunt him down. Later on, when Lu Ming set up a trap and killed a large number of experts from the continent of the divine ruins, the burly man from the deity sect launched a sneak attack and seriously injured his second body. Now, even Dandan and Bubbles were unconscious. Lu Ming had suffered a great loss. Furthermore, with the actions of the burly man from the Tianshan sect, if he was not killed, he would definitely seek revenge on Lu Ming in a frenzy. The divine wilderness continent, his family and friends would all be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming had to kill the burly man from the divine god sect at all costs to get rid of future troubles. The distance between the two of them was slowly closing. No, this can't go on. I can only give it my all. The burly man from the heaven god sect had a ruthless look in his eyes. He suddenly changed his direction and flew toward the east. That is, the direction of the ancient city of the divine ruins. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Originally, the location he had chosen before was in the central part of the divine ruins continent, not far from the ancient city of the divine ruins. This way, he could wait for the powerhouses of the four great divine palaces to appear at the same time. This person, could it be that he wants to use the ancient city of the god ruins teleportation array to escape back to the Yuan continent's Tianshan sect? Lu Ming made a guess. In fact, this was the case. The burly man from the Tianshan sect could no longer care about his injuries. He wanted to use the teleportation array to escape back to the Tianshan sect. As long as he returned to the Tianshan sect, he would be safe. In the future, when he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely return to the divine ruins continent and kill all of Lu Ming's friends and family, completely destroying the divine wilderness continent. The burly man from the heavenly god sect had a cold glint in his eyes. I won't let you have your way. Lu Ming's eyes were determined. More energy poured into the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming exerted the wind element technique to the extreme and his speed increased. The distance between him and the burly man from the deity sect was closing. Hurry, hurry! The burly man from the heaven god sect roared in his heart and tried his best to escape. Soon, a huge ancient city appeared in front of them. Buzz! Buzz! The two people, one in front and one behind, rushed into the ancient divine ruin city. What's that? What a powerful fluctuation. That's an emperor. He's so powerful. Who is he? In the ancient city of the divine ruins, some experts were alarmed, looking at the sky in shock. In front of him, the 36 Tiangang peaks were in sight. We're here, we're almost here. The burly man from the heavenly god sect was shining with hope. Power come. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted angrily. An even stronger force from the air-frozen bead gushed into Lu Ming's body. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The air-frozen bead contained a lot of power. Lu Ming could not withstand the influx of too much power and was injured by the force. However, because of this, Lu Ming's speed also increased greatly. He suddenly sped up and approached the burly man from the divine god sect. Buzz! The dragon vein sword slashed down towards the burly man from the heavenly god sect. Not good. The burly man from the heaven god sect was shocked. He quickly turned around and waved his sword to block. Clang! The burly man from the heaven god sect was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Suppress! Above Lu Ming's head, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged. Lu Ming transformed into the prison-suppressing steel and suppressed the burly man from the Heaven God sect. Boom! The burly man from the Heaven God sect was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. His body was like a meteorite, crashing down heavily. He smashed Effecta Peak and his body almost cracked. The prison-guarding steel, why do you have the prison-guarding steel too? Is this a bloodline? No, it's the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The burly man from the Heaven God sect struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline and shouted in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down again. This time, he had almost killed the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. The burly man was extremely weak. The long sword in his hand had flown out. He no longer had the strength to resist. Spare me, spare me! The burly man from the Heavenly Divine sect shouted in fear. Spare my life? When you wanted to kill me before, you didn't show any mercy. If it wasn't for my good luck, I would have died. Lu Ming's cold voice came from the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel trembled and emitted a cold killing intent. It was about to suppress the man from the Tianshan sect once again. Wait a minute, Lu Ming. You've awakened the bloodline of the prison-guarding steel. If you can get the original body of the prison-guarding steel, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. The burly man from the Heavenly God sect suddenly shouted. You know the true form of the prison-guarding steel? Lu Ming's voice was heard as the prison-suppressing steel's murderous intent was halted. Seeing that Lu Ming was moved, the burly man from the Heavenly God sect was overjoyed. That's right. It's said that the prison-guarding steel was broken by someone in the distant past. It was broken into several pieces and scattered all over the world. I know a piece of the prison-guarding steel fragment is in the Tianshan sect. The Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. As long as you promise to let me go, I will definitely find a way to help you steal the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel when I return to the divine sect. The heavenly deity burly man cried out. However, a scheme was brewing in his heart. Hee, do you think I will believe you? The fragment of the prison-guarding steel is a treasure that the Tianshan sect will definitely protect. With your cultivation, you are definitely not a high-level figure in the Tianshan sect. How could you have obtained the fragment of the prison-guarding steel? Do you think I am so easy to fool? Even if the Tianshan sect really has the fragment of the prison-guarding steel, I will get it myself in the future. So you should just die. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard and he was about to kill the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. Buzz! At this moment, one of the 9 ancient altars in the sky suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Lu Ming was shocked. The altar was glowing, which meant that people from the major sects of the Yuanlu continent were coming. Wasn't there still half a month to the 2-year agreement with the major sects of the Yuanlu continent? Could it be that the big sects of the Yuanlu continent had come in advance? Buzz! When the first altar lit up, the second altar lit up as well, and then the third. A total of 3 altars lit up. Then a space gate appeared, and 2 figures appeared on each of the 3 altars. The people of the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming recognized one of the people on one of the altars. It was a white-haired elder. He was the white-haired elder from the Heavenly God sect that he had met when they were selecting disciples. Behind the white-haired elder was a young man whom he had never seen before. The terrifying combat strength of the paragon of the Yuanlu continent. Then, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other 2 altars. Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu Demon Sect. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On one of the altars, the middle-aged man from Dragon God Valley, who had been to the continent of divine ruins last time, appeared. Behind him was a young man. On the 3rd altar, there were 2 strong cultivators from the Tianyu Demon Sect. They were both middle-aged. Deacon, save me. This Lu Ming wants to kill me. As soon as he saw the white-haired old man of the Heavenly God sect, the burly man of the Heavenly God sect was ecstatic and shouted madly as if he had found his savior. The burly man from the Heavenly Divine sect shouted, and people from several sides looked at Lu Ming and the rest. "What? Lu Ming, how dare you?" The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect reacted and shouted, "Kill!" At the same time, the prison-suppressing steel shook and pressed down on the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. There was no time to lose. The major sects of the Yuanlu continent had arrived early, which was out of Lu Ming's expectations. However, he had to kill the burly man from the deity sect. Therefore, Lu Ming took action directly. He was straightforward and decisive. "No, no." The burly man from the Heavenly God sect cried out in despair. He had not expected that Lu Ming would still have the guts to attack him after seeing the arrival of the white-haired elder from the Heavenly God sect. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel did not stop. As it pressed down, the burly man from the Heavenly God sect was torn into pieces and his body and soul were destroyed. "How dare you? You're looking for death." A cold shout came from the sky. The white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The strength of this aura far exceeded that of the burly man from before. In front of him, Lu Ming was like an ant. Bang! Under this pressure, Lu Ming could not maintain the form of the prison-suppressing steel and it collapsed. Lu Ming's real body appeared, pale and almost spitting out blood. "What do you want to do? Do you think the disciples of Dragon God Valley are easy to bully? Get lost." Just as Lu Ming was about to give in, a loud shout was heard. The burly man from the Dragon God Valley shouted, and an aura that was not weaker than the white-haired elder's burst forth, blocking the white-haired elder's aura. Lu Ming then felt his body lighten and the pressure disappeared. He could not help but let out a long breath. His heart was heavy. Strong, they were too strong. Whether it was the white-haired elder of the Tianshan sect or the middle-aged man of the Dragon God Valley, they were all too strong. They had surpassed Lu Ming by many times. Lu Ming seemed to be very strong in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, but compared to the experts of the Yuan continent, he was much weaker. He felt that if the white-haired elder of the Tianshan sect and the middle-aged man of the Dragon God Valley wanted to kill him, they could do it with a flip of their hands. "You want to stop me? This little bastard killed the people of my Tianshan sect in front of me. He must die." The white-haired old man looked at the burly man from Dragon God Valley coldly. "Must die? How laughable. With me here, how are you going to kill him?" The middle-aged man from Dragon God Valley stared at the white-haired elder. "Are you deliberately going against my Tianshan sect?" The white-haired old man's face was gloomy, and the burly man from Dragon God Valley sneered. "Kill!" Suddenly, the white-haired elder moved and charged toward Lu Ming. "I knew you would sneak attack." The middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley followed suit and punched the white-haired elder. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow, and the world rumbled. However, the two of them condensed their power and did not release it. Otherwise, the ancient city of the Divine Ruins would be in danger. "If you want to fight, go up and fight. Then I'll kill you first." The brawny man from Dragon God Valley and the white-haired elder from the Tianshan sect rushed into the sky and started a fierce battle. Who? At this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. A terrifying palm force was pressing down on Lu Ming. It was the young man from the Heavenly God sect. At this moment, he suddenly made a move and launched an attack on Lu Ming. Boom! Without thinking, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sky. When the fist and the palm collided, Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel waves of energy surging towards him continuously. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated continuously. Buzz! A figure landed in front of Lu Ming. It was the young man from the Heavenly God sect. "Brat, with your supreme martial artist cultivation, you can take one of my palm strikes." "Not bad, but I only used 30% of my power in that palm strike just now. Try taking another palm strike." The young man from the Tianxian sect sent another palm strike at Lu Ming. The power of this palm strike was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He exerted all his strength and cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The embryonic form of the chaos domain covered his fist, and he threw a punch. Boom! The fist collided with the palm print for the second time. Just like the last time, Lu Ming felt an irresistible force surging toward him. He could not help but retreat. How can he be so strong? Lu Ming was shocked and in disbelief. That was because he could clearly see that his opponent's realm was not ridiculously strong. Second-level Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, he was at the early stage of the second-level Martial Royal realm. At this level, if it was a martial artist from the Divine Ruins Continent group, he could kill them at will. But now, except for the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he had used all his strength, but he was still no match for his opponent. Moreover, he felt that the other party had not used his full strength at all. There was an unfathomable feeling about him. Lu Ming estimated that even if he used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he might not be able to do anything to the other party. The other party's combat strength was too strong. Could it be that the other party was a Heaven's Chosen from the Tianxian sect? Lu Ming had all sorts of guesses in his heart. Interesting. If you can take my second palm, what about my third palm? The young man from the Heavenly God sect felt embarrassed after failing to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive palm strikes. His face turned cold. The aura on his body was even stronger. You're just putting on an act here. If you have the ability, fight me. At this time, a loud shout was heard. A burly young man suddenly appeared behind the young man from the Heavenly God sect and attacked him. The young man from the Heavenly God sect turned pale. He could not be bothered with Lu Ming and turned around to fight with the burly young man. The burly young man was the young man who had come with the burly man from Dragon God Valley. The two of them fought, and it was difficult to determine the winner. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. The cultivation of the burly youth from Dragon God Valley was similar to that of the youth from the Tianxian sect. They were both in the early stage of the second-level Martial Emperor realm. However, their combat strength was unusually amazing. Lu Ming felt that some of the weaker fourth-level Martial Emperors on the continent group of the Divine Ruins were not their opponents. Yuan Continent is indeed not simple. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. His eyes shone with stronger anticipation. Without a doubt, there were many experts in the Yuan Continent, far more than the continents of the Divine Ruins. This made Lu Ming look forward to it. And now, Lu Ming knew that it was very likely that the deity sect had a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel, which made him look forward to it even more. He had a feeling that if he gathered all the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel would definitely undergo a shocking change. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense, but their combat strength was equal. It was difficult to determine the victor. Chapter 1391 Parting. In the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, everyone was alarmed. Some people fled outside, while some people came towards Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the fluctuations of the battle, they also retreated frantically in fear. At this moment, Lu Ming had a thought and Xian Yanqing appeared. Xian Yanqing. As soon as Xian Yanqing appeared, the eyes of the two middle-aged men from the Tianyu demon sect lit up. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xian Yanqing looked around with a puzzled expression. Previously, in the mountain and river diagram, she saw that her second body was severely injured while Dandan and Bubbles were unconscious. She could not help but feel very worried. Now that she saw that Lu Ming was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming briefly explained the situation. I see. Xian Yanqing's eyes turned as he saluted the two middle-aged men from the Tianyu demon sect. The two men sized up Xian Yanqing and nodded with a smile as if they were very satisfied. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the Supreme Being level, which surprised them but also satisfied them. 2 years ago, they had seen Xian Yanqing. At that time, they were very clear about Xian Yanqing's cultivation. In the continent of the divine ruins, he was able to break through to the Supreme Being realm in just 2 years. This kind of talent made them value Xian Yanqing even more. Following that, Xian Yanqing mumbled to the 2 middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men nodded and flew into the sky. He joined forces with the burly man from Dragon God Valley to fight the white-haired old man. Tian Yu demon sect you? The white-haired old man let out a furious roar. However, he was no match for the 2 experts' joint attack. He was suppressed and could only retreat quickly, flying out of the battle circle. Old man, if you want to fight, I don't mind killing you today. The burly man from Dragon God Valley sneered. Good, very good. Do you really think that our Tianshan sect is easy to bully? Let's wait and see. The white-haired old man said angrily, but he didn't dare to make a move. The white-haired old man stopped, and the 2 young men also stopped and retreated. People of the continent of the divine ruins, listen up. I am a deacon of the deity sect in the Yuan continent. Tell those disciples of the deity sect who have not gone to the Yuan continent to get their asses here. The white-haired elder's voice spread far and wide. Hee. The middle-aged man from Dragon God Valley sneered and walked to Lu Ming's side. He sized Lu Ming up and his eyes lit up, as expected of a prodigy who has awakened the 9-dragon bloodline. His talent is amazing. It's only been 2 years, and his cultivation has already reached the supreme level. It's really rare in a place like the Divine Ruins continent. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lu Ming bowed. You're a disciple of my Dragon God Valley. I'm Long Yuan Shan, a deacon of Dragon God Valley. You can just call me Deacon Long. Long Yuan Shan said heroically. Then he introduced the young man to the Dragon Guard. Right, what happened? Long Yuan Mountain's eyes looked at the corpse of the burly man from the God of Heaven sect and revealed a puzzled look. He was well aware of the cultivation base of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. However, he found it unbelievable that he was killed by Lu Ming. It's like this. Lu Ming did not hide anything and explained the matter roughly. From 2 years ago, he was besieged by the burly man of the Heavenly God sect and the others to the recent events. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention anything important. For example, he did not mention his entry into the Chaos Hall, his cultivation of the Chaos Will, Dandan, and Bubbles. It was only said that the burly man from the Heavenly God sect was injured by the headless true dragon knight at the core of the divine ruins. He was killed because he was seriously injured. Damn it, the Tianshan sect is so despicable. They secretly besieged and killed the disciples of my Dragon God Valley. Long Yuan Shan shouted in anger and looked at the white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect unkindly. He seemed to be thinking whether he should attack the white-haired elder or not. The white-haired old man revealed a wary expression. In the end, Long Yuan Mountain also had some apprehensions and did not make a move. It's good to kill such trash. It's a pity that Long Chen was accepted as a disciple by the Divine Elephant Sect's experts. However, his bloodline is more suitable for the Divine Elephant Sect. Long Yuan Shan mumbled. He then looked at Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, did you really obtain a mixed essence token in the Battle of Providence? Yes, I am. Lu Ming nodded. He did not hide the fact that he had a primordial chaos token. That's amazing. Who knows, you might have a fortuitous encounter in the future. Long Yuan Shan's eyes flashed with joy. Then he didn't ask further. In actual fact, there were many things that did not make sense in Lu Ming's words. Long Yuan Mountain could naturally tell that, but he also knew that it was Lu Ming's secret. Lu Ming was so young and he had such a cultivation. It was normal for him to have some secrets. However, some people from the Divine Ruins continent are quite bold. They actually dared to attack the disciples of my Dragon God Valley. They should be taught a lesson. Dragon Guard, go and knock some sense into those who are still alive. Let them remember that our Dragon God Valley is not destroyed. Lu Ming is our disciple. If they want to deal with Lu Ming's family and friends in the future, then they don't need to exist anymore. Longyuan Mountain said. Yes. The dragon guard nodded, then stepped into the air and left. Many thanks, Deacon Long. Lu Ming expressed his thanks. Lu Ming knew that Longyuan Mountain was doing this to appease him. Lu Ming really needed this favor. Although most of the sovereigns in the Divine Ruins continent group had been killed by Lu Ming in the previous battle, Lu Ming was still very powerful. However, the major forces still had some experts left. Although there were not many experts left, Lu Ming was still worried that these people would cause trouble for the Divine Wilderness continent after he left. However, with the help of the powerhouses of Dragon God Valley, these forces should be more obedient. Not long after, a genius arrived. It was Ji Hongchen. Ji Hongchen's father, Ji Feng, did not participate in the capture of Lu Ming due to Ji Hongchen's advice. Hence, he was spared. There weren't many Heaven's favorites left in the Heavenly God sect. There were only 2 of them. Soon, the 2 of them arrived. The white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect led them onto the ancient altar and left. Lu Ming, I have to go too. Xian Yanqing came to Lu Ming's side and said reluctantly. The Tianyu demonic sect had only come to pick up Xian Yanqing. Now they were about to set off. Little Qing, don't worry. I've asked the seniors of Longyuan Mountain. Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demon sect are in the same territory and not too far apart. I'll visit you in the future. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand and said, Okay. Xian Yanqing nodded and suddenly kissed Lu Ming on the lips. Lu Ming, you have to work hard. Don't let me surpass your cultivation the next time we meet. With that, she smiled brightly and turned to leave. Lu Ming smiled as he watched Xian Yanqing and the 2 powerhouses from the Tianyu demon sect leave. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Little Qing, don't worry. This separation is only temporary. When we both have the strength to move unhindered in the world, there will be no need to separate anymore. Lu Ming muttered. His gaze became determined again. A few days later, the news of Lu Ming's battle with the powerhouses of the 4 great divine palaces spread wildly throughout the Divine Ruins continent and to other continents. In this battle, Lu Ming had killed the 4 divine palaces and all the top powerhouses from the other continents in one fell swoop. Countless people who had heard the news were dumbfounded. The boundless primordial realm. All the powerhouses who went to capture Lu Ming were killed by him. It was a shocking scene. The continent group of the Divine Ruins had an unprecedented shock. After this battle, the continent group of the Divine Ruins was destined to have a major reshuffling. Then, there was news that the Dragon God Valley was not destroyed and was safe and sound. The news that the Dragon God Valley had been destroyed was false. This piece of news made all the major factions keep quiet out of fear. They had no disloyalty towards Lu Ming and the Divine Wilderness continent. Even those peak experts had died. They didn't want to die. Furthermore, the Dragon God Valley had not been destroyed. Lu Ming was now a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Even if they were given 100 times more courage, they would not dare to touch the Divine Wilderness continent. The ancient Divine Ruins city, under the sacrificial altar. Lu Ming, if there's anything else you need to deal with, do it together. When you're done, we'll head to Dragon God Valley. Longyuan Mountain said. Lu Ming looked towards the south. It was as if he had pierced through the void and landed on the Divine Wilderness continent. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head and said, No, senior, let's go. Before Lu Ming left, he had already made all the arrangements for the Divine Wilderness continent. And now, the matter of the Divine Ruins continent group had already been levered, so he did not need to worry too much. The only thing he had to do now was to go to the Yuan continent and cultivate. When his cultivation improved, it would be easy for him to come back and visit. All right, let's go. Longyuan Mountain said. The 3 of them ascended an ancient altar and stepped through the light door of the altar. Lu Ming seemed to have stepped into a void channel. Countless lights and shadows flashed in his surroundings. After an unknown period of time, his body shook and the light disappeared. Lu Ming found himself on an ancient stone platform. Looking around, he was surrounded by desolate mountains. Is this the Yuan continent? Lu Ming looked around curiously and stepped out of the stone platform. Boom! The moment he walked out of the stone platform, a terrifying pressure was exerted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he almost fell to his knees. He exerted some strength to stabilize his body. Lu Ming felt that his body seemed to have become a few hundred times heavier. The surrounding air seemed to have become incomparably heavy and was constantly pressing down on his body. What's going on? Lu Ming was bewildered. He exerted force in his body to offset the external pressure. Lu Ming, do you feel that your body has become a few hundred times heavier? There's a strong pressure in the surroundings that's acting on you. Long Yuan Shan walked out of the stone platform and smiled. That's right. Deacon, what's going on? Lu Ming asked, feeling extremely curious. Lu Ming, if you want to understand what's going on, you must first have a rough outline of the entire primordial realm's geographical distribution. Long Yuan Shan said. Then he waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky. On the image, there was a vast ocean. The primordial realm is a boundless ocean. In the ocean, there are countless continents, and the primordial continent is in the center of the ocean. Long Yuan Mountain stretched out its hand and in the center of the ocean, a continent appeared. This continent was very large. It occupied a large area even in the vast ocean. This was the Yuan continent. In the primordial realm, the primordial land is the center and spreads out. There are countless large and small continents. In fact, most of them can't be called continents and can only be considered islands. Long Yuan Mountain then waved his hand. With Yuan continent as the center, numerous black dots appeared on the ocean. These black dots were all continents. However, compared to the size of Yuan continent, they were like dust. Even some of the bigger ones couldn't be compared. The difference was too great. So many. Lu Ming gasped. He looked at the ocean and the countless black dots that were densely packed together. He was filled with shock. Could all of these be continents? Continents like the divine wilderness continent? Senior, where is that divine ruins continent group? Lu Ming asked again. Here. Long Yuan Mountain pointed to the vast ocean in the south of the Yuan continent, a corner that was extremely far away from the Yuan continent. There were some black dots scattered there. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Divine Ruins continent group was too far away from the Yuan continent, and it was also too small. It was like a speck of dust, almost negligible in the entire picture. Was this the Divine Ruins continent group that he had been living in? In the entire primordial realm, it was so small that it was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. The entire primordial realm is a complete macro world. It is also very strange. The primordial land is the center of the primordial realm. The laws of heaven and earth are also the most perfect and flawless. Therefore, the heaven and earth on the primordial land are stable and the original chi is rich. It is a true holy land for cultivation. With the Yuan continent as the center and spreading out, the laws of heaven and earth will become weaker and weaker. They will become more and more incomplete. The space will become extremely unstable and the origin energy will become thinner and thinner. You can easily tear space in the Divine Ruins continent group, but here, can you try? Long Yuan Mountain explained to Lu Ming patiently. It's actually like this. Lu Ming was amazed. He took a deep breath and realized that the heaven and earth here was filled with rich origin energy. It was origin energy, not spirit energy. Here, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was very thin, and most of it was origin chi. He casually took a breath and the rolling original chi gathered in his body. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch. However, a shocking scene appeared. His fist only pierced through the air and made a terrible whistling sound. However, the space didn't move at all. There wasn't even a ripple. What a stable space. Unbelievable. In the Divine Ruins continent group, he could easily tear space and pierce through the void, but here, there was not even a ripple in the space. The closer we are to the Yuan continent, the more perfect the laws of heaven and earth are. Everything in the world is also the most perfect and stable. Naturally, the gravity will be stronger and the pressure that people will feel will be stronger. Longyuan Mountain explained. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground, causing the rocks to crack and a pit to appear. It's so hard. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He could clearly sense that the rocks here were just ordinary rocks and not some hard metal or... Although he did not use his full strength, if he had been in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, a mountain range would have collapsed. However, here it was only a pit. Even ordinary rocks were so hard. Longyuan Mountain was right. Everything in the world here had become more stable because of the perfection of the heaven and earth laws, far more stable than the continents of the Divine Ruins. The destructive power of a martial royal realm expert here would be much lower than that of the continent group of the Divine Ruins. Of course, it also meant that it would be more dangerous for martial artists to go out and take risks. This was because the power of nature had become stronger. Following that, Lu Ming soared into the sky and tried flying. As expected, the speed of flying here was at least a few dozen times slower than the Divine Ruins continents. Arriving at Dragon God Valley. Given Lu Ming's cultivation level, he would be tens of times slower even if he were to fly, let alone tear open space. Yuan continent, it is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you're wrong. This is not Yuan continent. Longyuan Mountain laughed. On the side, the Dragon Guard also smiled. Lu Ming's reaction was within their expectations. What? This isn't the Yuan continent? Lu Ming's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Yes, I am. Longyuan Shan waved his hand and the painting in the air disappeared. This is just a small island near the Yuan continent. In your eyes, this is a continent. If we are really in the Yuan continent, the pressure from the outside world will be stronger than this. Everything in the world will be more stable than this. What? Lu Ming was shocked. This place was not the Yuan continent, but an island near the Yuan continent. He was just close to the Yuan continent, but everything in the world was so stable. The pressure from the outside world was so strong. How terrifying would the true Yuan continent be? However, Lu Ming immediately thought of something. The cultivation environment here was already dozens of times better than the continent of the Divine Ruins. How good would the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent be? The pressure from the outside world was nothing. He would get used to it after some time. The cultivation environment was the most important thing. It could allow him to break through continuously. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with even more anticipation. Lu Ming, this is a transit point for outsiders to get used to it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you enter the Yuan continent at once. Longyuan Shan explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded to express his understanding. Let's go. There should be other people here. We'll be staying here for half a month. Longyuan Mountain said before walking forward. After crossing a huge mountain, he saw some attics in front of him. Lu Ming noticed that there were also some young people living there. The cultivation of these youths was very strong. There were those at the 8th, 9th, and even the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming saw the most powerful ones at the supreme level. He learned from Longyuan Mountain that these young men were disciples recruited from various continents by Dragon God Valley. Like Lu Ming, they had stayed in their original continents because of some matters and had only gone to Dragon God Valley now. Therefore, there were not many of them, only about 100. Lu Ming was assigned to a room. The next half a month was mainly to adapt to the environment here. That was because the environment of the continent cluster of the Divine Ruins and the Yuan continent were too different. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. In the pavilion's courtyard, Lu Ming performed a set of fist techniques and his body was flying around. He allowed his body to slowly adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he also allowed the speed and frequency of the true essence in his meridians to adapt to this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped. He felt very comfortable. His body had also adapted to it slightly. In the beginning, when Lu Ming took action, he would either use more or less force. Now, he was much better. The origin chi here is really dense. Also, the intent realm of the heaven and earth is really clear. Lu Ming sensed carefully. Here, the intent realm of heaven and earth was dozens of times clearer than the divine ruins continent group. In other words, it was many times easier for warriors to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth here than in the divine ruins continent group. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Lu Ming and more than 100 other young men stepped into the teleportation array and headed to the Yuan continent. It was the same feeling as riding in the space passage. After an unknown amount of time, that feeling disappeared and they reappeared on a huge altar. This place, it's a snow mountain. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and realized that he was in a snow mountain. Little guys, welcome to the Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu. Long Yuan Shan's deep voice resounded and he stepped out of the altar. Come out, you'd better be prepared. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He understood what Long Yuan Mountain meant. The laws of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent were perfect, so the pressure between heaven and earth might be greater. On the altar, because of the protection of the formation, he could not feel it. Let's go. Lu, I've finally arrived. These young men were extremely excited as they flew out of the altar. However, after these young men flew out of the altar, their bodies trembled. A few of the weakest ones almost lost their balance. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming flew out of the altar as well. He instantly felt a terrifying pressure acting on his body. His body weight was also extremely shocking. The pressure here was probably several hundred times, even 1,000 times that of the Divine Ruins continent cluster. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Also, it's so cold. Lu Ming felt his body turn cold. This was a snow mountain, and the temperature was shockingly low. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not feel the usual cold. However, the temperature here made him feel chilly. This heaven-earth Yuan Qi. Lu Ming took a deep breath. In an instant, rolling original qi between heaven and earth flowed into him. It was unimaginably dense. Lu Ming felt that if he breathed casually, the amount of original qi would be equivalent to the amount of a low-grade raw stone. In the world, the original qi was rich, while the spiritual qi was extremely thin. Buzz! In the distance, a burly elder wearing a short-sleeved shirt with his arms bare flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. Long Yuan Mountain and the others greeted the old man. Lu Ming, I'll take my leave first. This Deacon Long Yuanchuan will arrange your accommodation. Long Yuan Mountain said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Long Yuan Mountain and the others who had gone to the other continents to pick up people like him left one after another. All right, come with me. I'll take you to your living quarters. After Long Yuanchuan said that, he flew forward. Everyone quickly followed. However, they had just arrived and the pressure from the outside world was too strong. They were not used to it yet. This was after adapting to the transition station for half a month. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. After flying down the snow mountain, their field of view widened. In front of them, a huge glacier valley appeared. This ice mountain valley was formed by the separation of two mountain ranges. In the sky, snow was falling, and the world was covered in white. Lu Ming looked into the distance and realized that there were also snow mountains in front of the huge glacier canyon. However, they were far away and in the vast snow, they could not see clearly. Dragon Qi, so much Dragon Qi. What a strong Dragon Qi. Lu Ming felt his 9-dragon bloodline heating up. He was shocked when he sensed it through his 9-dragon bloodline. Through the 9-dragon bloodline, he seemed to be able to see countless dragon qi rising into the sky from the glacier valley and the snow mountain in the distance. In the huge canyon, there was a lot of weak dragon chi. However, behind the canyon, in the vast snow mountain, there was some shocking dragon chi. Lu Ming was like an ant in front of it. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. His expression changed drastically, and he could not help but take a few steps back. He quickly retracted his senses. So powerful! That aura far surpasses that of an emperor. Is that the aura of a saint? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. There were definitely saints in Dragon God Valley, and there was more than one. Chapter 1394 Chiu Siblings. The burly elder, Long Yuanchuan, glanced at Lu Ming and said, "There are many experts in the valley. You'd better not use your bloodline to sense it, or you'll only be asking for trouble." Lu Ming smiled wryly. The rest of the people had looks of respect on their faces. It was obvious that Lu Ming was not the only one who sensed the aura in the snow mountain ahead through his blood meridian. The disciples recruited by Dragon God Valley were all geniuses who had awakened the true dragon bloodline. They could easily sense each other. The group continued to fly forward. It's so cold. After flying into the huge glacier valley, the temperature dropped even more. Moreover, the temperature was getting lower and lower as they went further in. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings as he flew. The glacier valley was huge. The walls on both sides were tens of thousands of feet high. On the walls, one could see houses and palaces carved out of ice. However, most of them were cave abodes, which were excavated from the walls of the glacier. Moreover, on both sides of the canyon, there were some side valleys. It was like a main vein that extended into some side valleys. Some people also lived in these side valleys. After flying for more than 10 minutes, the burly old man led them into a side valley. On both sides of the side valley, there were many cave abodes. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. Many of the cave abodes were already occupied. As if sensing someone's arrival, people walked out of some cave abodes. They were all very young and were of the same generation as Lu Ming and the others. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming sensed the cultivation of these people and his pupils constricted. Supreme martial artist. These young men were all supreme martial artists. However, Lu Ming was immediately relieved. The cultivation environment here was too good. It was many times better than the Divine Ruins continent group. Even a pig could cultivate to the Martial King realm or even the third spiritual god realm here, not to mention those peerless geniuses. Alright, you can stay here for the time being. The people here are the same as you. They are all newly selected disciples from the outer continent, but they came here 2 years earlier than you. Also, this entire glacier valley is only the outer valley. You are not official disciples of Dragon God Valley yet. You can only be regarded as reserved disciples. Only by passing the assessment can you be considered as official disciples of Dragon God Valley. There are still 4 months left before the assessment. During this period of time, all of you should focus on your cultivation. With your talent, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to reach the Jizuan realm in 4 months. Most of those who came here 2 years ago have already reached the Jizuan realm. Let me tell you, there will be a huge opportunity in the assessment this time. Other people will be envious of it. The higher your cultivation, the greater the chance of obtaining the opportunity. So, you must grasp it and work hard. The burly old man explained in detail. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. They were not official disciples yet. They were only reserved disciples. They had to pass an assessment before they could be considered official disciples. The standards of the big sects in the Yuanlu continent were really strict. At this time, the burly old man waved his hand, and a jade token appeared in his hand. On the token, an ice dragon was carved, and it was very lifelike. The burly elder waved his hand and the jade tokens flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming casually grabbed a token. There is a number on this token, which represents the ice cave number you will be staying in. You can check in according to the number. Also, this token is also the identity token of your reserved disciples. Alright, you should get used to it and cultivate. I will come back after a while to explain the assessment in detail. With that, the burly old man left. Everyone followed the number on the jade token to find the corresponding ice cave. Hello, brother. Just as Lu Ming was about to look for his cave abode, a crisp voice was heard. Lu Ming turned to the side and saw a woman smiling at him. The lady was dressed in a white dress. She had a sweet smile and fair skin. She was a rare beauty. Behind the woman was a young man in a white shirt and holding a folding fan. What? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't recognize these two people. They should be disciples who came here 2 years ago and had just walked out of the ice cave. Since they didn't know each other, why did the other party greet him? Hello. Lu Ming responded politely. The young woman blinked and sized Lu Ming up carefully, seemingly very curious. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. Lu Ming would not be so narcissistic as to think that a beautiful woman would fall for him the moment he arrived. Little sister, what are you doing? Behind the woman, the man with the folding fan was also very curious. Your bloodline is very special. The woman suddenly said. What? Lu Ming was stunned again. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Chiao Ying, and this is my elder brother, Chiao Hao. How should I address you? The woman said with a smile. Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Brother Lu, my bloodline is rather unique. I've been sensing your bloodline for a while now, and I can feel that your bloodline has been suppressing mine. That's why I'm curious and want to befriend you. Chiao Ying said. So that was how it was. Lu Ming speculated that the other party might have sensed his 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz. At that moment, the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind Chiao Ying. It flashed past, but Lu Ming could still see it clearly. Chiao Ying's true dragon bloodline was not a 5-clawed true dragon, but the 6-clawed one. It was actually 6-clawed. It was said that all true dragons had 5 claws, and 9 dragons were a variant of the true dragon race, so they had 9 claws. However, Lu Ming did not expect that there was a 6-clawed true dragon in the world. Perhaps, it was also a variant of the true dragon. Lu Ming made a guess. Brother Lu, my bloodline is a bit special. It's a variant of the true dragon species. I have 6 claws and am stronger than the average true dragon. You can suppress me? Chiao Ying blinked her eyes and sized Lu Ming up carefully. She was extremely curious. My bloodline? Lu Ming muttered. As he spoke, the 9-dragon bloodline appeared behind him and he immediately kept it. Chiao Ying and Chiao Hao's eyes widened. 9 dragons? Your bloodline is actually the legendary 9 dragons? No wonder you can suppress me. Chiao Ying exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming smiled. There was nothing to hide about his 9-dragon bloodline. Once they started fighting, others would know immediately. Brother Lu, it's your first time here. Have a good rest. My brother and I came here 2 years earlier. We'll take you around in a few days. Chiao Ying said with a smile. All right, then I'll thank you in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then found his ice cave and walked in. At the entrance of the ice cave, there was an ice door. It was activated by a jade talisman and automatically closed. The ice cave was very large and wide. It was at least 100 meters in length and width and 10 meters in height. There were ice tables, ice chairs, and even an ice bed. The temperature here was extremely low, so there was no need to worry about these things melting. The growth of the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming walked to the wall and clawed at the ice wall. Cut. Only a few claw marks appeared on the ice wall. They did not look very deep. It's so hard. Everything in the world of the Yuan continent is many times harder than that transit station. It's incomparable to the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming secretly sighed. After that, Lu Ming started to practice martial arts to get used to the external pressure. After playing for a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped. He felt very comfortable. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. As soon as he activated the true War Dragon technique, the rich origin energy in the air began to gather towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. What a dense heaven-earth yuan qi! Lu Ming realized that directly absorbing the original energy of heaven and earth here was better than devouring low-grade raw stones. This was too shocking. When one cultivated here, one did not even need low-grade raw stones. The rolling original qi was constantly being devoured and refined, turning into true essence. At the same time, Lu Ming's heart sank into a state of emptiness. He began to comprehend the heaven and earth and nurture the embryonic form of the chaos domain. Here, Lu Ming realized that not only did the essence realm of the heaven and earth become extremely clear, but the Tao of the heaven and earth that was even more profound and unfathomable than the essence realm of the heaven and earth also became clearer. This was almost impossible to sense on the Divine Ruins continent. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth could allow the Emperor's domain to improve faster. It was no wonder that in the Divine Ruins continent, the cultivation of emperors was very slow. Especially in the Divine Wilderness continent, most of the sovereigns were stuck at the first level of the martial royal realm. Those who could reach the second level of the martial royal realm were all top experts, and there were very few of them. It was no wonder that the emperors of the continent group of the Divine Ruins would rack their brains to think of the Yuan continent and all wanted to join the major sects in the Yuan continent to cultivate. It was because the cultivation environment was really incomparable. The difference was too great. After those sovereigns came to the Yuan continent, their cultivation would probably advance by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed before Lu Ming ended his cultivation. It's so cool. It's so cool to cultivate here. Lu Ming's face was full of amazement. He realized that half a day of cultivation was equivalent to a month of cultivation in the Divine Wilderness continent. His primal chaos domain had become a little more mature, and it was getting closer and closer to full maturity. Wow, Lu Ming, you've arrived in Yuan continent. Ha, you've finally left that poor and remote place. Lu Ming heard a voice. It was Dandan. He did not know when she had climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. She sucked in the air with her mouth and large amounts of original energy were sucked into Dandan's mouth. Dandan, you're awake. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the last battle, Dandan had been in a coma for almost a month. Nonsense. You've been unconscious for so long and you're still not awake. Do you think I'm dead? Dandan cast a glance at Lu Ming and then said with a long face, Lu Ming, we've suffered heavy losses this time. Although you've woken up, you're far from fully recovered. Hurry up and take out all your spiritual herbs. Having said that, his eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. All right, let's enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said and entered the mountain and river diagram with Dandan. In a valley, Bubbles was still curled up and sleeping soundly. There was a transparent bubble at the tip of his nose that was sometimes big and sometimes small. Lu Ming's heart ached. In the previous battle, this little guy seemed to have suffered a lot of damage. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and the valley was covered with spiritual herbs. All kinds of spirit herbs of different grades filled the valley. In that battle, hundreds of sovereigns were killed. The spirit herbs in the storage rings were terrifying. Lu Ming took them all out and let Dandan and Bubbles eat to their heart's content. Ha, Lu Ming, you're very generous this time. Dandan's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed into the pile of spirit herbs, grabbed a handful of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into her mouth. As if sensing the aura of the spiritual herbs, Pow Pow woke up and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Then, she looked at the pile of spiritual herbs in a daze. Her two gem-like eyes glowed brightly and she also pounced into the pile of spiritual herbs, taking big bites. However, there were plenty of spirit herbs here, so the two of them ate as much as they could. Soon, their bellies bulged, and they burped as they lay there, their mouths filled with the fragrance of herbs. The mountain and river diagram is a space of its own, but the environment seems to be the same as that of the Divine Wilderness continent. I should absorb some of the original qi to improve the environment here. Lu Ming pondered. Within the mountain and river diagram, there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. After that, Lu Ming caught more demonic beasts and planted many spiritual herbs in the mountains. However, the environment here was similar to the divine wilderness continent. Be it the spiritual herbs or the demonic beasts, their growth was slow. If the environment was the same as the Yuan continent, the spiritual herbs would definitely grow faster in the mountain and river diagram. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and reappeared in the ice cave. Then, the mountain and river diagram appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He opened it and muttered, "Absorb," and NBSP hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the mountain and river diagram emitted a powerful suction force, absorbing the original qi between heaven and earth. The original qi between heaven and earth formed a funnel-like shape and madly gathered toward the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, everyone in this Yaoji Valley was alarmed. One by one, the geniuses who had been cultivating were awakened. What's going on? Why is the origin qi of heaven and earth gathering in one direction? Who's cultivating? Impossible. Even an emperor couldn't cause such a huge commotion while cultivating. Who is it? Sounds rang out one after another. Some people walked out of the ice cave and sensed carefully. Although they knew which ice cave it was happening, they didn't know who it was. However, this effect was only limited to this side valley. After all, the original qi here was too rich, and this side valley was very vast. The path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, the mountain and river diagram didn't cause such a big commotion when it absorbed the original qi of heaven and earth, mainly because of the path understanding ancient tree. The path understanding ancient tree had 3 crisp leaves. Its branches were very thin, not even as thin as a pinky finger. In the divine wilderness, the growth of the path understanding ancient tree was too slow. But now, the path understanding ancient tree glowed and shimmered. A mysterious aura lingered on it, continuously absorbing the origin qi from the outside world. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that the path understanding ancient tree seemed to be resonating with the great Tao between heaven and earth. Wisps of great Tao aura emanated from the path understanding ancient tree. In just a moment, Lu Ming could feel that the branches of the path understanding ancient tree had grown thicker and the leaves had become greener. The 4th leaf. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He discovered that the 4th leaf had also grown. It seems like the path understanding ancient tree has a chance of fully growing in the Yuan continent. In the divine wilderness continent, it's already not bad if it can survive. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the path understanding ancient tree could fully grow, it would be of great help to him. Lu Ming took out a lot of spiritual liquid and watered the root of the ancient path understanding tree. It seems that I need to get more spiritual herbs in the future and let the path understanding ancient tree grow as soon as possible. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Chapter 1396. So many experts just like that. The mountain and river diagram and the path understanding ancient tree continued to absorb the original qi for 3 days and 3 nights before they calmed down. The mountain and river diagram was already filled with rich original qi. Lu Ming then kept the mountain and river diagram. The days that followed were very peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated and practiced martial arts every day to adapt to the environment. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the Yuan continent's environment. At this time, Lu Ming opened the door of the ice cave and went out for some fresh air. "Brother Lu!" A delicate cry rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao. "Young lady Qiu, brother Qiu, what a coincidence!" Lu Ming smiled. "Brother Lu, how are you adapting to this?" Qiu Hao waved his fan and smiled. To be honest, Qiu Hao was very handsome. He was wearing a long robe and waving a folding fan, like an elegant young master. "I've already completely adapted to it," Lu Ming said with a smile. "That's great. We're going to the market. Brother Lu, do you want to come with us?" Qiu Ying said. "A market? Good." Lu Ming agreed immediately. He was also very curious. The environment of the Yuan continent was excellent. It would definitely produce countless natural treasures that the divine wilderness continent could not compare to. Lu Ming wanted to see it. If there were any suitable ones, he wanted to buy some. The three of them walked out of the side valley together, and then followed the huge glacier valley into the depths of the valley. This canyon was only the outer valley. Those who lived here were basically reserved disciples and some odd job workers. The real Dragon God Valley was located in the depths of the valley, in the vast snow mountains. The market was located deep in the canyon. Many official disciples of the Dragon God Valley frequented the market, so there were good things there. Soon, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the market. The city square took up a huge area. There were stalls on both sides of the street. The layout was similar to that of the divine wilderness continent. In the market, people came and went. So many experts. Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and scanned the area. His heart trembled. 5 out of 10 people walking on the streets were all emperors. Some of them were still very young, looking like they were in their 20s. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming saw a few 12 or 13-year-old teenagers. They still had a childish look on their faces and were also emperor warriors. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Qiu Yingying smiled and said, "Brother Lu, when we first arrived, we were also shocked. However, it's also because the cultivation environment in Yuan continent is too good. It's much easier to break through to the emperor realm than in the other continents." Indeed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the absolute overlords. They dominated and ruled over an area. However, in the Yuan continent, in Dragon God Valley, they were actually everywhere. One could only imagine how many emperors there were in the entire Yuan continent. They were not worth much. It was no wonder that the sovereigns of the divine wilderness continent wanted to come to the Yuan continent but did not dare to. They wanted to join the big sects of the Yuan continent so that they could be protected. That was because in the Yuan continent, emperors were nothing. There were a lot of them. Without a backer, it was extremely dangerous to cultivate outside. One could die if they were not careful. In Dragon God Valley, LV1 to LV3 martial emperors are worthless and have no status. They are just like servants. Only those above LV4 martial emperor have some status. Those above LV7 martial emperor are the backbone of Dragon God Valley and can be assigned some duties. Qiu Yingying explained in a low voice and then added, "Of course, young geniuses don't count." Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he understood that young geniuses had different statuses no matter where they were. Because being young meant infinite possibilities. This is the elixir of life, and it's a top-grade elixir of life. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw the elixir of life at a stall. Top-grade water of life. In the divine wilderness continent, Lu Ming had seen the elixir of life before. However, he had never heard of a supreme-grade elixir of life. This was because there was no such thing in the divine wilderness continent or even the divine ruins continent. It was almost extinct. Supreme-grade elixir of life was extremely useful to even emperors, as it could heal their injuries. As expected of Yuanlu. The moment he arrived, he saw such a precious spiritual medicine. Lu Ming's clone was severely injured. This premium elixir of life was extremely important to his clone. Lu Ming had to get it. "Senior, how much is this bottle of elixir of life?" Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man with white hair. 100,000 raw stones. The old man raised a finger. 100,000 raw gemstones? Lu Ming was stunned. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A bottle of top-grade elixir of life was a legendary treasure in the Divine Ruins Continent group, but it only cost 100,000 raw gemstones? Lu Ming was in disbelief. He asked again, "Senior, only 100,000 raw stones?" "Of course, not a single one more, not a single one more." The old man said, "All right, I'll buy it." Lu Ming took out a storage ring. There were 100,000 raw stones inside. The old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. His expression changed and he threw the storage ring back to Lu Ming. Junior, are you playing with this old man? Lu Ming's face was full of question marks. Senior, please don't take offense. Brother Lu just came from the outer continent, so there are some rules that he doesn't understand. Qiu Yingying quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, so you're the new reserve disciple from the outer continent. The old man's expression softened. Brother Lu, the raw stone the senior is talking about is a medium-grade raw stone. Qiu Yingying quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's actually a mid-grade raw stone? Yes, the raw stones commonly used in the Yuan continent are mid-grade raw stones. Generally speaking, the number of raw stones referred to mid-grade raw stones. Low-grade raw stones are almost useless in the Yuan continent. They are considered useless stones. Only in special circumstances will they be used. Qiu Yingying explained. I see. Lu Ming smiled. The cultivation environment in the Yuan continent was too good. Cultivating at will was equivalent to using low-grade raw gemstones. Therefore, low-grade raw gemstones were useless. Only mid-grade raw stones were mainstream. One mid-grade raw stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade raw stones. 100,000 medium-grade raw stones were equivalent to 1 billion low-grade raw stones. This price was reasonable. However, the problem was that Lu Ming did not have any mid-grade raw stones. He had killed so many emperors, and there were at least tens of billions of low-grade raw stones in his storage ring. However, in the Yuan continent, low-grade raw stones were useless. What a waste! Lu Ming wailed in his heart. His heart ached. There were so many raw gemstones here, but they were actually useless and had become useless. Now, Lu Ming was equivalent to a pauper with nothing to his name. Lu Ming's face turned green. Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao smiled bitterly. They were the same when they first arrived. Little fellow, the low-grade raw stones you brought with you are useless now, right? If you have any treasures on you, you can use them to exchange for it. The old man laughed, but he didn't mean to laugh. He was used to this kind of thing. The combat strength of the Emperor of Yuanlu, a treasure. Lu Ming pondered. He had given all the spiritual herbs he had to Dandan and Bubbles. However, even if he took them out, they would not be worth much. Naturally, Lu Ming would not take out items that were too precious, such as the Thunder Cauldron and the Air-Frozen Bead. Only an Emperor's spiritual weapon could be used. Senior, may I know how many mid-grade raw stones an Emperor weapon is worth? Lu Ming took out a large saber and asked. On the Divine Ruins continent, Lu Ming had killed so many emperors and obtained nearly 20 Emperor spiritual weapons. An Emperor spiritual weapon is not bad. It's worth 1,000,000 raw gemstones. The old man's eyes lit up. 1,000,000 raw gemstones? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The value of an Emperor spiritual weapon had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was higher than he had imagined. Brother Lu, usually, only those at the 7th level of the martial Emperor realm and above can unleash the full power of an Emperor weapon. Only a saint can make one. Although there are many of them in the Yuan continent, there are too many high-level martial emperors. The demand is too high, so the value of an Emperor weapon has always been very high. Qiu Yingying explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. Indeed, there were a lot of Emperor spiritual weapons in the Yuan continent. However, there were even more high-level emperors. The demand for them exceeded the supply, so their value was naturally high. For example, in the small continents outside of the Yuan continent, like the Divine Wilderness continent, the Emperor's spiritual weapon was usually left behind by saints or high-level emperors who went to those places. It was basically impossible for anyone to make it. Many of them were passed down from the Yuan continent. For example, Lu Ming had obtained the Emperor's Spirit Tower in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. It was also brought from the Yuan continent by the Tianxian Saint. That was how the Divine Ruins continent group's Emperor's spiritual weapons usually came about. They had only accumulated a few after countless years. Little brother, do you want to sell this Emperor's spiritual weapon? If you want to sell it, this old man will buy it. The old man said, I'm selling it. Senior, I still have another one. Then, Lu Ming took out an iron rod-like emperor's spiritual weapon. The elder and the Chiu siblings were surprised. They did not expect Lu Ming to have so many king's spiritual weapons. To buy. Here are 9 million raw gemstones and this bottle of supreme-grade life potion. The elder passed Lu Ming a storage ring and the bottle of life potion. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He found a pile of raw gemstones in the storage ring. Each piece was filled with rich origin qi, which was many times purer and richer than a low-grade raw stone. This was a mid-grade raw stone. Using a mid-grade raw stone to cultivate would naturally be many times faster than using a low-grade raw stone. Lu Ming kept it and continued to wander around with Chiu Ying and Chiu Hao. On the way, Lu Ming realized that there were too many treasures here. All the spirit herbs were level 9. Level 8 spirit herbs were rare. There were also all sorts of blacksmithing materials, spiritual liquid, and so on, all of which were of very high grade. Along the way, Lu Ming bought quite a number of spiritual herbs. Very soon the 9 million medium-grade raw stones were almost depleted. Lu Ming's heart ached. These were 2 emperor's spiritual weapons. However, the spiritual liquid and spiritual medicine that he had bought were all very useful. The spiritual liquid sped up the growth of the path understanding ancient tree, while the spiritual medicine sped up Dandan and Bubble's recovery. After coming to Yuan continent, he realized that he had become a pauper. Although he still had many emperor spiritual weapons, if he continued to use them, he would soon run out. In the meantime, the Chiu siblings also bought some things. Get lost. I have my eyes on this green-blue fruit. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard. Nonsense, what do you mean you like it? I said I like it. If you don't have money, then get lost. Another voice rang out. Who do you think you are? You told me to get lost. If you have the ability, let's fight on the fighting stage. The voice from before rang out. A battle it is. The voice behind them was heard. Then, they saw some people flying in one direction. There's a battle between sovereigns. Brother Lu, let's go to the battle platform and take a look. Showing it. Alright, I'd like to experience it too. Lu Ming revealed a curious look. Then, the 3 of them followed the crowd and walked towards the fighting ring. In the dueling platform, disciples of the Dragon God Valley would usually settle their disputes there. Boom, boom. Lu Ming and the rest had just arrived when they heard a violent roar. On a huge fighting ring, 2 figures were constantly clashing. The 2 burly men in their 30s kept punching each other, causing violent rumbles between heaven and earth. He's in the 3rd level of the martial royal realm, but his combat strength is so strong. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He realized that the cultivation of the 2 opponents was at the early stage of the 3rd level martial royal realm. However, the combat strength they displayed was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He felt that the 4th level martial emperors in the Divine Ruins continent group were not their match. The combat power that the 2 of them had displayed had completely exceeded the combat power of the 4th level martial emperors in the Divine Ruins continent group. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Brother Lu, do you feel that these 2 people's combat strength is very strong? Chiu Ying said, Indeed, he is much stronger than the emperor of my continent. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, we were also very surprised when we first arrived. However, this is the combat power of an ordinary sovereign in the Yuan continent. Chiu Ying explained, in the Yuan continent, no matter if it's martial arts or the Tao of inscription, they have all been developed to the extreme. Compared to the other continents, they are much stronger. All kinds of martial techniques, bloodlines, concepts, domains, and spiritual bodies have been developed to the extreme. Therefore, the cultivators here are all very strong, far stronger than those in other continents. Emperors, unless they're servants with low status, have all cultivated domain martial techniques. Their combat strength is amazing. Yuan continent. It's indeed Yuan continent. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. The cultivation civilization of the origin continent had already developed to the extreme, and it was far from what the continent of the divine ruins could compare to. It could be said that in the origin continent, a decent cultivator was a genius who could challenge those of a higher level in the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming was reminded of the people Di Xian had brought with him. Those people were not very strong. Perhaps, in the Di family, the status of those people was just like that of servants, which explained why their combat strength was not particularly high. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl, and he felt immense pressure. There were too many experts here, and the streets were filled with emperors. Saints were the supreme experts. Moreover, the emperors here all had extraordinary combat strength. In the Divine Ruins Continent group, Lu Ming could fight with a peak LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert and even overpower the other party without using the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal and without the help of his second body. However, in this place, without using the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal and without the help of his clone, Lu Ming could only fight with an early-stage second-level Martial Emperor. Lu Ming estimated that after he used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, he could probably fight with a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert. The secret realm of the Emperor, the difference was too great. One should know that in the Divine Ruins Continent group, Lu Ming's Chaos Sky-Turning Seal could injure a 4th-level Martial Emperor. In this place, Lu Ming was not even a match for the 2 brawny men at the early stage of the 3rd-level Martial Emperor realm, let alone the ones at the 4th-level Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, this was only an ordinary Martial Emperor. What if he encountered a heaven's favorite? How strong would he be? Looks like I was really looking at the sky from the bottom of a well when I was trapped in a corner of the Divine Ruins Continent cluster in the past. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. While he felt the immense pressure, he was also filled with anticipation. His blood was boiling with excitement. The Yuan continent was the real stage. It was colorful and far from what the continents of the Divine Ruins could compare to. On the fighting ring, the two of them fought fiercely for hundreds of moves. In the end, both of them were injured and left the place. However, after the two of them left, another 2 went up to fight. After that, Lu Ming watched 5 battles in total, all of which were battles between kings. As expected, most of the emperors here had a much stronger combat strength than the emperors of the Divine Ruins Continent group. Lu Ming more or less had some idea. After that, Lu Ming, Qiu Ying and the rest returned to their residence. After returning to his residence, the first thing Lu Ming did was pour the life potion on his clone. As expected, the clone glowed and its recovery speed greatly increased. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In the Yuan continent, the cultivation of those below the Martial Emperor realm was too low. Only by breaking through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible would he be able to gain a firm foothold. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming came to Dragon God Valley. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally go out and buy some books to read. They were all about the Yuan continent. Since he was new, he naturally had to understand the world he was in. On this day, the sound of drums suddenly rang out from outside. It was the sound of a summoning drum. Someone was summoning them. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and went out of the cave abode. He saw Long Yuanchuan standing in the valley. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. Young men flew out of the ice caves and stood in the valley. There were more than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming discovered that some of the youths who came with him were progressing very quickly. Some of them were originally at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, but now they had broken through and reached the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, or even the perfected spiritual god realm. These people were the top geniuses of their respective continents, and their talents were definitely not weak. After coming here, they were naturally like fish in water, and their cultivation progress soared. Alright, you newcomers have been here for a month and have gotten used to it. Now, there are 3 months left before your assessment. Now, I'll tell you the details of your assessment mission in 3 months. In 3 months, your assessment mission is to explore a secret realm. Long Yuanchuan said. Explore a secret realm? Lu Ming and the rest were stunned. Yes, Only those who come out of the secret realm alive can be considered to have passed the test and become an official disciple of Dragon God Valley. Long Yuanchuan said. Many people's expressions changed. It seemed that this secret realm was quite dangerous. As if he could see through everyone's thoughts, Long Yuanchuan smiled and said, although this secret realm is dangerous, let me tell you, it's also a supreme opportunity. Many martial royal realm experts and even saints have tried to enter but failed. Because this mystical realm, it's the great emperor's secret realm. When he said the last sentence, Long Yuanchuan deliberately emphasized it. What? The great emperor's secret realm? The great emperor? Everyone, including Lu Ming, was stunned. They could not help but widen their eyes. The great emperor's secret realm? Could it be a secret realm left behind by the great emperor? The great emperor was a peak expert of the primordial realm. He dominated the world and ruled the firmament. What kind of treasures would there be in a secret realm left behind by such a person? Everyone's eyes were burning. Even saints were unreachable existences to them, let alone a great emperor who was above saints. This is the first time that this great emperor's secret realm has been discovered. After investigation, only those below the emperor realm can enter. Those above the emperor realm can't enter. Even saints can't enter. Therefore, you must make good use of this time to raise your cultivation to the supreme realm. According to the saints' speculation, martial emperors and above are not allowed to enter the great emperor's secret realm, but it will be no problem for you to break through after entering. Therefore, if some supreme martial artists enter the great emperor's secret realm to break through to the martial royal realm, they will be able to gain the upper hand and obtain treasures. Also, this time, all of the top powers of the Azure continent will be sending people in. This is a dangerous place, so in the next 3 months, you guys should try your best to increase your strength. Opportunities are things that you have to grasp on your own. Long Yuanchuan continued to explain. I see. After hearing this information, some of the doubts in Lu Ming's heart were finally answered. Lu Ming finally knew why the Dragon God Valley, the deity sect, and other sects would cross endless distances to the continent of the divine ruins to select disciples. It was all because of the great emperor's secret realm. In every continent, they recruited heaven's favorites to enter the emperor's secret realm. The Yuan continent was divided into many continents. The Azure region was a large region in the southern part of the continent. The Dragon God Valley was one of the most powerful forces in the Azure region. The Azure continent was home to countless factions of varying sizes. However, there were a total of 13 factions that stood at the very top of the continent. These 13 powers were the overlords of the Azure continent. Dragon God Valley was one of the 13 forces. Other than that, the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, the Jiuxiao sword sect, and even the Heavenly King Hall, which had caused chaos in the Divine Wilderness mainland because of a Heavenly King token, were all part of the 13 great powers. This time, all the major forces would send people into the great emperor's secret realm. Therefore, these major forces all sent people to the small continents overseas to recruit disciples. The Di clan, if they're not in the Azure continent, where are they? Lu Ming thought to himself. The Yuan continent was too vast and the Azure continent was only a small part of it. The books that Lu Ming bought mostly introduced the Azure continent. He was not too sure about anything else outside of the Azure continent. After the announcement, Long Yuanchuan left the place. However, these young men couldn't calm down. After that, they all returned to their cave abodes and began cultivating in seclusion. It was obvious that one could break through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. Therefore, if they raised their cultivation to the limit of the Supreme Being realm and broke through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm, they would have an absolute advantage. Lu Ming began to focus more on the embryonic form of the Chaos realm. Now, the primal Chaos domain was getting closer and closer to its limit. As long as the primal Chaos domain was cultivated to its limit, he could begin to break through to the Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Thump, thump, thump. On this day, there was a sudden violent boom outside. It was the sound of drums. the summoning drums sounded again. However, didn't they just gather 3 days ago and announce the matter of the great emperor's secret realm? Why are they gathering again? Lu Ming walked out of the cave abode with doubts in his mind. 3 young men stood outside the cave. The 3 young men had a faint sense of pride on their faces. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.